Chapter 51. What the hell is this fire? Notarabang's face showed extreme pain, and his voice was hoarse when he spoke. He knew that he would definitely not be able to escape, so he wanted to know what kind of trick he died under. The fire that burns all karma will burn nothing in the world, not even God. Nurarikushin spoke, and then he snapped his fingers with his right hand, and with a pop sound, the karma fire on Node Rabo instantly became fierce. The blue fire illuminated the entire house, and Node Rabo was burned down in 2 seconds. There is no residue left. Gyulu. Hanakai Yuan Yuluo couldn't help rolling her throat, looking at Nuliang Lushan's face with a dull expression, as if she wanted to look at him. Nuliang Rikuo looked at the heavy rain outside. If he left it alone, it would have rained for about half an hour, but he didn't have that much time to take shelter from the rain, so he used his astronomical power to stop the rain. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the white moon. He stood at the door and said with satisfaction, "The wind has stopped and the rain has stopped, so it's time for us to go." Seeing Nurarikuo, who had just killed a powerful monster but was so calm, as if he had done an insignificant thing, everyone looked at each other. Kiyoshiki Kiitsugu was the most familiar with Nurarikushin, and he asked, Rikushin, what happened to the blue flames you just made? Is it possible that you are also an onmyoji? Nuliang Lushan turned around and said with a faint smile, "I am not an onmyoji. You can think of me as a person who has awakened superpowers." Of course, awakening superpowers was a lie to them, and he would not tell the truth. It was enough to use his superpowers to deceive them. Superpower. It turns out to be a superpower. Since there are monsters, ghosts, and onmyojis in this world, it seems that it is not difficult to accept the addition of a superpower. Really? After hearing this, everyone did not doubt that he was there, because Nurarikushin's identity was indeed a human being, so if he had strange powers, it would make sense that he had superpowers. Even Yura Hanakane believed it, but Iri Sawamura was the only one who was thoughtful, because Riku Nura's ability to use blue flames and the way of controlling it were similar to that of the Monster Lord. Isn't it too coincidental? Kiyoshichi Kiyoshi sighed and said, "Our strange detective team is really amazing. There are onmyojis, people with superpowers, a girl who can see ghosts, and a senior who has a super low sense of presence. It is unprecedented and unprecedented. It's a super club, but it's a pity that today is my last day in the club, and I am satisfied to see such a combination." Nurarikushin didn't understand what he meant, and asked, "Kiitsugu, what's wrong with you? What do you mean, today is your last day in the club? This club has only been established for 2 days. Kiyosushi Kiyasugu said with some bitterness, "Well, I received a temporary notice from my parents on the subway. Tomorrow, Saturday, we will move abroad due to family reasons. It happened so suddenly. Although I couldn't bear to let it go, but there is nothing we can do about it, so Lu Sheng, I will leave the strange detective team to you. You will be the leader and lead the team members to continue the adventure to find the Lord of Monsters and fulfill my unfinished wish. Nuliang Lushan, ____ Eri Sawamura, my Sakurajima. Huakai Yuan Yaluo, Oikawa Hingrai." It was indeed very sudden. Unexpectedly, just 2 days after the school started, Kiyoshiki Kiyasugu moved out due to family reasons and left the club to Nurarikuo to take care of. And once Kiyoshiki Kiyasugu left, only one male, Nurarikuo, and 4 other beautiful girls were left in the entire club. Should the club's name be changed to Nurarikuo's harem group? The other beautiful girl members didn't say anything. Anyway, they were not familiar with Kiyoshiki Kiyasugu. It seemed good to change their minister. After all, he was a powerful superpower, stronger than Yura Hanakane, an onmyoji. Therefore, because of Kiyoshiki Kiyoshi's departure and achievement, only Kiyoshiki Kiyoshi was injured in the world. After the incident was over, everyone returned. "Bingley, please go back first, I still have something to deal with." Oikawa Hingrai did not doubt his presence, nodded and replied, "Oh, young master, don't stay out too late, otherwise we should worry again." Nurarikushin touched Oikawa Hingrai's head and said, "I understand, go back quickly." Oikawa Hingrai enjoyed Nurarikuo's headbutting, with a look of happiness in her eyes. It wasn't until Nurarikuo stopped her hand that she reluctantly said, "Then young master, I'm leaving. Go ahead." After Oikawa Hingrai's body disappeared from Nurarikuo's sight, Madara walked out of the dark corner and jumped on Nurarikuo's shoulders. Nurarikushin stretched himself and said, "Let's go and meet the strongest Valkyrie for a while." Aren't you going to take your Hyaki Yaka with you? No, this is not a group battle. I'm a very fair person and don't like to bully the smaller ones. It's too far-fetched to let the 100 demons deal with the strongest Valkyrie. It's better for me to do it myself. Leading Hyaki Yaka can indeed enhance Nurarikuo's strength, because there will be a connection between Hyaki and the leader. The stronger the leader, the stronger the Hyaki will be on the battlefield, and the fear of Hyaki will also be reflected back in the leader's body. Named Karma, 100 Ghost Night Walk does not fight individually, but fights as a group. But facing the strongest Valkyrie, Hyaki Yaka is of little use. The main thing is to decide the winner between the strongest. Besides, isn't it about you? Nurarikuo, who had turned into a monster, rode Fox Madara to a shrine where the Valkyrie Bishamon was enshrined. Although the shrine was not big, it was just one of them. Standing in front of the shrine, Nurarikuo shouted, Bishamontan, I am the lord of the night of 100 demons, the slippery ghost Nurarikuo. I heard that you took care of me last night, and you killed some monsters in the group, and I've been injured by you, the Cotter, and I'm here today to ask for advice. At the same time, Takamagahara is a huge island floating on the sea and in the clouds, a celestial world where the gods live. In a small independent island in Takamagahara, this entire area is the territory of the Valkyrie Bishamontan. In a super-modern luxury villa, a woman with blonde hair and purple eyes and beautiful appearance is sitting in a meeting. At the seat of the long table, he held a meeting with the artifacts he usually carried with him in a heroic manner. This person is none other than Bishamon, the strongest Valkyrie. Among all the female gods, she is both the strongest and the most beautiful. Bishamon is dressed in military uniform, with a fierce aura around her, and her tone of voice is capable and heroic. After all, she is a god on the battlefield, suppressing everything with force, giving people a full sense of oppression. A four-eyed girl sitting on the right side of Bishamon pushed up her glasses with her hands and said, Bishamon-sama, I feel a lot more dirty recently than before and my workload has increased accordingly. Bishamon glanced away and said, there is nothing that can be done about this. As the human world changes, life has gradually changed from being difficult to having food and clothing now. Once people have been comfortable for a long time, the pressure of life will all kinds of negative emotions will arise, and we, the gods of war, are here to eliminate the filth, Zayama, and we should never complain like this again. Zhao Ma immediately nodded and said, yes, Lord Bishamon. When Bishamon saw this, he said everything he needed to say, and the meeting should end. Bishamon, I am the lord of the night of 100 demons, Nurarikuo, the slippery ghost. I heard that you took care of me last night. You killed some monsters in the group and injured the Cotter Yukaki. I came here today to ask for advice. 1 or 2. From her own shrine, Bishamon heard Nurarikushin's words, and there was a look of surprise in her eyes. Bishamontan pondered and said, the slippery ghost, Nurarikuo, must be the grandson of the big monster Nuraskull. Miss, what happened? A man named Yuba asked. His artifact was in the form of a lion, and it was also Bishamon's mount. As a divine weapon that was going to fight with her, Bishamon naturally had to explain. She said, didn't the Nura group cause a scene in the whole city last night? The purpose was to find their young master, because they made too much noise, and I was running rampant in the human world, and I killed a few monsters when I happened to encounter them. Later, I fought with the leader of the Nurong group and injured him. Now the young master of the Nurong group comes to ask me for advice. A female artifact with glasses named Shaoba said disdainfully, young master of the Nuliang group? Ha ha ha, isn't that just a brat who dares to attack my sister? It's really asking for death. Another mature-looking female artifact wearing black stockings, Hungba, said, the other party is the young master of the largest monster organization in the Kanto region of the human world. Killing him will be a lot of trouble. The Nura group will definitely go to war with us. Lord Bishamon, even though he is a god, he cannot face the entire Nura group, and the Tenna gang will not help us deal with the monsters, and they might just use the hands of the monsters to get rid of us. Please give me flowers. The Nuragumi is the strongest monster organization in the Kanto region. Even if the strongest Valkyrie provokes the opponent, it will definitely be uncomfortable. Moreover, the gods of Takamagahara are not monolithic. Just like the human world, gods also have selfish motives and various internal disputes. Of course I know this, don't worry, I won't kill Master Nuliang, but if he dares to provoke me, Bishamontan, he must suffer a little. Bishamon is naturally measured, she is not the kind of warrior god who doesn't use her brain to act recklessly. Zaokai, Hwaki, Sutra device, Sheokai, Autumn device, Cutting device, Numbering device. Bishamon called out the names of several artifacts in succession and equipped all the artifacts around the conference table. The reason why she has the title of the strongest Valkyrie in her mobile arsenal is precisely because Bishamon carries a variety of artifacts when fighting. There are at most 1 or 2 other gods, but Bishamon starts with several, and there are other artifacts left in Takamagahara. When you want to use them, just shout out the name of the artifact, and it will appear directly in your hand from Takamagahara's residence. Nurarikuo, who was standing outside the Bishamon shrine, was riding on Madara, looking at the shrine below, but there seemed to be no movement. Madara stood in the air and glanced at him. Rikushin, Bishamon is also the strongest Valkyrie after all. Your name is not famous, and I think people ignore you. Nurarikushin was not in a hurry, he said, not necessarily, after all, my name is the young master of Nura group, and it was the beginning of what happened last night. I came to Bishamon, she should meet with me, but it really can't be done. Then smash this shrine and force her out. You brat from the Nura group, you are so brave. You actually said you wanted to destroy my shrine. You are very brave. As soon as Bishamon came out, she heard Nurarikuo say that he was going to smash her shrine, which made her angry and veins popped out on her forehead. In how many years, this was the first time I heard someone say that they wanted to destroy her shrine. Isn't this the same as destroying her home? Are you Bishamontan? Looking ahead, a man wearing a military cap and a leather jacket appeared on a lion. He had thick blonde hair that reached down to his feet and purple pupils. He had perfect facial features worthy of a goddess, coupled with his strong and outgoing temperament. Nilayong Lushan couldn't help but his eyes lit up. This is the real goddess, or the Valkyrie. It is indeed perfect. Huang with golden body proportions and slender legs, she looks very tall. As beautiful as Platy Kodan, both have their own merits compared to Bishamontan, but Bishamontan is superior in temperament. After all, Bishamontan has the aura of a god. Suddenly, an idea came to Nilayong Rikushin's mind. Among his women, there were demons and witches, so wouldn't it be better to have a god? Bishamont really did not have any regrets. She said, I am Bishamontan. Last night, your Nura group disturbed human safety in the city. As a god of war, shouldn't I do it for you? Do you want to take action against you in order to maintain order? Nilayong Rikushin did not refute but nodded and said, that's right. As the young master of the Nilayong group, I should seek justice for my family who was killed by you and the monsters you injured. Seeking justice? You look so menacing, right? Bishamon looked at Nurarikuo's unrestrained demonic aura and the fox-like demon king under his seat. He looked at them all looking for trouble. But what she didn't expect was that this Nilayong young master actually came with the demon king. The demon king's strength should not be underestimated, and even she had to deal with it carefully. Bishamon is known as the strongest Valkyrie, but she is not invincible. After all, the title is not the strongest god, because although there are not many stronger than her, there are some. Nurarikushin raised his hand and clenched his fist, for existences like us, isn't it only the one with the strongest fist who can be reasonable? Bishamon looked at Nurarikuo, suddenly laughed and taunted, ha ha ha, you want to compete with me to see whose fists are stronger. You naive brat, don't think that you are crazy if you have a little bit of strength. You are arrogant, but you don't realize that you are just sitting there watching the sky. Seeing that the other party seemed to look down on him, Nurarikushin said, oh? How about we make a bet? Bishamon crossed his arms in front of him and asked with interest, what bet do you want to make? The corner of Nilayong Lushan's mouth raised slightly, and he said in an unruly tone, if you lose, treat me as my woman. If I lose, I will let you do whatever you want. What do you think? Chapter 52. What? Not only Bishamon, but also her sacred weapons were shocked. The demon fox Madara under Nurarikuo was also dumbfounded. This guy is too wild. He actually wants a god to be her woman. It's exciting. Shoba said hurriedly, sir, please don't accept this bet. Lion Heba also persuaded loudly, yes, miss, this bet cannot be accepted. Gods are not like humans and demons who can break the contract. Once an oath is made, it is like a contract. If it is violated, it will definitely come back to bite you, and you will be wiped out. Even the replacement of gods can't do it. As long as the faith is immortal, the famous gods are immortal in a sense. Even if they die, they will be reincarnated to complete the replacement of generations. However, the replacement of generations cannot retain the memory of the previous generation, and will not disappear because of being forgotten, because the memory cannot be retained. So it's like a different soul has settled in the body, and I am no longer myself. Bishamon has been herself for thousands of years since her birth, and has never been replaced. However, once a god makes an oath but breaks the contract, he will suffer heaven's punishment. This heaven's punishment is not the punishment of other gods' crusade, but the punishment of heaven in the true sense, which directly causes the god who broke the contract to disappear completely. While famous gods have endless lifespan and power, they also have many taboos. As an earring blessing weapon, Zhao Ma clenched his fists in the artifact space and said calmly, Master Bishamon, you don't need to pay attention to him. He is just a young boy who has only lived for 20 years. He doesn't know the heights of the world and the gods. Can you just make assumptions? Bishamon listened to the various persuasion from his divine weapon, but no one thought that she was bound to win. This made her frown in annoyance and said sternly, Shut up, all of you, don't you? Do you all think that I will lose to the slippery ghost's grandson? This is not that I am worried that Lord Bishamon will lose, but that this bet is really inappropriate. Hearing Bishamon's angry words, the artifacts were shocked. After hearing Nurarikushin's bet, they all subconsciously asked Bishamon to reject it, but they forgot that Bishamon had his own arrogance. They persuaded him like this, but were rejected by Bishamon. Bishamon thought that these artifacts did not believe that her master would win. Bishamon taught him a lesson, Humph, I am just a brat, how could I still lose? You have been following me for so many years, and yet you are so rude. Seeing Bishamon thinking, Nurarikushin said, Bishamontan, have you thought about it? If you don't have the confidence to accept this bet, then admit that you are not as good as me, and follow me back to apologize to Nura. The matter was wiped out. Bishamon waved his right hand domineeringly and said, You don't have to provoke me, I will accept your bet, Bishamon. She didn't take Bishamon seriously about the bet proposed by Rikuo Nura from the beginning. In her opinion, this young master of the Nura group didn't know the heights of the world. She could defeat him in one round. What was a little troublesome was that he is just a demon king fox, but just like that, he will definitely win. If you don't even have this little bit of self-confidence, you can still talk about being the strongest Valkyrie if you are timid. Okay, let's make an oath before starting the war. Nurarikuo also admired Bishamon's courage, but in the other's view, defeating him was only a matter of a moment, so Madara was a bit difficult to deal with, but this kind of arrogance was often the most fatal. Bishamontan was also decisive and began to swear without saying a word, I, Bishamontan, hereby swear that if I lose to Nurarikuo, I will become his woman and respect him. If I violate it, I will be punished by heaven and earth. After Bishamon made the oath, a divine light shone on Bishamon, indicating that a contract had been made. If he violated it, he would be punished by heaven and earth as he said. Oaths sworn by gods have been rare since ancient times, because once an oath is sworn, it will be carried out unless you want to die without a burial place. But if Bishamon defeats Nurarikuo and nothing happens, this oath will be invalidated, but if he loses, he must abide by this oath. You are satisfied now? Bishamon looked at Nurarikuo proudly, with a calm tone. This so-called oath will be released soon. For her, defeat is impossible. In that case, let's get started. Nurarikushin took out the magic sword Chiendeo from his body, a knife full of cracks. Master Bishamon, that weapon of his has a very powerful demonic energy. It looks like a dead thing but it is like a living thing. I guess the broken blade has the power to decompose and reorganize the fragments, just like a divine weapon. Megama is a cherry blossom-shaped earring. It has long been promoted from a sacred weapon to a Taoist weapon. It is more advanced than a sacred weapon. It is not a weapon but can assist Bishamon in tracking enemies or seeing through dangerous objects. It is also good at guiding other sacred weapons to produce maximum combat effectiveness. He could see the attributes and capabilities of the demonic thousand blades at a glance. After all, only a few gods could possess the blessing weapon. It's interesting. I don't know where he got this weapon from, but it doesn't matter. I have these artifacts like yours. He won't be my opponent. Come on. Bishamon shouted loudly, pulled out a long whip from his waist, swung it hard, and whipped Nurarikuo with a snap. Thousand blades of the demon sword. Nurarikushin calmly looked at the whip in front of him. The thousand-blade magic knife in his hand emitted purple light, and then the blade instantly shattered into pieces. Under the control of Nurarikushin, the fragmented knife seemed to be alive and moved forward towards the whip. The fragments came to the whip. Dozens of fragments resisted the impact of the whip. The remaining fragments rotated at high speed and cut the whip body. The impact force also deflected the direction of the whip and flew away from Nurarikuo's right side. Past. Tisk. Bishamon turned and pulled his right hand, and the deflected whip turned again and struck from behind Nurarikuo, but Nurarikuo didn't even look at it, and the 1,000 pieces of the magic sword fragments met the whip again. This whip is a sacred weapon. And Nurarikuo's sword is a real magic sword. I didn't expect that knife to be quite tough. Bishamon thought that his whip would be blocked by the fox demon, but unexpectedly it was blocked by Yongmo's strange sword. Spot! Nurarikuo called Madara, and Madara immediately understood. The demonic power around his body was released, forming a hurricane, and the whip was blown away. Nurarikuo controlled the fragments to return to the blade, and Madara's hooves rushed in the air, with super speed. Rushing towards Bishamon at such a speed. So fast. Lion Heba looked at Madara in surprise. He couldn't match this speed at all. Bishamon said calmly, "Don't panic, that demon fox is the demon king, and with such strength, you can expect it." Heba nodded and said, "Yes, miss. Call out." Madara is about to arrive in an instant, and Nurarikuo jumps out from Madara's body with the magic sword 1,000 blades in his hand, slashing straight at Bishamon's Tenman gate. Bishamon's face was expressionless, and he swung his right hand, whipping towards Nurarikushin in an instant. Wow! The whip hit Nurarikushin, but the next second, the whip penetrated Nurarikushin's body. Zhao Ma shouted loudly, "Master Bishamon, be careful, this is the fear of the slippery ghost, he himself must be nearby." Det. Bishamon felt something coming from behind him and jumped up from the lion. Nurarikuo appeared behind where Bishamon was just now. He looked up and flicked the handle of the demonic sword 1,000 blades, and the purple fragments flew at extremely fast speeds. Chase! Bishamon stood in midair and swung his whip at high speed. The whip shadow was heavy, forming an absolute defense with her as the center, and none of the field fragments could break through. But this is not a solution. Even if the fragments are blown away, they will still continue to pounce, which is really troublesome. Nurarikuo's figure slowly rose to the level of Bishamon, and the magic sword fragments returned. Miss! Seeing this, Yuba wanted to fly back to Bishamon, but as soon as he moved, he was easily slapped away by Madara. "Kitten, stay out of the way." Madara said disdainfully that to him, this lion artifact was just a fish not only in terms of size, but also in terms of strength. Without Bishamon beside the lion, he could be knocked away with a slap and lose the ability to participate in the battle. Bishamon looked at Kunba, who was knocked to the ground by Madara and was vomiting blood and recovering. He gritted his teeth and said, "I really underestimate you, but you will still be defeated. Everyone can tell lies well, Bishamon, let me show you my strength." Nuliang Lushan put away the magic sword Qianbian and turned on the karma fire. The blue karma fire ignited from Nuliang land Sheng and continued to spread to the surroundings. The clouds in the sky were evaporated by the blue karma fire and half of the sky was covered with blue. Covered in flames. Bishamon frowned, "What kind of fire is this? Blue flames are not hard to see, but this is the first time I've seen such a powerful flame." "Zhao Ma, can you tell anything?" Zayama said, This flame, Lord Bishamon, you must be careful. I can't see through what kind of flame this is, but there is no doubt that this flame is very powerful. As far as I know, there is no fire that can match this flame." "Haha, where did this kid get so many weird abilities?" Bishamon twitched the corner of his mouth. First he was followed by the Demon King, then he took out an extremely weird magic sword, and now it was the blue fire that even Zayama thought was dangerous. Although it was worse than the Demon King, it was judging from the ability displayed, he indeed underestimated his opponent. Originally, Bishamon thought he was sure of victory in this battle, but he didn't expect it to be so tricky. If he lost, he would really become this brat's woman. Thinking of this, Bishamon took a deep breath and then called out the name of a divine weapon. A sacred weapon far away in Takamagahara was called by Bishamon's name, and it appeared directly in Bishamon's hands in the form of a sacred weapon. This was a single-edged sword, about 2 meters long. Bishamon put away his whip and carried the sword on his body. Drink! Bishamon roared angrily and rushed towards Nurarikuo. Nuliang Lushan stood in the sky, the flames behind him converged slightly. Nuliang Lushan crossed his arms in front of him to gather the power of karma fire, and immediately moved his body forward. Suddenly, the blue karma fire formed a fire tens of meters wide, covering the sky and the earth. Flock to Bishamon. Bishamon slashed out the big sword without hesitation, and the resulting slash cut down the karmic fire. However, to Bishamon's surprise, the flame, like the magic sword, seemed to have life. The incision came back with a quick stitch. Not good. Bishamon dodges according to the position given by Zhao Ma, and wants to use the blind spot to get close to Nurarikuo. As long as he can get close to Nurarikuo, it will be much easier to fight. Zhao Ma was also very difficult and impatient. He said, "No, Lord Bishamon, the flame used by Nurarikuo has no flaws, there is no dead angle at all, we can't get close. If there is no flaw, then create a flaw. We must not go on like this." Bishamon held the giant sword with both hands and kept approaching Nurarikuo against the fire. "Lord Bishamon, it's so hot, so hot." The screamed in pain. Even if it became a divine weapon, it still felt pain and was constantly burned by the fire. Even the great sword with higher defense could not bear it. Bishamon could feel the boundless heat even if he did not come into direct contact with the flame, and it was indeed unbearable to chop the flame with the. She looked at the sword blade, which was a little hot and melted, and said, "Sakai, hold on a little longer. A completely melee Valkyrie? Then you are in trouble, meeting me, the king of magic." Nurarikuo is not very good at melee, but he has powerful long-range skills. The 1,000 blades of the demon sword can be close or far, the hellfire is long-range, and the king's treasure house is also long-range. He naturally has an advantage against melee fighters. I didn't expect Rikuo's hellfire to be so powerful. Even the Valkyrie was caught off guard. I don't know how to deal with it. Madara sat in the void and looked at the large piece of blue flame in front of him. It was the first time he saw Nurarikuo at full fire, and it was so powerful. And this flame doesn't consume much demon power, such an outrageous way of releasing it, and it seems that Nurarikuo is still at ease, not worried about overdrawing. "You have struggled for so long, you have worked hard, then I should go all out." Nurarikuo looked at the fire that was about to reach him with the big sword, he grinned, swung his right hand, and the fire surrounded Bishamon from both sides. Bishamon immediately rose up when he saw this. Although she still had weapons on her body, these weapons were useless against the flames without substance. "Bishamon, take it." Nurarikuo raised his right hand and then waved it down. Countless blue fireballs fell from the sky above Bishamon, like a blue meteor shower, very spectacular. However, Bishamon had no time to think about anything extra. Looking up, the sky was full of blue fireballs, which turned the whole sky blue. She was stunned. What a joke, how can this be done? Bishamon had no time to think about it, and hurriedly swung his sword to resist, but there were too many and too dense. Even with Zhao Ma's reminder, it was useless because his body could not keep up. He soon endured more than a dozen fireballs formed by the law of fire. Even with the battlesuit transformed from the artifact on his body, he still couldn't bear it. Tisk tisk, this is the joy of being a mage. I didn't realize that I was so strong. Nurarikuo looked at Bishamon who was constantly attacked by the fireballs. He felt that he had underestimated his own strength. Now the king's treasure has not been used yet, and the strongest Valkyrie is about to fail. Sure enough, this fire is also very easy to use. According to the system, the fire is the strongest flame in another world. It does not consume much energy when used. Not to mention burning the whole country, it is more than enough to burn a city. Chapter 53. Sister. Lord Bishamon. Bishamon's artifacts were extremely worried. They were afraid that they would be defeated. Once defeated, Bishamon would become Nurarikuo's woman, and they couldn't accept it just thinking about it. Bishamon is their master, a god who has lived for thousands of years. This time he will fall into the mortal world and become a monster woman. This is simply unimaginable. Hateful. Bishamon was also very unwilling, but just these continuous fireballs left her too busy to care. She, the strongest Valkyrie, was going to lose to a slippery ghost monster. This was hard for her to accept. Normally, she would lose. It was defeated. But now she has an identity contract. Once she loses the battle, she will become a slave. At that time, I thought that it would be effortless to deal with a half-demon hand, even if the opponent had a demon king to help him, but I didn't expect that it would be like this. The demon king didn't even make a move, and she was already captured by Nu Liang. It's really a shame that Lu Sheng was completely suppressed by one person. The fireballs kept hitting Bishamon, and the powerful scorching flames not only caused Bishamon, but also Shobha, the artifact she wore on her body, to suffer unspeakably. A moment of fireball hit Bishamon on the back, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood, and Shobha also screamed. Bishamon's shoulders were rising and falling, and she was breathing heavily. Not only was she tired from resisting, but she was also hurt from the attack. Just when Bishamon was about to be unable to hold on any longer, Nurarikushin stopped her hand. She dispersed all the power of karmic fire and looked at the embarrassed Bishamon in front of her. Bishamontan, is it just that this level is no longer enough? It seems that the title of the strongest Valkyrie is nothing more than this. Just admit defeat. You are no match for me. If you don't admit defeat, then I will start my third wave. Attacked. As he said that, Nurarikuo opened the golden ripple doors one after another. More than 100 doors were opened at once, and a weapon appeared on each door, with all kinds of weapons. Don't ask me to admit defeat. I am Bishamontan. Here, there is no admittance, only defeat. Although Bishamon is very tired, she is still holding on. As a Valkyrie, it is the most shameful thing to admit defeat. There are only defeated gods, not gods who admit defeat. She looked at the series of dazzling golden doors behind Nurarikushin, and was very confused about how he had so many weird abilities. If he were an ordinary slick guy, she would not lose, but the problem is that this guy is not an ordinary slick guy at all. Ghost, the tricks used are unheard of, so alien. Really? Then don't blame me for being rude, so I locked it up. Nurarikuo raised his arm, and several golden doors appeared simultaneously in the four directions of Bishamon's front, back, left, and right, and then golden chains flew out from the doors. Bishamon wanted to avoid it, but there were so many that there was nowhere to hide, and he was entangled by a chain. After the hand was restrained, other chains also locked other hands and feet, and the last chain passed around Bishamon's neck from behind to strangle him. Ugh! What kind of chain is this? I can't break free at all. Bishamon is tightly controlled by chains. As a god, even the chains transformed from artifacts may not be able to completely control her, but this chain makes her unable to move. Control is tight. Stop struggling, Bishamon. This chain is called the Lock of Heaven. It's a divine treasure. The stronger the god's power, the harder it is to break free of the Lock of Heaven. As the strongest Valkyrie, you naturally have divine power. Needless to say, it's useless to struggle. Perhaps the gods in this world are different in strength and use of divine power from the gods in other worlds, but as long as they are gods, they must have divine power, there is no doubt about this. A weapon designed specifically to deal with gods. Bishamontan was greatly surprised. Why did Nurarikuo have weapons against gods in his hands? But this is not what she should consider now. The shackles of the sky lock made it impossible for Bishamon to break free, and his physical strength was gradually exhausted. He no longer had the strength to hold the heavy sword in his hand and let it fall. Since you are not going to admit defeat, then I will give you a more decent way to lose. After all, you will be my woman from now on, and you can only take care of your own woman. Nurarikuo dispersed the king's treasure behind him and came to Bishamon. The binding posture was good, but there were various burns on his body, which somewhat ruined the appearance. Nurarikuo waved his hand, and the heavenly lock wrapped around Bishamon's neck was retracted. Before Bishamon could say anything, Nurarikuo's hand wrapped with black fear slashed at the back of his neck with his sword. Bishamon felt a pain in the back of his neck, his vision went dark and he fainted. Hey, Lu Sheng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The blue flame that burned half of the sky was so powerful that even the Valkyrie couldn't resist it. There seems to be even more powerful tricks after that. Compared with you, I, the Demon King, seem like it's fake, except for the strong demon power, there is nothing that can be done about it. Madara came to Nurarikuo in depression. Nurarikuo's fighting power was completely beyond his expectation. Compared with his powerful ability, Madara felt that he was a blank slate Demon King. Apart from his demon power at the Demon King level, and his extremely sharp claws and teeth, he has no stronger abilities. On the other hand, Nurarikuo is obviously just a demon commander. Not only does he have powerful weapons, but he also has flames, chains, etc. I envy him. You don't have to belittle yourself, because I am the only outstanding demon like me in this world. You don't have to compare yourself with me and leave. Nura picked up the unconscious Bishamon and sat on Madara and returned to the Nura group. Because Bishamontan has made an oath that if he loses to Nura, he will become his woman. Now that Bishamontan has been defeated, she will naturally become his woman. Isn't it only natural to carry his own woman home? Although Bishamontan is a god, the gods here are indeed not strong according to Nura. They mainly focus on realizing human wishes. After all, these gods are born from the wishes of human beings. Although it is controlled by the will of heaven and earth, it is quite free. Even if you kill someone, no other gods will control you. Of course, the prerequisite for killing is that you have your own reasons to kill, rather than killing people randomly. Killing people randomly will lead to becoming a demon. Harm the world. As for the artifacts equipped by Bishamon, they were all affected and became unresponsive when Bishamon was unconscious. It was not too late at this time, it was only about 7 o'clock, and the monsters of the Nuragumi family were eating in the cafeteria. In the large cafeteria, Nura, the general, is sitting at the main seat. Close to him are the veteran cadres who are stationed in the Nura group, such as Ushiki, Ichimoku, Bodhidharma, Crotengu, and the faction leader Yu. The ones at the bottom are Sumo and others who are close friends with Nura, and then there are the various monsters of the family. Because there are not many rules in the Nura group, the monsters talk freely, drink, chat and spank. The whole cafeteria is very lively, and every night is like a party. Where's Sheng? Why hasn't this brat come back yet? After drinking a bowl of wine, Nura looked at the empty seat next to him. Originally, this was where Nura was sitting, but there was no one there yet. The burly man with only one eye took a sip of wine and laughed, ha ha ha, maybe the young master has kidnapped a woman again. This time, our third generation general will be better than you, the first generation general. There are 2 generations who are very ambitious and know how to spread the branches and leaves of the Nuliang family. Crotengu's tear glands were well developed, and tears gushed out from his eyes. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, the young master has grown up. Not only did he accept the woman you appointed, Commander-in-Chief, but he also brought back a Maiko who he liked. When the time comes, our slaves the good group will surely prosper, and with more young Nula who inherit the bloodline of the General Slippery, they may be able to dominate the country's monster organization. Nuliang Huapiao curled his lips and said, oh, he and I are of the same mind. This kid is fine, but this is also a good thing. It is a pity that there is no way to combine with a real monster to give birth to a pure monster blood. Speaking of this, the demons suddenly became silent. Niugui held the wine glass and said, 400 years ago, the Yi Fox set a curse on the bloodline of the general. All the bloodlines of the slick ghosts will not be able to combine with monsters to give birth to children. It is extremely hateful to want the blood of the slippery ghost to be combined with that of humans, and ultimately to completely grind away the slippery ghost's bloodline. Forget it, don't mention this matter. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Drink. Nuliang Hualao is also a little depressed. The curse of the Yi Fox has always existed in the bloodline of the slick ghost. Because the Yi Fox was the great demon king back then, even Nuliang Hulao couldn't break the curse of the great demon king. Therefore, there are Nurarecusi, and their bloodline is cursed. They can only give birth to children with humans. Even if they are combined with monsters, they cannot leave any heirs. Sheng is back. Nura Hulao suddenly noticed that a huge demonic energy was gradually approaching the Nurong group, and this demonic aura was also mixed with Nurari Rikuo's demonic aura. He immediately understood that this was the return of Nurari Rikuo. As for the huge monster, it was naturally the cat-like monster next to Rikuo Nurao. Rikuo Nurao had already told Nura Huaxiao about this, but no one else knew about it. What a strong evil spirit, enemy attack. All the demons present looked shocked. This demonic aura was far stronger than them, and they didn't know where it came from. Nuliang Hualao shouted loudly and said, don't panic, this is Sheng coming back. What? Give birth to the young master? How could Master Sheng have such a strong demonic aura? It shouldn't be possible. No, if you feel carefully, there are 2 demonic auras. One is the young master's, and the other is a stronger demonic aura that is unknown. While the monsters were discussing, Madara had already arrived at the door of the main cafeteria. Because of his large size, it was difficult to enter. After Nurarikuo got off Madara, he carried Bishamon on his right shoulder, and Madara smelled the smell of wine and food, and drool could not help but flow from the corner of his mouth. Ejection started and went straight to the cafeteria. This is Madara. That huge demonic energy just now turned out to be Madara. Oh my god, isn't it a cat? That was its true form just now. What is Madara's origin? Not only King Tianfeng and the others, but even the big cotters at Ichimoku were dumbfounded. Even Madara's demonic aura made them feel a huge pressure. You must know that although they haven't done anything for hundreds of years and their bodies have become a lot rusty, they are still handsome and demonic. It can make them all feel great pressure. This is something that only the Demon King can do. In other words, this cat is a Demon King. Crow Tengu exclaimed, wait a minute, look at the person the young master is carrying, does he look familiar? Niu Gui looked up and stood up immediately. This was more than familiar, it was too familiar. After all, this woman had injured him just yesterday. If the general had not appeared in time, he would have had to lie down for a while. Bishamontan. Ichimoku was shocked. This was the strongest Valkyrie. In a one-on-one fight, no one except the general could be her opponent. If the general was not injured, he could still deal with her, but in his current state, the general's strength is only that of the Demon King, and Bishamontan's strength can defeat even the Demon King. Bishamontan. The strongest Valkyrie. Oh my god, why was the young master carrying the strongest Valkyrie back? She looked injured. Who could have injured the Valkyrie? Xiaogu walked up and looked at Nilayong Rikushin up and down without worry, and asked, young master, are you not injured? The first time I looked at Nilayong he grew up in the land, and the second generation also entrusted Rikuo Nurao to take care of him. In addition, he also drank sworn wine with Rikuo Nurao, and he had already officially become a yokai under Rikuo Nurao. Therefore, even if he himself was injured, he could not see Nilayong Lushan being injured. Young master, what is going on? Why was Bishamontan carried back by the young master? As the cronies of Nilayong Rikuo, King Tianfeng, Kuroda Fang, Mao Prst Ute, and Kappa all surrounded him, fearing that their future commander-in-chief would be harmed. Seeing the worried expressions of the demons, Nilayong Lushan felt warm in his heart, and he said, don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Sheng, what's going on? Why did you come back with Bishamontan on your back? Please explain. Nuliang Hualao walked out of his seat with surprise in his eyes. He didn't know what they had experienced. Nurarikushin turned to look at the unconscious Bishamontan and said, I was just about to tell you, didn't Bishamont kill a few monsters in my group and hurt a cow ghost? How can I say it? It was because of me that I just challenged Bishamon and made a bet. If Bishamon loses, she will become my woman. If I lose, I will let Bishamon do whatever he wants. The result is obvious. And easy to see. Nurarikuo simply explained the situation in one breath without much pause or opportunity for anyone to interrupt. Def. After Nurarikushin finished speaking, Nura Huazheng took the lead and took a breath of cold air. Hearing Nurarikushin say it was easy, but in fact it was not easy at all. However, looking at Nurarikushin's body, there was no mess at all, and she looked very relaxed. How on earth did she defeat the Valkyrie? Haha. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being my grandson, Lu Sheng. You kid was able to defeat the Valkyrie Bishamontan and bring him back. By the way, did you let Bishamontan make a vow before the fight so that she won't regret it? Of course, she has already made a vow. Nura Hualao couldn't be too happy. His grandson actually defeated the strongest Valkyrie, and even vowed to become Nura Rokushin's woman after being defeated. That means he also has a woman. The real god is Mrs. Sunday. If she goes out and meets an old, Qian's, acquaintance and talks about it, it will be doubly honorable. The most honorable thing is not having a god as his grandson-in-law, but his grandson who can defeat the strongest Valkyrie. Unexpectedly, this kid is better than his master. Putting aside the demon power, his fighting strength is stronger than his first-generation general and second-generation general. After Nurarikuo succeeds to the throne, he will become the strongest general in history. In other words, this most powerful Valkyrie will also be the wife of our third-generation general. Wow, young master, you are so powerful. Na Xiaoseng really admires you. The eyes of the Nato thief released the radiance of worship. You must know that this is a god, and not just an ordinary god. She is the strongest Valkyrie, known for her powerful strength, Sikui. The future Sha mentioned here is the young master's woman. Niu Gui, who had always been calm and composed, felt that this was fake. He had never heard of a god becoming the wife of someone other than a god before. It simply broke the worldview he knew. You know, this Bishamontan has been around longer than their general, Nura Huaitai. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. From now on, Bishamontan will be my wife, and all the previous matters have been wiped out. Damn, please come over and help her treat her. Nura Rikuo looked at the pigeon on his left and found that he was still in shock. Seeing that Zhen didn't respond, a little demon on the side tugged on his sleeve. Only then did Zhen come back to his senses and said blankly, okay. Ju's poison and medical skills are very good, and he is the best in the entire Nura group. The reason why Nura Rikuo didn't go back to his room directly was mainly to find Ju. Shun, please inform me about Bishamontan becoming his wife. Roasted now followed Nura Rikuo towards his room in a trance. Looking at the figure in front of him who was no shorter than himself, he recalled that many years ago, this man was still following him and calling him brother. Now he suddenly realized that he had become a slave. The backbone of the good team. Lu Sheng, I heard that you captured a god. Nura Wakana, along with Beguian Linlandi and Kikyo, trotted after them. Chapter 54. Mom, your news is quick. Nura Rikushin looked at the three people trotting over. Nura Wakana and the three people had a separate dining room, which was where they ate in the morning. They did not eat in the cafeteria with those big guys. Just now, a little monster came quickly to report what happened after Nura Rikushin came back, and then the three of them came over. Is that the Valkyrie you are carrying, Bishamontan? Nura Wakana came to the unconscious Bishamontan, squatted down and raised his head to take a closer look at the legendary god. Nura Wakana smiled gently and said, "Ah, what a beautiful sleeping beauty. Unfortunately, she is injured now. Lu Sheng, please go and treat her quickly." Nura Rikushin said to Beguian Linlandi and Kikyo, "Okay, you guys can come together too." When he noticed Kikyo's eyes, Nura Rikushin looked calm, but felt a little embarrassed inside. After all, he just brought her back last night, and today he brought a god back. Even he felt a little scumbag, and he didn't know what the other person was thinking. Nura Wakana seemed to see something, waved her hand and said, "Then you can have a good exchange of feelings, and I won't disturb you anymore." Nura Rikushin returned to his room, placed Bishamon on his bed, and then said, "Xiao, you helped her treat it first. Good." Without saying a word, Bishamon sat down cross-legged and took out his healing feathers and medicine. All Bishamon suffered were skin injuries. It would definitely not be difficult with his treatment methods. Valkyrie. Beguian Rinlandi looked at Bishamon who was lying on the bed. This was the first time she saw a god, but he didn't look much different from a human being. In addition to being very beautiful, he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He could also get injured. Will faint. During the treatment, Nura Rikushin looked at Kikyo aside and said, "Would you like to go on a date tomorrow, Linlandi? You two, let's enhance our relationship, how about I'm okay?" Beguian Linlandi crossed her arms, tomorrow is Saturday, so she has time. And when she heard that Riku Nura said he wanted to go on a date, she was also very much looking forward to IT 243. Sister Platy Kodan, there's nothing wrong with you, right? Beguian Linlandi looked at Kikyo. She was a little short, and there was some distance between her and Kikyo's height of 1.7 meters. Kikyo didn't think much about it and nodded. She lived in the Warring States period, so she could understand, and because of her status as Nura Rikushin, it was even more so. In addition, she, Kikyo, was not a woman who wandered around. Since she admitted that she liked Nura Riku if he is born, then he will be identified. But she is a traditional woman. She never thought she would like someone in the past. Now that she has someone she likes, as long as Nulianglu never abandons her, she will be with him life and death. Even Rikuo Nuliang, who thought he knew something about Kikyo, didn't know how determined Kikyo was at this moment. Such a flirtation by Nura Rikuo may seem like a whim to Kikyo, but Kikyo himself will spend the rest of his life with her. However, Nura Rikuo is not just flirting, he also takes his own responsibility, being affectionate but not incestuous. Kikyo looked at the sleeping Bishamon and said, "Rikushin, you won this god Bishamontan through a bet. When she recovers, will she not admit it and rebel?" Nura Rikushin chuckled and said, you don't have to worry about this. Even if she resists, since I can defeat her the first time, I can win the second time, and she has sworn to become my woman after losing to me. She has sworn for ordinary people, it is just a form and has no effect, but for the gods, it is really useful. Once the gods break the contract, both body and soul will be destroyed. Begui Yuan Linlandi was confused, is swearing useful to gods? Then why would she swear an oath? It's fine even if she doesn't make a bet with you. Kikyo explained for Rikuo, as a god, he naturally has his own arrogance. What's more, Bishamon himself is a god of war who was born for fighting. He underestimated Rikuo and didn't think he would lose. This is careless. The price was paid for by myself. Nura Rikushin took Kikyo's hand and squeezed the smooth little hand, saying, what Kikyo said is right, she just underestimated me and ended up like this. Begui Linlandi covered her mouth and said with a smile, the strongest Valkyrie, a goddess in the true sense, would have been unattainable before, but in the future she will be treated as a sister to us. I feel that it's somewhat exciting. Will Lu Sheng find it more exciting? Nura Rikushin confessed, I feel a little excited. She is a real Valkyrie after all. While the three of them were chatting, half an hour passed. He then wiped the sweat that had begun to appear on his forehead, turned to Nura Rikushin beside him and said, young master, I have almost treated Bishamon's injuries. Okay, you should wake up in a while. As expected of a poisonous person, he is really powerful. Nura Rikushin stepped forward and patted you on the shoulder. If you is here, even if he steps into the gate of hell, he can bring you back as long as you are not dead. He is a powerful monster with strong medical skills. After being praised by Nilayong Lushan, Zhen raised his head proudly and said, that's right, after all, our Zhen faction does not rely on force, but relies on medical skills that can save monsters. I don't know how many big shots of monsters want to recruit us, okay well, I'll leave first. You should be careful. After all, this kind of god is not easy to get along with. Thank you, Zhen. I'll meet you for a drink next time. Then I'll wait. 3 minutes after Bishamon left, Bishamon groaned while lying on the bed, and then slowly opened his eyes. Unfamiliar ceiling, what am I? Bishamon didn't realize where he was for a moment. Hey, Bishamon, wake up. When Bishamontan heard the sound, she turned her head and looked at the face that made her suffer greatly. She immediately straightened up her upper body while lying on the bed. Nura Rikuo. When he first woke up, he thought that being defeated was just a dream, but now seeing Riku Nura's face, Bishamontan was instantly pulled from fantasy to reality. JS. Bishamontan put her arms on her forehead with a headache. When she thought of the bet and oath she had made, she wanted to slap herself twice. But now the oath has completely bound her. If she disobeys it, she will only die, and it will be destroyed in ashes. Even if her soul and body die due to other reasons, this oath will still be valid for her as long as the Valkyrie Bishamontan is born again. It can be said that Bishamontan has been completely tied to Nura Rikuo. This is the price for her losing the bet. Even if she dies normally, it will affect the next generation. Nura Rikushin sat cross-legged on his right side and said, from now on, you are my woman, Bishamon. Bishamon took a deep breath, and then looked at Nura Rikushin, who had already accepted the result, and said, I, Bishamon, naturally do what I say, not to mention that I am bound by an oath, so you don't have to worry about this. Sister. After Bishamon woke up, her artifact also gradually woke up. After understanding what was going on, everyone panicked. The invincible female war goddess in their hearts was defeated, and she had to fulfill her oath and became a monster woman. This is so crazy that there has never been any precedent in history. Lord Bishamon. Bishamon wore the cherry blossom earring on his right ear, and Zhu Qizayama felt cold all over. Not only did he suffer defeat this time, but even Bishamontan lost himself. And this is also the fault of their artifacts, especially those that are already very rare blessing artifacts, but they still failed to guide Bishamontan to win the battle, causing Bishamontan to lose its free zone and making Yuma feel deep despair. Bishamon said to her artifacts, I'm fine. This is also my own decision. From now on, I declare that Nura Rikuo is my husband. I will not be rude to him in the future. Do you remember it? Bishamon accepted it quickly, because she is a god of war and she always handles things decisively and boldly, instead of being coy like a little girl. Since things have already happened, there is no point in regretting them. It would be better to accept them more happily. Gods do not prohibit love and marriage. After all, gods are also creatures with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Like humans, they also have times of loneliness and emptiness. It is difficult to have children. Among so many pairs of gods, only a few pairs have children. This is still after hundreds of years of hard work. In Takamagahara, there are many gods who fall in love with each other and marry each other, so Bishamon has no burden. Nurarikushin nodded with satisfaction. Oh, are you lecturing the artifact? She does have the demeanor of a female war goddess. She is willing to admit defeat. I like it. Let me introduce you. The shrine maiden on my right is called Kikyo, and the one on the left is its Begui Yuan Linlandi, the atavistic demon. They are all my women, you are the third one. Bishamon glanced at the Plati Kodon and Chirojian Rindi on the left and right sides of Nurarikuo. These two were very outstanding in appearance and had different temperaments. In response, Bishamon nodded, I understand, no matter how many women you have in the future, I, Bishamon, won't mind. As a god, she still has this kind of tolerance, and she really doesn't care, because the reason why she became Nilayong Lushan was purely a bet and an oath. Well, I also mentioned in the contract that you respect me. Of course, I won't let you do anything embarrassing, because you are mine, but I still have to make some demands on you. I like to be exclusive. Bishamon, you are not allowed to get too close to other men in the future. Even if it is a sacred weapon, that earring is a male sacred weapon. It will work just as well if you take it out of his ear and nail it to his clothes. For the time being. That's all. When Bishamon heard this, he looked at the cherry blossom nails on Lu's ears out of the corner of his eye. He didn't say anything, but took action directly without any hesitation. Zayama. Bishamon called out the omen's name, Oma, and the artifact-shaped cherry blossom nail flashed white and turned into a man in military uniform standing aside. Lord Bishamon. After Zayama called Bishamon, he looked at Nilayong Lushan with Yuan Duo's eyes. Zayama has been with Bishamon for hundreds of years. Although he is a sacred weapon, men and women are different, and there is a certain distance between them. Bishamon is his master, a noble and indestructible god. Now he can see it with his own eyes. Her sacred master Bishamontan was forced to become Nurarikuo's woman, how could he not be angry? The thoughts in Zayama's heart were felt by Bishamon, because some bad thoughts of the artifact will be transmitted to the god who is the owner and hurt the owner. Bishamon frowned and said, Zhaoma, I know you are not willing to give in, but there is nothing you can say if your skills are not as good as others. From today on, you will just cling to the clothes and you can still show me the way. Beguian Linlandi looked at Zayama expressionlessly, and said, Bishamontan, your artifact seems to have a lot of objections to the young master Lu Sheng. Could it be that he has some special thoughts about you? If you were defeated alone, you wouldn't be able to show such a look. Upon hearing this, Zhaoma immediately lowered his head, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Bishamon said calmly, Miss Linlandi is joking. Although Zayama and other artifacts are my artifacts, I also regard them as family members. There has never been any emotion between us that goes beyond family. To say the least, take a step back. Even if Zayama had that intention, it was impossible before and it will be even more impossible in the future, so you can rest assured. After Bishamon finished speaking, she looked at Nurarikushin. She also said this to Nurarikushin. Nurarikushin nodded, that's good, Kikyo and Linlandi, you can go out first. I also want to say something to Bishamon. Good. Of course there was nothing wrong with Kikyo and Beguian Linlandi, so they got up and left. Shaoba, Jingba, Kyuba, Kaiba, Shuba. Bishamon summoned her one after another, and all the artifacts on her body changed back to human appearance. Bishamon didn't have any artifacts on her body at this time, and even the previous battle suit was equipped by the girl god Shoba. After Shaoba was dismissed, the leather jacket disappeared and turned back into a military uniform with black as the main component and red as the supplement. These were her own clothes. The military uniform was even more heroic. She was indeed a Valkyrie who was known as a god in battle. Chapter 55. Lord Bishamon's sister. Miss. The names of the several artifacts are somewhat different, and they all call Bishamon according to their truest thoughts. Bishamon looked at the artifacts in front of him and said softly, well, you guys, and Zayama, go back to Takamagahara first. I'll stay here for the time being, so you don't have to wait for me. What, Joshiman Tianren? Is it possible that you want this? The artifacts looked at a loss. The meaning of Bishamon's words was very clear, that's why they were so anxious. As the strongest Valkyrie, Bishamon-sama actually wanted to. Bishamon waved his hand and said, "No need to say anything else, let's all go back, I've made up my mind." The artifacts looked at each other, then finally showed a bitter smile and turned around silently to leave. Bishamon got up from Nurarikuo's bed. Seeing that Zhaoma was still here, he said in a more serious tone, "Zayama, you two, get out of here." "Yes, yes, Lord Bishamon," Zhaoma clenched her fists, but in the end she still didn't dare to refute Bishamon. Nurarikushin looked at Bishamon and said unexpectedly, "It seems that you have become enlightened, Bishamon." Bishamon turned around and closed his eyes and said, "I'm willing to admit defeat. If you want, you can start at any time. Don't worry, I haven't committed myself to anyone else. A generation of Valkyrie, she is still pure and flawless." Nurarikuo looked at Bishamon's tall back and felt a little excited in his heart. After all, this was a real god. It's still early, so there's no rush. It's not even 8 o'clock in the evening now, and it would be awkward if someone came to see me in the middle of the night, so I'd better wait a few hours and have in-depth exchanges in the dead of night when people are quieter. Nurarikuo himself said before that he needs to cultivate emotional unity and communication with his woman. But Bishamontan was different. If he wanted to cultivate a relationship with this 1,000-year-old monster, his handsome appearance would not have much effect. God knows how long it will take to melt her iron ambition that has existed for hundreds or thousands of years. Nurarikuo doesn't have that long of patience. It may be easier to take the first step and then slowly develop feelings. After all, there are no absolutes in things. It is best to learn to differ from person to person, teach students in accordance with their aptitude and adapt measures to local conditions. You will not survive long if you are stubborn. Bishamon turned around and stared at Nurarikushin with his purple pupils, and Nurarikushin was not timid at all because he was a god. After staring at each other for nearly a minute, Bishamon was defeated first. She exhaled and said, "Can I know what kind of flame you used to deal with me? I found it extremely difficult to deal with it." Since Bishamon wanted to know, Nurarikushin didn't hide anything. He said, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. Karma fire, the strongest fire in the world, can burn all things. As a god, haven't you already felt it? I am not merciful, you have been burned to ashes." Bishamontan held his forehead and laughed at himself, "Indeed, I was defeated by a fire. It is really shameful. The strongest fire in the world, Karma fire, is indeed worthy of the name of the strongest." Seeing what Bishamon wanted to ask, Nurarikuo interrupted, "Let's talk about abilities later. Tell me about you first. You are mine now, and it is necessary to understand your past. What I want is not just to have fun, but also to truly understand you, accept you from the bottom of my heart, and give you my sincerity and care. Bishamon, you have been bound to me and will be with me for the rest of my life, so I hope you can also show your sincerity, not just because of the oath, which is an emotionless prop, so that we can understand each other. Accepting each other is what makes a real family." After finishing speaking, Nurarikushin waited for Bishamon's reply. Bishamon, on the other hand, could tell that what he said to Nurarikuo was sincere. After Bishamon was silent for 5 seconds, he showed a smile to Nurarikuo for the first time. "The fact that you have this idea is enough to show that you are not the kind of scum who only likes to get women's bodies. I am very happy. Since you have said so, I will also speak out. I have lived for nearly 1,000 years and I have never thought that I would like others or even marry others. Because I am a god who was born as a god of war. I believe that I cannot lose to anyone. But now I have lost to you, and I promise to become your woman. I will try hard to accept you. As you said, we will work together. If you live a long life, you should really pay for the other person, not just a prop when you want it. This way, you and I will be tired. Now, I will tell you my own experience. It may be very long, Mr. Lu, are you willing to listen?" Nurarikushin stretched out his right hand and said, "You probably didn't have anyone you could really talk to before. Now I'll treat you as your listener." Bishamon glanced at Nurarikuo's hand, stretched out his hand that had killed countless filthy people, and placed it in Nurarikuo's palm. An incredible mood emerged in his heart. This feeling seemed to be unprecedentedly peaceful. Bishamon nodded and smiled. Nurarikuo did not expect that Bishamon, who was strong at the beginning, would gradually open up to him. This made Nurarikuo feel that this 1,000-year-old monster was not what he thought. As ambitious as iron and unshakable, he also has a gentle side. I blame myself for being too eloquent. Immediately, Nurarikuo pulled Bishamontan and sat down on his bed, just listening to Bishamontan quietly talking about her own experience. 2 hours passed in a flash. Bishamon was very selfless in what he said. He was calm at first in front of Nurarikuo, but then his behavior became more and more outrageous. Sometimes he was angry, sometimes he laughed, sometimes he was angry, and sometimes he was murderous. Teng, sometimes angry and itching her teeth, just like what she said before, it is smelly and long-lasting, but Nuliang Lushan listened to it. After coming back to his senses, Bishamon looked at Nurarikushan carefully and said with a hint of guilt, I'm sorry, I accidentally said too much, are you okay? Nurarikushan saw that Bishamontan had many expressions at this time and was no longer as serious as before. He stepped forward and wrapped his right hand around Bishamontan's head and gently leaned it against his chest. Nurarikushan gently stroked Bishamon's head and said while stroking, Bishamon, you have lived very tired and uncomfortable for so many years, but no matter how strong the Valkyrie is, she is still made of flesh and blood. Thank you for your hard work. Bishamon listened to the powerful heartbeat in her ears, the warm chest, and the gentle words, and she felt a surge of sourness and grievance in her heart. For a moment, her eyes became moist without even realizing it. Don't know why. But she knew that she was indeed living a very tired life, because she was a Valkyrie, and because there were so many artifacts in her family, she regarded her as a parent, but she had no affection in her eyes, only respect. She did not dare to tell the truth to her, and always gave her the most fake smile. It is shown that Bishamon feels lonely, but she cannot show any emotions. She is the backbone of the entire Sacred Gear family and can only bear it silently. But now, she felt that she didn't need to pretend or bear it at this moment, she just wanted to vent once and let the suppressed inner world be released, so Bishamon's silent tears seemed to open a valve to let herself vent at will. This was the second time she shed tears. The first time was when the Maziai clan's artifact was massacred. She only felt that she was a waste, nothing could be saved, a piece of shit Valkyrie. And now is the second time. This is the release of the pressure that has been accumulated in her heart for too long. The reason why she shed tears this time is that she feels that she is not a god of war now, but just a woman. Nurarikuo held the so-called Valkyrie in his arms, patted her back gently, and sighed inwardly. The Valkyrie who seemed to be as strong as steel was actually fragile on the inside. Although she was a god, she was still a woman after all. Having endured too many unbearable things, Bishamon left Nurarikushan's arms, and she turned around to wipe away her tears with her hands. It's really a bit embarrassing. She was comforted by a man who only lived a fraction of her life, and she shed tears in front of him. When did she become so useless? It's not like her at all. Nurarikuo looked at Bishamon who turned around and knew what she was thinking, so he patted her shoulder and said, Don't be afraid of embarrassment, because you are my woman, Mrs. Bishamon. It's late at night and it's time to rest. I'm taking advantage of you, you half-demon. I am very proud and very excited that I can possess the body and mind of a true goddess in the body of a half-demon. Humph, who gave you my heart? Now I only have the body. As for the heart, it depends on your behavior in the future whether you will consider giving it to you or not. Now turn off the light for me. I lost to Karma Fire before. If I can't be your match this time, the 4 characters for Bishamontan are written upside down. The lights in the room were turned off, and some of the little demons outside Nurarikushan's house had already wisely evacuated, so as not to make any noise that would disturb the beautiful scenery. The next day, Nurarikuo looked at the wild woman with her thighs on top of him with dark circles under his eyes and a slightly pale face. She was indeed a god, cough cough. Nuliang Lushan kicked the sleeping woman away and said, Hey, Tianmen Shapi, the sun is up. Opening his eyes at the Bisha door, he glared at Nurarikuo with a murderous look, What did you call me? Nuliang Lushan said in confusion, Tianmen Shapi, who said yesterday, Wivuwu. Bishamontan hurriedly covered Nurarikushan's mouth and interrupted, Okay, I'll admit defeat, you're good enough. Nuliang Lushan said humbly, No, you are still great. I will find someone to give me something tonic later. God, he is indeed a god. Bishamon gritted his teeth when he saw Nurarikuo being so obedient after taking advantage of her. She didn't even say that her body was almost loose, so you're better off. Immediately, she ignored Nurarikushan, got up from the bed and put on the clothes that had fallen on the floor. Nura Rikushin opened the quilt, accidentally saw the bright red flower, and said, "It turns out that the body structure of the goddess is the same as that of ordinary women." After putting on his clothes, Bishamon turned around and hummed, "What if you think that gods are born from human wishes, so their appearance and body shape are naturally the same as humans, please give me flowers." Nura Rikushin put on the blue feather fabric, opened the door and said, "I will take you to wash up first, and then meet my grandfather and mother." "Your grandfather knew Liang Hualao?" Bishamon didn't want to see him. Although Nura Kabuto was a big monster, he was actually younger than her. He had fought with him a few times before, but now he met her as his granddaughter-in-law. Bishamon really didn't know how to deal with it. "Right." Nura Rikushin thought of something before going out and said, "By the way, you said last night that you felt a strong sense of guilt because of the murder of the sacred artifact Maji clan, so you kept the sacred artifact endlessly, so Shi Chong was stabbed, plus there are so many artifacts, even if you are a god, you can't bear it. Taking medicinal baths every day can relieve it. Bishamon, now I ask you to cherish your body and don't keep unlimited artifacts, because now your body is more than just you. Even if you are hurt alone, I will feel bad for you, do you understand?" Looking at Nura Rikushin who cared about him, Bishamon felt warm in his heart, but said arrogantly, "Hey, I know my body myself, so I don't need you to worry about it." Seeing Bishamon's expression, Nura Rikuo knew that she had listened. It seemed that conquering a 1,000-year-old woman seemed not as difficult as I thought. However, Nura Rikuo thought it would be difficult to conquer this god. Well, it turns out that after saying a few sincere words, there is a tendency to attack? Nura Rikushin asked, "By the way, are you called Bishamontan? Do you have any other nicknames?" "Bishamontan is your god's name. It sounds too formal." Bishamon raised his eyes and thought for a moment, "Bishamon is my true name as a god. My gods call me Bishamon-sama, eldest lady or Oni-sama." Nura Rikushin took Bishamontan out of his small courtyard. The little demons passing by looked at Bishamon curiously. After all, the entire Nura clan had been spreading rumors since last night that the young master had brought back a real person. God, and also the strongest Valkyrie, many demons present saw it. Look, that's the Valkyrie. She's so brave. It feels like she can kill me in one move. Yes, but don't be afraid. The young master has completely surrendered her. She is already the young master's wife and one of our young ladies, so there is no need to worry about taking action against us, because the young master will teach her a lesson. The young master is so powerful. Not only can he bring back a Miko, but he can also bring back a god. Who in the entire monster world can do that? Along the way, the monsters of this family all gathered together and started talking after seeing Bishamon. Bishamontan could also hear the discussion of these monsters. She also knew about the monsters of the Nura group, and the Nura group managed the monsters very well. Let's not mention the outside ones for now, but the monsters in this family are never allowed to hurt or eat humans, and Bishamon is very satisfied with this. She turned her head and glanced at the 5 monsters gathered together on the left. She just showed a kind smile and scared them all away. Am I scary? Bishamon's head is full of black lines. To be frightening, it's better to be frightened by these weird monsters. Hearing this, Nura Rikushin said with a smile, "Haha, the name of the strongest Valkyrie is not just mentioned casually, it makes people change their tempers, Bishamon, this also shows your prestige." Sheng Wu, who was sweeping the floor, had his head floating on his body. When he saw the two coming out, he quickly greeted them, "Young master, there are also samamas." Some little monsters don't understand etiquette, but as Nura Rikuo's trusted monsters, they still know etiquette. Bishamontan is also the most powerful female god, and even the first-generation general has difficulty in dealing with it. Bishamon nodded and said, "No need to be polite." "Yes, Lord Bishamon." Naturally, Shawu will not take his words seriously, but he still needs to be polite. The snow girl Bingli also came here at some point. She pouted with a depressed look on her face, but she also said politely, "Young master, Lord Bishamon, get up." She was obviously the one who came first. She had arrived long before Riku Nura was born. She had been taking care of Riku Nura after he was born. As a result, the young master looked for one after another, but she was the only one. Wabianko didn't get any news. Nura Rikushin stepped forward and pinched Oikawa Bingri's fleshy cheek, and said, "Hingray, where is my grandfather? Oikawa Hingrai replied, the general is exercising in the backyard and wielding a knife. Okay, I understand, Bishamon, let's go. Nurarikuo looked at Yukiana with extremely soft eyes, and then touched the top of her head. Staring at the leaving figures of Nurarikuo and Bishamon, Oikawa Hingrai kicked a stone, and the stone flew into the field like a ball. Nurarikushin and Bishamontan came to the backyard where Nurahuetai was. They saw him half-dressed in a brown kimono, with a large tattoo on his back. On the back of his long head, he was holding a wooden sword and waving it powerfully. Chapter 56. The Crow Tengu, who was sitting on the futon, drinking hot tea and watching Nuralagoon chop with a wooden knife, noticed the arrival of Nurarikuo and Bishamontan, and quickly flapped her little wings and flew over. Crow Tengu said quickly, Young Master, Master Bishamontan, are you looking for the general? Nurarikushin nodded and said, Yes, after all, Bishamon and my grandfather had a fight before, and now I bring Bishamon to turn the fight into friendship. TCH, she is already my granddaughter-in-law, so there is no need to dress up in a quarrel. Nuliang Huapiao walked over with the wooden sword on his right shoulder. Bishamon looked down at the diminutive Nurahuetai, crossed his arms under the proud chest, and said, It was due to duty before, I'm sorry. After saying that, Bishamon stared at the back of Nurakagoda's head for a few seconds, a little curious as to why the back of his head was much longer than ordinary people. Nurarikuo's hair is also very long. When he saw Nurarikuo's long white and black hair for the first time last night before the battle, Bishamon also thought of Nurarikuo's smooth back. The same thing happened after Liang Lushan lost his hair on the back of his head. But last night when I was holding Nurarikuo's head on her breasts in bed, I discovered that there was no such thing as the back of the head. It was just hair. The back of the head was the same as that of ordinary people. It's not a big deal, but I didn't expect that just so long ago, the aloof Valkyrie actually became Rikuo's woman. You must have had a good sleep last night, Bishamontan, from now on you will be just like Rikuo. Just call me Grandpa. Nuliang Huapiao said a little disrespectfully. Bishamon's forehead had veins popping out, and he said with a perfunctory smirk on his face, Call you Grandpa? I'm at least a few hundred years older than you want me to call you Grandpa? Nuliang Huaguo rubbed his chin and said with a smile, Well, what else? I am Liu Sheng's grandfather, and you are Liu Sheng's woman. If you don't call me Grandpa, what do you call me? Bishamon fell silent, and Nurarikuo 200 interrupted and said, Bishamon is indeed older than Grandpa, and it's normal that he can't get over it. Well, Bishamon doesn't need to be called Grandpa, and from now on he will be called the General. Well, when I succeed to the throne, I will call me the first generation General. Do you think it is feasible? I think it's feasible. Bishamon saw Nurarikuo take the initiative to help her out. Although it was not a big deal, it touched her heart. Is this what it feels like to have a man? This feeling is wonderful. Not bad though. Well, since Liu Sheng said so, let's do it. Nurahuabo also knew that Bishamon would not call him Grandpa, and it was just a prank just now. Since Grandpa has seen it, let's say hello to my mother, and then I'll go to your house to have a look. Speaking of which, can I go to Takamawahara, the residence of the gods? After leaving the backyard of Nurahuashii, Nurarikushin took Bishamon to his mother Nurawakana's house. Bishamon explained, only famous gods who own their own shrines can enter Takamagahara. If it is not a god who wants to enter, he can only ask other gods to help him enter. However, doing so is generally against the rules, but you are my man, Bishamon, naturally. No one dares to object. Nurarikuo was attracted by Bishamon's domineering appearance and said with a smile, as expected of my goddess wife, she is so domineering. Snort. Bishamon snorted coldly, feeling a little satisfied in his heart. Even though she was a god who had lived for about 1,000 years, she still had a rich heart. It's just that she never showed it before, because it would destroy her image in front of other gods and her own artifact. After all, she is a god of war who is good at killing, so how can she show sentimentality? Afterwards, I said hello to Nurawakana, had breakfast, and immediately took the Madara brand flying vehicle to the nearest Bishamon shrine. There are many Bishamon shrines all over the country, and there are several branches in each city, adding up to hundreds. Ding! I found a new check-in place, please sign in at Gaotianyuan. Standing at the entrance of the shrine, the system prompted that there was a new check-in place. Bishamon wanted to put his hand on Nurarikuo's shoulder, but Nurarikuo dodged it. Bishamon asked in confusion, "Why don't you want to go?" Nurarikushin looked aside, turned his head to the side and said, "We have already passed that, so we can no longer be intimate, I want to hold hands." Bishamon listened to Nurarikuo's words and said amusedly, "Are you a child?" After saying that, Bishamon grabbed Nurarikushin's hand and disappeared in front of the shrine. When he appeared again, he was already in the square of a huge villa. After arriving here, Bishamon's face showed a smile as if she had returned home, and she said, "This is my home in Takamawahara." Nuliang Rikushin looked around and tutted, "I thought my family was already very big, but your square alone is comparable to the area where my family is located. After such a comparison, your family is truly big. God will give you the money." "It's not money." The reason why Nurarikuo and Bishamon came to her house was that firstly, he wanted to enter Takamagahara. After all, it is the residence of God. Secondly, since Bishamon is his, this is also half of his home. "Come to the house, see if there's no problem." "Sister, it's my sister who is back." "Great, Lord Bishamon is back." But next to her, could it be the slippery man who forced Onisama to sign an unequal contract? It's really abominable. Why would my sister bring such a monster back? There were men, women, and children chatting and living in this square. They were the souls attacked by filth that Bishamon saw outside, and saw that they were pitiful, as well as the artifacts of the Maji clan that had been massacred, so he gave these souls to the names of these artifacts are adopted in their own homes. The names of these artifacts all have the character BA, and they belong to the BA family. There are about 100 of them in total. Lord Bishamon. Miss. Sister. Just a few seconds after Bishamon came back, her commonly used artifacts came running over. Seeing his artifact, Bishamon said vigorously, "Zayama, go and gather all the artifacts in the square, I have something to announce." "Okay, I'll go right away." Zayama glanced at Nuliang Lushan, adjusted his glasses and turned to leave. When Zhaoma went to inform the other artifacts in the villa, Bishamon was greeting the artifacts in the square, laughing and chatting, and the sun and moon were in harmony. However, Nurarikuo discovered that when Bishamon was talking to these gods, although these artifacts could say hello, there was a deep estrangement in their hearts. Although his face was filled with smiles, it was very reluctant. Just as Bishamon said last night, they only leave smiles to Bishamon, but hide their troubles in their own hearts. For these artifacts, Bishamon is their benefactor and their master. As an artifact, naturally he cannot make any demands or complain about his master. Even if he does, he will never say it. It seems that this big family is very warm, but also extremely empty. Not long after, about 100 people gathered in the square, all of whom were Bishamon's artifacts. Nurarikuo looked at so many artifacts and was a little worried about Bishamon. He asked, "You are the only one in the entire Takamagahara who has so many artifacts. Can your body bear the burden?" Bishamon said, "It's okay. I've been taking medicinal baths to relieve the pain. I brought them all back. Naturally, I have to bear everything that the artifact brings." Then Bishamon didn't say much, but turned to look at the artifacts in front of him. With the majesty of the Valkyrie Bishamontan on his body, he said loudly, "Okay, I will announce something now. The one standing next to me is me. When you meet a Bishamontan man from now on, just like when you meet me, you must not be rude, got it?" There was a sound of shock in the square. Although Bishamon had some explanations after the artifact returned, he still didn't believe it. He thought it was just a joke. After all, who was Bishamon? Kyuseo, 1, rate brain trace 0140041117 fila 1024233011. But now that all of them heard with their own ears that Bishamon admitted that Nurarikuo was her man, it was like a bolt from the blue, and their hearts were filled with more than a sigh of relief. Onisama has really committed herself to this monster. How could this happen? My sister is the purest goddess. How can she have a man? No. I don't believe it, Bishamon-sama, please tell us this is false. Lord Bishamon. Bishamon looked at such a noisy scene, frowned, and stamped his right foot on the ground with his combat boots, causing the ground to crack on the spot. Bishamon waved his hand and said domineeringly, "What are you all so noisy about? This is my private matter. What I have decided cannot be changed. I am informing you. Instead of discussing it with you." As soon as Bishamon opened his mouth, the objections just now disappeared instantly. Indeed, once Mr. Bishamon made a decision, they could not refute it at all. Moreover, this matter was indeed Mr. Bishamon's private matter, and they had no right to interfere. Let's go. Bishamon walked forward, with Ryo Rikuo following behind him. Nilayong Lushan joked, "Yes, I can already protect my husband. You think too much, let me show you around first." Bishamontan took Nura Rikuo around all her territories, and then she was going to take a bath, because the many artifacts put a lot of burden on her, and taking a bath could make her relax. During this period, the system has also completed sign-in. Bishamon's mansion is also part of Takamagahara, so you can sign in while standing at Bishamon's mansion. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for getting the Zanpakut, Senbonzakura. Zanpakut Senbonzakura? Nura Rikuo raised his eyebrows slightly. This is Kukakibi Akia's zapping sword in bleach. It can break down the blade into countless invisible thin blades. When exposed to light, it looks like flying cherry blossom petals, and it can also be reorganized into the blade. The demon sword Thousand Blades has a similar effect, but Senbonzakura is more beautiful, pretentious, gorgeous, and stronger. After watching the system introduction of Senbonzakura, Nura Rikuo can rely on his own demon power to drive when using it. There is no limit when using it. Not only can it be solved first, but also the swastika. Another show-off artifact and long-range attack ability. Nura Rikuo discovered that what the system gave him was basically used for remote purposes, such as weather control, Karma Fire, King's Treasure, the current Senbonzakura, and the magic sword Thousand Blades that came out of the previous gift pack. Now the functions of Demon Sword Sengen and Senbonzakura are somewhat overlapping, and their performance is not as good as Senbonzakura. So from now on, Nura Rikuo's main weapon will be Senbonzakura. As for Demon Sword Sengen, we followed Bishamon to a bathing room. This is the place where Bishamon only bathes. The place is very big, like a small pond. The water here is not ordinary water, it is pure water from the shrine. Pure water. Water has purifying properties. Bishamon stood in front of the bath, his clothes slipping off. Bishamon turned around and looked at Nura Rikuo who was standing aside and asked, "Do you want to take a bath? The water here can purify people's restless moods and has the effect of calming people's minds and calming down." "Oh? Then I'll try to." Nura Rikuo listened to Bishamon's introduction that the water had this effect, and looked at Bishamon's perfect curves and tall, straight, white legs. The status of a god and a valkyrie gave Bishamon, who was already full of prowess and beauty, a lot more points, and Nura Rikuo would inevitably fall into it. Two people not long after entering the bath, a very regular crisp sound sounded in the bathroom, which made people think. An hour later, the two of them came out of the bathroom. A bath made them both physically and mentally happy. The bath was really good. Maybe they can come here more often in the future. "Master Bishamon, Rampa has brought the medicine to your room. Do you want to drink it now while it's hot?" A girl's artifact was already standing at the door waiting. When she saw Bishamon coming out, she walked up. She was Bishamon's leather-clad artifact Shobha. When it wasn't a artifact, it was just as she looks like a girl of 17 or 18 years old, and her artifact is the undead. In other words, Shobha died when she was only a high school student. "Okay, I understand. Where is Zhaoma? Why didn't he inform me?" Bishamon wondered. Zhaoma would always inform her of any trivial matters. Why was he nowhere to be seen today? Was he not on the plateau? Shobha whispered. "Zhaoma said he was a little uncomfortable, so he asked me to convey it." "Uncomfortable? Okay, I understand." Nura Rikuo said, "Bishamon, go drink the medicine first, and then send me back. I still have some things to deal with. Come with me." Bishamon brought Nura Rikuo into his bedroom. No matter how you look at it, this villa is a super big bungalow that can accommodate 100 people. You can imagine how big this house is. Just smelling this medicine makes me feel bitter. As soon as Bishamon entered the door, he smelled the smell of medicine on the table, and his face immediately fell. Nura Rikuo looked at a bowl of brown medicine and said with a smile, "Why, you don't like drinking it?" Bishamon rolled his eyes at Nura Rikuo. "How could you like to drink it? It's bitter as hell. Lupa said you can't add sugar, so I can only drink it like this. It's also good for my health." Nilayong Lushan smelled the medicine, and it was indeed very bitter. "Let alone drink it." He rolled his eyes and said, "Seeing that you are so repulsive, why not drink the imported medicine I gave you?" Var. Bishamon asked in confusion, imported medicine? Is it the medicine of a foreign god? Come here and sit down on this sofa first. Okay, I'd like to see if you have any imported medicine that is more effective than the medicine prepared by Luba. Bishamon sat down and then lay lazily on the sofa. The softness of the sofa made her body feel more comfortable. Then he watched how Nurarikushin took out the imported 0.1 medicine. He saw Nurarikushin taking the bowl of brown medicine and taking a sip, and then puffed his mouth and said, woo woo woo, woo 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 woo. Ming, did you see it? This is an imported drug. What? Bishamon sat up with wide eyes, shook his head and said, this is the imported medicine you mentioned. If you don't drink it, I won't drink it even if you kill me. Bishamon thought that the imported medicine Nurarikuo mentioned was medicine from abroad. Asasos day. Nurarikuo held Bishamon's head in his hands regardless of whether he wanted to go or not. Woo, gilu, cough. After taking a sip of the medicine, Bishamon blushed and covered his mouth with the back of his hand. Although the two of them had done that, they still felt so ashamed to drink this imported medicine. So bitter. Nilayong Lushan's face was full of bitterness. The bitter taste of this medicine kept stimulating the taste buds in his mouth. He didn't know what the hell it was. It was too bitter. Bishamon wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth with his hand and cursed, "UBD, you still talk about imported medicine, I really believe you. Of course this imported medicine is literal. I feed it to you personally. Although it is bitter, I tasted it for you first. It should not be so bitter after you drink it. Let me help you taste the bitterness first." With these heartwarming words, the resentment Bishamon had been filled with just now disappeared, and his heart was moved by Nurarikuo. There's half left, let's have another bite. Nurarikushin looked at the bowl with half of the medicine still in it and poured it into his mouth in 10 gulps. This time Bishamon didn't move and drank the medicine cooperatively. Although his mouth was still bitter, he felt sweet in his heart for some reason. Ugh, it's so bitter. I'm sorry, you can keep drinking it. Nilayong Lushan stuck out his tongue. This medicine is too bitter. For the first time, Bishamon appeared like a little girl. He lowered his head and twisted his golden hair with his fingers. He pointedly said, it used to be very difficult, but today, surprisingly, it's not so bad. It's painful. Chapter 57. Listening to this sudden change in tone, Nurarikushin took a step closer to the strategy of Bishamon's heart. Wow, you are worthy of me. Nilayong Lushan nodded and said, then I can feed you every day. Bishamon's face was full of shyness, and he turned his head away from looking at Nurarikushin, and said with a trembling voice, yeah, it doesn't have to be every day, you have to go to school, just when you have a rest. Nurarikushin took out his mobile phone and said, no, I said I want to do it every day. By the way, let's exchange mobile phone numbers. Do you have a mobile phone? Yes, because as the times change, Takamagahara will also learn from the changes in the human era. In Takamagahara, you can also make phone calls and watch TV. Although Gao Tianyuan is a lofty god, he has to admit that the development of the human world is really fast, and it is also very interesting, so through the divine meeting, the gods gather together for a meeting. Deciding to learn from human technology, Jiaoshenyuan was also equipped with various human entertainment devices, mobile phones, computers, televisions and other equipment. No wonder, I didn't expect you gods to be so fashionable. After exchanging contact information, Nurarikushin asked Bishamon to send him back. After leaving Takamagahara, Rikuo Nura appeared again in front of the shrine where he entered Takamagahara. Looking at Madara not far away who was sleeping with his stomach raised and basking in the sun, Liang Lushan stepped forward and patted him awake. After Madara woke up, he licked his paws with his tongue and said, Lu Sheng, you are back. I thought you were going to spend a whole day having S*X with that Valkyrie in the god's domain. I'm sorry you thought of it. We made a bet, tisk tisk, that Valkyrie was unlucky when she met you, so she sold herself out. Nilayong Rikushin rolled his eyes at it and said, you talk a lot of nonsense. Do you believe I will roast you and eat cat meat? Madara laughed and said, don't believe it, this body of mine is just a lucky cat. It's because I'm possessed by the lucky cat that I can make the lucky cat so alive. If you roast me, all you get is a lucky cat. It's just the body. 17 Let's go back to the Nilayong group. I promised to take the two ladies on a date. Nurarikuo rode Madara back to Nurao's group. With Nurarikuo's strength, he didn't need anyone else to protect him, so Madara sadly discovered that he, a majestic demon king, was reduced to the point of becoming a mount. Back home, Nilayong Rikushan found Begui Yuan Linlandi and Plati Kodong Grandiflarum. After seeing the two girls, Nurarikuo's eyes lit up. Hakian Rinlandi is already cute. After putting on a snow-white dress and white silk, it is even more addictive. Kikyo was the most eye-catching. She changed out of her Miko uniform and put on modern clothes. Under the guidance of Begui and Rinlandi, she wore a light blue top, a white skirt with black silk, and the pair of calf-length boots made the originally mature and beautiful Plati Kodon even more seductive. Begui Yuan Linlandi said excitedly, "Lu Sheng, Sister Kikyo is beautiful, I know you men don't like bare legs. Stockings of various colors are your favorite. Look, Sister Kikyo is wearing black stockings with looming flesh-colored thighs. How sexy it is, coupled with the classic temperament, pure and lustful, the killing rate when walking on the road is simply max, making all the men on the road envious of you for having such a beautiful woman." Nurarikuo's eyes really lit up. Kikyo, who had put on modern clothes, completely exuded the charm of women. He gave Begui and Linlandi a thumbs up and praised, "Well done, Linlandi, I didn't expect you to come back. You know it quite well." Begui and Linlandi was praised by Nilayong Rikuo, and she flew up with joy. She crossed her arms in front of the airport and pretended to be calm, I understand a little, I understand a little. This. Lu Sheng, isn't this a bit too revealing?" Kikyo was very embarrassed to wear this outfit. She had always worn a Miko uniform before, and even if it wasn't a Miko uniform, it was some kind of clothing that covered her whole body. Unlike now, she felt embarrassed just looking at it. Nurarikushan came to Kikyo with a satisfied smile on his face. He looked at the sexy Kikyo unscrupulously and said, not revealing at all. Many women on the street are wearing this way. Haven't you seen it before? Kikyo was still a little conservative, she shook her head and said, no, it's better to change it back. Nilayong Rikushan quickly took Kikyo's hand and said affectionately, no, this is good, I like to watch it. Hearing this, Kikyo made a fist with her other hand, turned her head and said charmingly, do you really like dressing up like this? Nurarikushan nodded and said, well, I like it, so it's good like this. Let's go and play. Seeing Nurarikuo walking out of the house with the two girls, all the monsters in the family looked happy. Qing Tianfang touched his chin and said, young master has grown up, and it's time to add some women to the young master. It is said that other monster organizations have dozens of wives at least. We are also the largest monster organization in Kanto, Hyaki. Traveling at night, you can't lose your name. Kuritabo had a different opinion. He retorted, young master Rikuo is not one of those monsters who don't seek advancement. The other monsters want those who, although they have skins that can be seen, are all rats who are in favor of others. Young master, the main thing I'm looking for is a woman who is not only beautiful, but also has temperament, kindness, and gentleness. She is not the kind that can only be compared to good-looking skin. Mao W. Ri also said, that's right, you can't talk nonsense in King Tianfang. The young master's current wives, Miss Linlandi was approved by the general. She is kind-hearted, positive, cute, and beautiful. Miss Plati Kodon is gentle, intellectual, mature, and stable, is a powerful Miko, and the other one is even more incredible, the strongest Valkyrie Bishamontan. I don't need to go into details, we can't even hurt that Valkyrie together. The head of Shawu, who was able to act separately, was floating in the air. He couldn't stop nodding and said, the young master is so powerful. It is said that even the gods were completely surrendered by him last night, so the person the young master is looking for cannot be Young Ji. Popular fans. King Tianfang slapped his head and said loudly, what you said is true, ha ha ha, by the way, Snow Girl, why are you squatting there, not even saying a word? The Kappa whispered, it seems that he is jealous. The young master has found 2 other houses outside, but the Snow Girl still has not made any progress. He thinks that the young master does not like her. I see, but I don't think so. The Snow Girl means a lot to the young master. It's definitely not that I don't like her, but that I don't have the time. Nurarikushan and the other 3 walked together on the road. Nurarikushan walked in the middle and Kikyo and Begui and Rinlandi walked on both sides of Nurarikushan. Begui Yuan Linlandi and Nilayong Rikushan were talking and laughing, but Kikyo couldn't let go. Nilayong Rikshung took Kikyo's hand and said, Jikyo, don't think so much, you are mine. The most important thing now is to be happy. Smile, don't frown, you look best when you smile. I can't help but smile. Kikyo is a bit sentimental. She is staying in this peaceful place, but her sister is still in the warring states period, and she feels a little guilty in her heart. Seeing Kikyo's expression, Nora Rikushin knew the sadness in her heart and said, "Okay, I understand. After today's appointment is over, we will go back to your house and have a look. If everything goes well, we may be able to bring your sister over." Maybe. Kikyo looked at Nora Rikushin in surprise, expecting and worrying in her heart. She said, "Can this be done? Didn't the monster corpse not be teleported with us? The corpse of a monster is a dead thing. Maybe it cannot be teleported and can only be swallowed by the bone-eating well. Maybe it can be a living thing. When the time comes, just grab an animal or monster or something or grab feces from both and experiment." "Wait a minute, Lu Sheng, Sister Kikyo, what are you talking about? I'm confused right now." Begui and Linlandi couldn't understand what Nura Rikushin and Kikyo were discussing. Concerning this matter, I will now tell you the origin of Platycodon grandiflorum. Nura Rikushin had no need to hide the truth from Begui and Rinlandi, so he told the origin of Platycodon and how they could lead to the Warring States period. Begui and Linlandi said in disbelief, "It turns out that Sister Kikyo's is from the Warring States period, and there is a well that can connect to that world. It seems that the time travel drama is not made randomly. Since we are looking for monsters, why don't I go with you? Go try it out." "Can't." Nura Rikuo and Kikyo said in unison, and then they looked at each other and smiled at each other. Nura Rikuo said, "Since it is an experiment, no one knows what will happen in the end. Will they follow us to Kikyo exactly? The world has certain dangers." "That's right, Linlandi, we can't let you take risks. If you really want to see my world, wait until we complete the experiment and then take you there if it works. But now for the first time no one knows if anything will happen to anyone but the two of us." "Oh." Begui Yu and Linlandi spoke in a low voice. Although both of them spoke harshly, they were all for her own good. Linlandi was very happy inside. Next, the three of them played together and came to a crowded amusement park. The combination of the three made them the focus of attention wherever they went. There were two beauties that people couldn't take their eyes off, and another one who was so handsome. Each of these scumbag handsome guys is one of a kind. Now that they appear at the same time, why don't they attract attention? There are so many people. Kikyo, who was visiting the amusement park for the first time, curiously looked around at the people coming and going. It was very rare in her time for so many people to gather together. The total number of people in the entire village was not as large as half the people here. Of course, it's an amusement park. It's a place specially designed for people to have fun. It's also a good place for dates. Today is also a Saturday and naturally there will be a lot of people. "Wait, I'm going to buy ice cream. You will definitely like it, Platycodon." Nura Rikushin said something and then went to the concession stand in the amusement park to buy 3 ice creams, 2 of which were given to Shiraki and Rinlandi and Kikyo. Kikyo watched Nura Rikushin take a bite, and also imitated the bite. Suddenly, the ice cream entered his mouth and a cold air rushed straight to Tianling Gai, making Kikyo shiver. "Ha ha ha." Looking at Kikyo's expression, Nuliang Risheng smiled unkindly. Kikyo held her frozen head in one hand. "Lu Sheng, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Nura Rikushin directly admitted, "Yes, I did it on purpose. I just wanted to see you showing such an expression, Kikyo. I'll fight." Kikyo was also angry and laughed. She reached out and wanted to hit Nuliang Rikuo. She said it was a hit but it was actually a slap. Nuliang Rikuo dodged to the right and said funnily, "You can't hit me. Stop, don't run." Kikyo also rarely let go of the burden in her heart, and for the first time showed the vitality that she should have at this age, and followed Nura Rikuo away. In her time, Kikyo, because she was a Miko, no one would play with her. Other girls could put on makeup, act coquettishly, and play tricks with their friends. She just looked at it and envied her in her heart, but she knew her identity. She doesn't deserve the life of an ordinary girl. But today, Kikyo 683 has also lived the life of an ordinary girl, forgetting that she is a Miko and just a 17-year-old girl. Together with Nura Rikuo and Shiroji and Rinlandi, we played all over the amusement park, including roller coasters, bumper cars, Ferris wheels and other large rides, and the smiles on our faces never stopped. Afterwards, the 3 of them had lunch and went to the zoo in the afternoon. They had a fulfilling day. Time slowly came to dusk, and the sun set in the west. The three of them sat on a bench in a park, looking at the sparkling light of the setting sun in front of them. Lake, contented. Plati Kodon Grandiflarm and Begwian Linlandi each rested their heads on Nurarikuo's shoulders. They were also tired, and now they just wanted to enjoy the tranquility of this moment. Accompanied by beauties, life is a happy one. Nurarikushan smells the fragrance of the two women's hair and is very satisfied. This kind of life is called life. You have strength, longevity, power, and a girl you like. This kind of life is called life, and it is comfortable. Hey, an inexplicable wind blew by, making the hair of Shivigiwan Lindi and Kikyo a little messy. Nulayong Rikuo looked to the left and rear, frowned and said, unusual wind. This is the wind containing evil spirit, released by monsters. When Kikyo sensed the presence of a demon, her originally peaceful face immediately became solemn. She is a witch and is born with powerful spiritual power, so she is particularly sensitive to evil spirits. Am I the target? Begwian Linlandi is an atavistic demon and is easily targeted by pure-blooded monsters. Now is the time to encounter demons, so Begwian Linlandi first thought that a monster was targeting her. If she were alone, she might still be nervous, but now she is not afraid. Nurarikuo and the Miko Kikyo, which monster doesn't want to die? Kikyo raised his head and said, no, the target is not you, but a battle occurred elsewhere. Because it is a bit close to here, the battle with a monster that can control the wind will have an impact. Come here. Nurarikushan stood up and said, let's go and see if the monsters from my Nura group are fighting with other monsters. Nurarikuo is still very concerned about the Nura group, because he will soon become the third generation leader. Although he can now carry out the 100 Demon Night Walk, after becoming the third generation, his influence will only when the sound reaches the highest level can the night parade of 100 ghosts be even more powerful. Hyaki Yak is a group, and all monsters in the Nura group are members of Hyaki Yak. The power of Hyaki Yak comes from the leader, that is, the slippery ghost. As strong as the core of Hyaki Yak is, the potential and strength of Hyaki Yak are as strong as they can be in battle. It all depends on the leader of the 100 ghosts to exert a power that exceeds his own or falls below his own. Chapter 58. The same team, why is it said that the second generation of the leader will become the strongest monster organization in the entire Edo period? No one dares to ignore its edge. It is because of the emergence of characters like Nuraliban that the stronger he is as the leader of 100 ghosts, the stronger the monsters under his command will be, and the strength the monsters gain from the leader can be fed back to the leader, making the leader more powerful. Under such Yenga, it was normal for him, who was only half demon, and Hyaki to figure it out and use anime to dominate the entire Edo period. After the death of Nulayong Liban, Begwi Yexing lost its leader, and Nulayong Huadiao, who had retired, came back to take over the position of general. However, Nura Huadiao was severely injured hundreds of years ago, and his strength declined severely. In addition, he did not have the ambitions of his youth, and he wanted to let Nurarikuo succeed to the throne. Therefore, after his comeback, he did not have a night walk with hundreds of ghosts, resulting in hundreds of ghosts walking in the night. Gui Yexing's morale is low, and his strength has declined unprecedentedly. As the third generation candidate Nurarikuo grew up, there have been several Hyaki night walks over the years, and the Hyaki's strength was slowly lifted by him. Although it has not completely returned to normal levels, it is gradually turned back. After he inherits the third generation, Nurarikuo will completely become the master of all demons, and he will restore his Hyakuki Yaka to its peak, or even surpass it. At the same time, in a bamboo forest, a tall man wearing a strange mask was running forward. He had many wounds on his body and blood was flowing out. Behind him, 3 men in suits were chasing after him, and they were fighting. Blade attack. It can be seen that these 3 men have no legs under their bodies, and it is as if a gust of wind is lifting them up. Even though the masked man is running with all his strength, the distance between the two sides is still getting closer. The masked man announced his name loudly, and said, I am Baboon, the president of the Kanto Great Ape Association under the Nura clan. Why did you bunch of rats sneak up on me? A cold laughter sounded in the bamboo forest, and a hook-nosed man appeared from above to block the baboon's path. His feet were the same as those of the man chasing the baboon, and he was surrounded by a whirlwind. Whip praised, as expected of a coder under the Nulayong group, he was able to react to our surprise attack and killed 3 of my men when he resisted me, but that's the end of it for you. The baboon gritted his teeth, because something unusual seemed to have happened on the territory of the Nuliang group in the past 2 days. He asked Nuliang Huadiao for orders to investigate, but the investigation for 2 days yielded no results. But today, when he was returning home with his monsters, he was suddenly attacked by 7 monsters on the road. These 7 monsters were all of the same race. Whip. Whip is a monster that can control the wind and use the wind to cut. Extraordinary lethality. The baboon was first attacked and injured by the leader of the 7 wind demons, the man in front of him. Then he led his baboon team members to resist. After killing the 3 wind demons, all the team members were killed, and he was the only one who barely resisted. But knowing that he was definitely no match, he fought and retreated. If it were a few years ago, the baboon would have known that his strength would have been seriously injured and lost his ability to fight when he was attacked by the whip, because the Nuliang group's Hyakuki Yaka lost their core leader. The strength of these monsters associated with the Nuliang group it was also affected, and its strength declined seriously. However, with the rise of the 3rd generation candidate, Hyakuki Yaka reappeared in the world. As a cadre of the Nuliang group, his strength improved after receiving feedback from Wei, and the same was true for the baboon. The stronger Begui Yaka became, the stronger the members became. The baboon was not directly defeated, but instead killed 3 enemies. But it's really over now. Even if the strength has improved a bit, the baboon is already quite old, and the whip on the other side is not a weakling. The overall strength is stronger than him now, plus there are 3 demon soldiers under his command. The baboon was injured in a sneak attack, and the outcome was determined. The baboon said unwillingly, "Who are you? Attack and kill me. Are you ready to go to war with the Nuliang group?" Whip sneered and said, "Nuragumi. Since the death of the 2nd generation of the Nuragumi, your Nuragumi has become worse day by day. You still occupy the throne of the strongest monster in Kanto. You are no longer worthy. We are from the Shikoku. The 88 ghosts of the night are here to take away the fear of your Nuliang group, and let us, the 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms, become the 100 ghosts of the night instead of you." The baboon snorted, and said with disdain on his masked face, "Just you guys? We still have the 3rd generation of the Nura group. He will be the strongest leader in the history of our Nura group and will definitely lead us. To restore the glory of the past, you clowns are worthy of competing with our Nuliang group? Do you still want to become a Hyaki Yaka?" Wishful thinking. An angry look appeared on Whip's face, and he was about to say something cruel, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an arrogant voice. "Baboon, you're right. With just these rubbish, are you worthy of being compared with our Nuliang group?" This voice is the young master. The baboon's spirit was shaken. This wild voice that seemed to take no one seriously was undoubtedly the young master of the Nuliang group. It was the voice of Nuliang Lushan after he turned into a monster. Nura Rikuo is a half-demon, with 2 different appearances, human and monster. Although they are somewhat similar, the 2 bodies are still fundamentally different, and even their voices are different. One is slightly softer, and the other is arrogant and domineering. Young master? The candidate for the 3rd generation of the Nura group, Rikuo Nura. Whip and his men looked around and saw a tall man with an unruly smile on his face, wearing a black kimono and a blue haori, in the bamboo forest where the sun had set and the night was closing, with the bamboo leaves flying. That unique hairstyle and extremely handsome face have simply reached a new level. Beside him, there were 2 beautiful women who were as handsome as Nuliang Lushan. This evil spirit is not human but a slippery ghost. Whip stared at Nuliang Rikuo. This was the young master of the Nuliang group, a slippery ghost with a quarter of the blood of monsters. After a few glances, Whip immediately became disdainful. "Haha, I didn't expect a big fish to appear today. He is just a 16-year-old young master with a quarter of demon blood. He must have captured you to Sheng. Quite happy. The age of a monster is linked to its strength. At a young age like Nura Rikuo, does he have the strength to be a monster? This is also the reason why the Whip looks down on Nura Rikushan. So what if he is the young master of the Nura group? In this world of monsters where the strong is respected, fists are king." Nura Rikushan sneered, "It seems that I have been too low-key these years. Not only the Nura group was underestimated, but also me. Shikoku 88 Ghost Knight, right? Very good, let you Shikoku monster, become the first sacrifice of my Nuliang group's comeback. Humph, stop talking nonsense, go ahead and capture him." Whip ordered his 3 subordinates. Hearing the words, the 3 wind demons stepped forward and approached Nuliang Lushan. Nurarikushin said to the two women beside him, "Stand back, don't get accidentally hurt." Kikyo didn't say anything. She was a Miko with powerful spiritual power. She should have shot this kind of monster with one arrow. Although she didn't have a weapon now, it was not difficult to deal with it with her spiritual power, but now it was Nurarikuo's. She can't steal the spotlight at home. Begui Yuan Linlandi knew that his strength was limited and now was not the time to show off his strength, so the two of them stepped back some distance. "Let's scatter, Senbonzakura." Nurarikuo pulled out a sword from his body, and the blade glowed coldly in the residual light. It was the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura that was signed in at Bishamon's house this morning. As Rikuo Nura spoke the words of liberation, Senbonzakura's blade began to dissipate from the tip of the blade, breaking into pieces as thin as cicada wings, and then turned into pink cherry blossom petals flying all over the sky under the illumination of the moonlight, which was very beautiful. But this is not a real cherry blossom. It looks like a cherry blossom, but it is a knife-edge score that can kill people and deceive other people's eyes. The three wind demons didn't pay much attention to the cherry blossoms flying around them, and they didn't care even if they fell on them. But just when they wanted to use their demon power, they suddenly felt a tearing pain. Pfft! Blood suddenly shot out from the three wind monsters. They looked at the scars on their bodies in disbelief, not knowing when they were attacked. Obviously there are only cherry blossoms. Wait, cherry blossoms? However, they could no longer think about it. The vitality in their bodies was continuously deprived of them. Finally, they lay straight on the ground, a few trash fishes who couldn't even speak. "This is the blade." Standing in the distance, Whip stretched out his hand and pinched a piece of cherry blossom. It looked like a cherry blossom petal, but if you look closely at the piece and pinch it, you can see that it is a small blade that can easily cut through clothes and skin after touching it. Because the blade is too small, the refraction of light is very deceptive and makes people look like petals. The number of petals released by a knife is at least thousands. After easily destroying 3 demon soldiers with Senbonzakura, Nurarikushin's expressionless thoughts controlled the petals to regroup on the handle of Senbonzakura in his hand. The countless petals reorganized and transformed again in less than a second. He returned what looked like an ordinary knife. The whip felt a little solemn in his heart, but he still said lightly, "So, the general of the Nuliang group really cares about you as a young master, and even found such a demon sword for you, but the sword is always an external force. You still can't beat me. Innocent, do you really think I rely on a sword?" Nuliang Rikuo stepped forward, and then the boundless demonic energy spread out, and the powerful fear rushed towards the whip. "Demon, you're handsome. And this fear." The sunglasses that were stuck to his eyes were shattered by Nurarikuo's demonic aura, and his body was forcibly suppressed to the ground by Nurarikuo's fear. Whip seemed to be in hell. He looked at Nuliang Lushan who was walking step by step in front of him. He didn't seem to be a tall figure, but it was infinitely magnified in his eyes. However, his pitiful fear was only reflected by Nuliang. It was just a plaything that Lu Sheng held in his palm. "No. Impossible, it's fake, it's all fake, ah." Whip was dripping with cold sweat, and every step Nurarikushin took seemed to be walking on his heart. This dull and suffocating feeling made Whip feel like he was going to die. He stood up like crazy and waved his hands to control the wind in the air to form a sickle-like wind blade and slash towards Nurarikushin. "Young master, be careful, this wind blade is very powerful." The baboon looked at Nurarikuo who was walking in front of his house, and when he saw the whip whipping out the wind blade, he quickly reminded the young master that he was injured by the wind blade sneak attack. The wind's cutting ability is extraordinary, and the whip has this ability. A monster that injects wind control into its own magical power to attack. It doesn't matter. With an attack of this magnitude, you don't even need to dodge. When the wind blade flew towards him, Nurarikushin's eyes widened. The powerful fear was like a substantial attack, which dissolved all the flying wind blades and restored them to wisps of safe breeze. The whip was a little hard to accept. When he wanted to attack again, in just a blink of an eye, Nurarikuo in front had disappeared, and only a few cherry blossom petals were seen floating in front. Whip immediately sensed the danger, but before he could take any action, a knife was placed across his neck. Whip was startled, feeling desperate and afraid to move, but glanced back from the corner of his eye. Saw the figure wearing a blue feather fabric with its back to him. Nurarikuo stood back to back behind the whip. Senbonzakura in his hand held the handle of the knife in front of the whip's neck handsomely. He turned his head slightly and looked at the whip with contempt with his red eyes. You are the only monster in the 4 countries. If you have some strength, you still dare to run wild with our Nilayong group and deal with your group of invaders. It's time for the 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms to be destroyed at night. Without giving the whip a chance to speak, Nurarikuo slashed the knife across Chin's neck, and then lightly shook off the blood on the blade of Senbonzakura. Plop Huanfan fell to the ground with his eyes white, not breathing. Dead. The baboon couldn't help but gasped as he watched Nurarikushin kill the whip in an understatement. In his opinion, the strength of this monster was not weak, but it was frightened by the young master's fear. The last knife on its neck looked so relaxed and freehand, as if it was not a real person who was killed. The powerful demon bird is just a little demon. The baboon had lost too much blood and was mentally relaxed after the whip was taken off. He couldn't hold it anymore and knelt down on one knee. Nurarikushin glanced at General and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already supported the baboon who was about to fall down and asked, "Baboon, are you okay?" The mask on the baboon's face fell off, revealing his rather handsome face. He smiled bitterly and said, "No. It's okay, young master. It's just that I lost a lot of blood and was dazzled." "Thank you, young master. Thank you for your kindness, otherwise I, the baboon, would have risked my life here today." Nilayong Rikuo nodded, as long as everything was fine, and then he said coldly, "The 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms walking at night actually attacked the cadres of my Nilayong group. I really don't know what to say. It seems that Nilayong the group failed to move many times and was regarded as a paper tiger. It is time to give a warning to the monsters across the country. Young master, X3." At this moment, 3 human-shaped crows, Wangdas, flew down from the sky, and they were the 3 feathered crows of the Nilayong group. Nilayong Lushan looked at the 3 of them and said, "They came very quickly." He had contacted 3 feathered crow before he came. He only spent a few minutes here and killed the whip and 3 monsters in a short time, and 3 feathered crow had already arrived. Zhuzume, the eldest daughter of the 3 feathered crows, said meticulously, "Yes, after receiving the order from the young master, we, the first crow, came at full speed." Nurarikushin nodded, and then began to order, "Well, in the name of the 3rd generation candidate of the Nura group, I will inform all the faction leaders and cadres under the Nura group in the Kanto region. We will gather at Nuragumi's house tomorrow night. I have an important meeting." Listening to Nurarikushin's serious words and content, 3 feathered crows sensed that a storm was coming. Although they didn't know what happened, it must be a big thing and they needed to be summoned. All the cadres and faction leaders of the Nilayong group have been arrested. This is definitely a big deal. 3 feathered crow did not dare to neglect and nodded hurriedly in agreement. Nilayong Rikushin continued, "In addition, you took the baboon back for treatment. He was attacked by the enemy and has bled too much. That's all." "Yes." X33 feathered crow also saw the situation of the baboon and did not dare to delay at all. Kurahan Meru and Jigwanwan held up the baboon and flew into the sky towards the Nilayong group's family. Zuzume picked up the baboon from the ground. Mask followed suit. Lu Sheng, who are the people who attacked the cadres of the Nilayong group? Aren't they afraid of our Nilayong group? Beguian Rinlandi really doesn't understand that there are other monsters who dare to invade the Nuragumi, the strongest monster organization in Kanto. How courageous it must be to do such a thing. Nilayong Lushan put away his Qian Benkan and said, "Since my father was assassinated, the Nuxiong group has reached the bottom. My reputation has not been obvious over the years, so I want to, in order to seize the territory of the Nora group and increase their power." The 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms at night happened to be a chicken, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, in order to announce the return of the Nora group and the 100 demons at night. Please ask for flower evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and custom orders. Chapter 59. Kikyo stepped up in her boots and asked, "Is the Shikoku 88 Demons Night Parade strong, the same as the 100 Demons Night Parade?" She had only heard of the 100 Demons Night Parade before, but had never heard of the 88 Demons Night Parade. "Is there such a demon that walks at night?" Nurarikuo answered, "Of course there is. There are also the 76 Demons Night Parade, the 53 Demons Night Parade, etc. The difference between them and the 100 Demons Night Parade is the size of the territory, the number of team members, and the amount of fear they get. My Nura group was once the strongest demon organization in the Edo period. There is no doubt that the 100 Demons Night Parade is the strongest among all demon organizations. For example, the overall strength of the Shikoku 88 Demons Night Parade is weaker than ours. Now they dare to take the initiative to pull the whiskers on the tiger. I will let all demon organizations know that the 100 Demons Night Parade is still the 100 Demons Night Parade. Nurarikuo was full of momentum, and the leaves on the ground were shaking. So handsome. Shirajian Rinrincho looked at Nurarikuo infatuatedly. She had already fallen in love with Nurarikuo and couldn't help herself. Who wouldn't like a man who was handsome and powerful? Let's go, have dinner first and then go back. After you go back, Kikyo, you change back into the shrine maiden clothes, and then we will set off to your era. Okay. After dinner at a high-end restaurant, Nurarikuo and the other two returned to the Nura group. At this time, Nurarikuo felt that the atmosphere in the group was different as soon as he entered the main family. Nurarikuo certainly knew what was going on. After all, others had fought to the doorstep, and as a member of the family, he would naturally not be laughing. Nurarikuo looked at the two people around him and said, Kikyo, go change your clothes first. Rinrincho, you go too. I'll come find you later. The snow girl Bingley trotted to Nurarikuo and said hurriedly, Master Rikuo is back. The general told you to go directly to the meeting room after you come back. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go now. Nurarikuo walked towards the meeting room, and at the door of the meeting room, a tall man in red clothes and a hood was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In the meeting room, there are not many cotters here for the time being. They are all cotters living in the main family, but they have already started discussing. The man at the door of the meeting room is not interested in the content of the meeting at all. He is just waiting for someone here. Suddenly, a figure came straight out of the darkness. When Xing saw Nurarikuo in front of him, he hurriedly stood up and walked forward. After standing up, he looked about 2 meters tall. Xing came to Nurarikuo, knelt down without saying a word, and then said, Master, thank you for saving my father. From today on, my life belongs to you. Nurarikuo looked at the tall man kneeling in front of him and said, Xing, the son of Baboon. Xing said gratefully, yes, this time thanks to the young master who appeared in time to save my father, otherwise he would not be able to escape this time. Nurarikuo said indifferently, no need to thank me, Baboon is a member of my Nura team, I naturally have to save him. How is his condition now? Master Yu has treated my father, and his injuries have stabilized, but he has lost too much blood and it will take some time to recover. When Xing heard that his father was seriously injured in the Baboon group, his heart was in his throat. He went directly to the headquarters of the Nura group to check the situation. After understanding the situation, he admired and appreciated Nurarikuo. When he learned that the group was in a meeting, Xing came to the door of the meeting room and waited for Nurarikuo to express his gratitude to him. That's good, Xing, your life does not belong to me, but to yourself, so you don't need to give your life to me. Live well and make contributions to the Nura group, which is to repay me. Get up. Nurarikuo patted Xing who was kneeling on the ground, and then continued to walk forward. Hey, Rikuo is here, come and sit down. Nuliang Huliao and others had already seen Xing kneeling down to thank Nuliang Lushan outside. To them, the Baboon was also an old man of the Nuliang group, and they had a good relationship with them, especially Nu. Hell, the two often drink together. Regarding the attack on the Baboon, everyone felt that it was unusual. Grandfather. Nurarikushan said hello to Nura Huayao and sat next to him. Now Rikuo Nura is still the candidate for the third generation, so Nura Huayao will be here when there are important things. Once Rikuo Nurao succeeds to the third generation, then Rikuo Nura will no longer care about it but will retire. Will only reach this position again when the Nura group is played by Nura Rikuo and cannot even defend its territory. But that's certainly not going to happen. Nuliang Huapiao took a sip of the tea in his hand, and then said, well, we all know the matter. Sanyo Crow said that you will convene a meeting of the entire group of cotters tomorrow. Is this the case? Nuliang Rikushan looked serious and said with determination, yes, the monsters from the 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms want to seize the territory of my Nuliang group, so naturally I, the 100 demons of the night, cannot sit still and wait for death. After I eliminate the remaining parties that invaded here, I will personally lead the monsters of my Nura group to point my sword at the Shikoku, destroy their 88 ghosts at night, accept the territory of the 4 countries, announce the return of my Nura group, and let the monsters all over the country everyone knows that I, Nura Rikuo, will be the 3rd generation general of the Nuragumi, the king of all demons, and the master of the night parade of 100 ghosts. Okay. As long as the young master gives the order, my ghost team will definitely take the lead in the charge. After Nurarikuo finished speaking, Yukiyuki was the first to support him. The New Rao group was his home, and the monsters from the 4 countries wanted to occupy his home, so Yukiyuki would naturally not agree. But he is not the leader and cannot make the decision. I didn't expect the young master to be so tough and ambitious. He not only wants to fight back the invading demon, but also destroys its lair. As the most powerful faction in the group, he naturally has to fight for the Nilayong group fought bloody battles and expanded their territory. Well, isn't that too radical? As soon as Ichimoku opened his mouth to object, Nurarikuo and Ashiki glared at him, forcing their own fear onto Ichimoku. Ichimashi was startled and quickly changed his words, "Those bastards from Shikoku really treat me as Nireo. The team is made of mud, I must make them look good." Nurarikushin said seriously, "Very good, Ichimoku. When the time comes, I will let you be the vanguard and lead the monsters of my Nura group to attack the 4 countries." Young master, how can I be so virtuous and capable? Why, Ichimoku, you're not afraid anymore, are you? How is it possible? I am a powerful monster at first glance. How can I be afraid? Then it's settled. Asterisk. Ichimoku wished he could give himself a bad mouth, he insisted on being mean-mouthed, now it's okay, he got involved in it. As the advisor of the Nilayong group, Muya Bodhidharma said, "Young master, even if you really plan to attack the 4 kingdoms, you can't act blindly. I think you still need to formulate a battle plan." Nurarikushin said without thinking, "I'll leave this matter to you as a consultant, no problem. The young master trusts me when he leaves this matter to me, and I, Uyuepo, promise to give the young master a satisfactory answer." "Okay, let's wait for the other faction leaders to come tomorrow and then have detailed discussions. I'll leave first." After finishing speaking, Nurarikuo stood up and left. Crow Tengu looked at Nurarikushin's leaving back and said with emotion, "Wow, the young master has finally grown up and begun to have the courage of a general. There are successors to the Nura group. I am really touched." Nuliang Huapiao didn't say a word when Lu Sheng was talking just now. Now he laughed with satisfaction and said, "Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my grandson. He is decisive and strong enough. Follow me, follow me." After leaving the conference room, Rikuo Nura went to where the poison was. Nilayong Rikushin leaned against the door and turned his head to look at the baboon lying on the floor. Although he had learned some information from Xingying, he still took the initiative to come here and asked, "Isn't the baboon fatally injured?" Zhen looked back at Lu Sheng, stood up and replied, "There is a fatal injury, but I have it under control. Now it is mainly a coma caused by excessive bleeding. However, Sir Baboon has a very strong physical fitness, and it will take more than 100 days to recover. He will wake up in a day. Thanks to your timely rescue this time. If he had been brought back 10 minutes later, the blood in his body would have been drained, and even I would have been unable to do anything." Nurarikushin said in a cold tone, "As long as you save them, the monsters from the 4 countries will have to pay the price sooner or later." Bit. When I opened my mouth to speak, I found that Nurarikuo had disappeared, leaving only cherry blossoms scattered in the same place. Sun caught a petal and chuckled, "This kid is really fast." Nurarikushin has found Kikyo. She has changed into her Miko uniform and is standing under the 400-year-old cherry blossom tree at the door of Nurarikushin's room, looking up. BHFC, Nurarikuo quietly came behind Kikyo, then reached out and hugged Kikyo from behind. Kikyo was not surprised, she just looked back slightly at Nurarikushin who was hugging her. After accidentally hurting Nurarikushin before, she had already remembered Nurarikushin's demonic aura. And she is very sensitive to demonic energy, so even if Nurarikuo came behind her without making a sound, Kikyo already knew it. Neither of them spoke, and after 5 minutes of silence, Kikyo looked at the cherry blossom tree in front of him and asked, "This tree must have a long history to grow so big." Nurarikushin hugged her from behind Kikyo, resting his chin on her shoulder, and said, 400 years ago, my grandfather was severely injured by a big demon and took away his heart. His strength declined severely, and then he chose to establish a business here. The Nuragumi family, this is the cherry blossom tree that my grandma and grandpa planted together. It has been more than 400 years ago, and the cherry blossoms are always blooming and falling. The heart was stolen 400 years ago. Kikyo was slightly surprised. The heart of Nurarikuo's grandfather was taken away by other monsters, and it was still strong and healthy after 400 years. It was incredible. If other monsters lost their hearts, they would probably die within a few minutes. How strong must Nurarikuo's grandfather be to survive without a heart? Go away, go to your time. Nurarikushin let go of Kikyo, and Kikyo put the quiver on his back, picked up the bow with his left hand, and left the Nura group with Nurarikushin. On the way, Nurarikushin casually caught a monster that was preparing to prey on humans, and also caught a chicken as a test prop to see if they could bring living creatures to the world they traveled through. The two came to the bone-eating well, threw the two living creatures in and jumped into the well at the same time. After counting silently for 1 minute, a burst of white light lit up under my feet. I subconsciously closed my eyes and then opened them again. It was already the Warring States period. Kikyo immediately looked at the two test chickens and monsters they brought. They were fine, they were all there, and they seemed to be fine. Kikyo said slightly excitedly, "Lu Sheng, we succeeded. As long as they are living creatures, we can indeed take them through time together. It's good to be successful." Nurarikushin nodded, and then killed the monster. As for the chicken, he didn't want to eat chicken now, so he let it go. Nuliang Rikushin took Kikyo's hand and said, "Let's go to your house and take your sister to my Nuliang group from now on, so you can rest assured. I am naturally relieved that my sister has gone to the Nuliang group, but the village son, I'm still very worried. I want to come and see you every 2 days to help the village clean up the monsters wandering around." After all, Kikyo has stayed in this village for so many years and still has a lot of affection for the village. She doesn't want to give up on her village just like this, so she still wants to come every 2 days to check on the situation. Can. Nuliang Lushan said that there was no problem, and he would pamper his daughter-in-law. Thanks. There is no need to be polite between you and me. If you really want to thank me, I would like to do something substantial. After Nuliang Rikushin finished speaking, Kikyo leaned forward and kissed Nuliang Rikushin. Nurarikuo looked at Kikyo with his eyes closed in front of him. He didn't expect to be so proactive now. Nurarikuo immediately responded without being polite and hugged the other party. The two separated after 3 minutes, and Kulo smiled when he faced Nuliang Rikushin. "I'm satisfied." "Satisfied? Let's go." The two returned to the village, and the people in the village once again looked at each other in surprise at the sudden disappearance and reappearance of Platy Kodan. Fortunately, Platy Kodan had already made up an excuse to deal with it. The village chief remembered something and said, "By the way, Miss Kikyo, it seems that someone from the exorcist village wanted to find Miss Kikyo today. When they found out that Miss Kikyo was not there, they said we'll come back later." Exorcist? What do they want from me? The identities of exorcists are similar to that of witches. They both work to exorcise demons. The difference is that witches are born with spiritual power. Exorcists are ordinary people, but they have been trained to exorcise demons since they were young. So even ordinary people have impressive skills. Murakami thought for a while. It seems that there is something that I want Miss Kikyo, Amiko, to keep, but I don't know the details. Exorcist? Is there something you want Kikyo to keep? Nurarikuo stood next to Kikyo and listened to these words, and immediately realized that he was going to give Kikyo the Four Souls Jade this big trouble. The Jade of the Four Souls attracts monsters and has the effect of enhancing the power of the monsters. Every monster who wants to become stronger wants to use the Jade of the Four Souls to increase their strength. Before accepting the Shiken Jade, Kikyo's life was pretty good. Although there were demons that might attack, it was not a problem at all with Kikyo's ability to protect the village. Once the Four Souls Jade is here, the monsters in the future will attack in groups. Even Kikyo is a little powerless. In the end, because of the Four Souls Jade and Inuyasha's recognition, knowing each other, it ended tragically. I see. Kikyo took Xiao Feng home and told her everything completely. When she learned that the eldest brother in front of her was actually the person her sister liked, she was even more surprised than Kuzhong had traveled through other eras. After all, Xiao Feng, who knew Platy Kodan very well, couldn't believe that her sister actually liked someone. In the past, even the prince of a city came to propose marriage, but he was rejected mercilessly and said that he would not like any man in the future. And the fact is indeed the case. Kikyo has always kept a distance from other men and has never stood with a man. But now, she has only come to this man twice. The man said he liked it, which was really surprising. No matter how surprised my sister is now, Kikyo asked, "Xiao Feng, are you willing to go to that era?" "I will go wherever my sister goes." Kikyo smiled and stroked her sister's little head, and said happily, "Okay, I will take you with me when we go back." "Miss Kikyo? Is Miss Kikyo at home?" Outside the door, the voices of several young strong men came. Nurarikushin and Kikyo looked at each other. "It seems that the demon slayer that the village chief said is here, let's go out and have a look." Chapter 60. "Miss Kikyo, I am the head of the demon slayer village, and we have something to ask of you." 5 middle-aged men stood in front of Kikyo, with pleading expressions on their faces. "What's the matter?" Kikyo is a little puzzled. Could it be that there are monsters that even the exorcists have trouble dealing with? The village chief of the demon slayer didn't do any ink, and said straight to the point, "I found a very troublesome thing here, the Jade of the Four Souls, and I want to entrust it to a kind-hearted and powerful spiritual witch, Miss Kikyo. I hope it can purify the contaminated Four-Soul Jade and help protect it." Saying that, the village chief of the demon slayer took out the Jade of the Four Souls. The Jade of the Four Souls, which was originally pure, was now stained with a little black energy. This was because the Jade of the Four Souls had been captured by monsters and killed by the demon masters. The monster took it back. It turns out to be the Jade of Four Souls. Platycodon has heard of the name of the Four Souls Jade, and also knows the function of the Four Souls Jade. Once you accept the entrustment of the demon slayers to protect the Four Souls Jade, it will inevitably attract a large number of demons. If she hadn't met Nuliang Lu before he was alive, she would definitely have accepted it without saying a word, but now, she hesitated. Nurarikushin had no interest in the Four Souls Jade at all. Although he was really awesome, he was a systematic person and did not bother to snatch it. He immediately took 2 steps forward to face the demon slayers. Said, "You also know that this Jade of the Four Souls is a hot potato, it will attract countless monsters to snatch it, so I'm sorry, you should look for other witches who can purify and protect the Jade of the Four Souls." The demon slayer village chief felt a bit in his heart. If Kikyo couldn't accept the task of guarding the Shiken Jade, then who could be qualified? They had already gotten to know each other before, and after comparing many witches, they finally decided to choose Platycodon because Platycodon has strong spiritual power, a kind heart, and will not be tied down by the world, and will definitely accept it and be able to protect it. But now I didn't expect that Maiko Kikyo would have a man beside her who could help her decide things. Didn't it mean that Maiko Kikyo has never liked anyone? She has always been a fresh and indifferent person. The demon slayer village chief asked, "Who are you?" Nuliang Rikushin took Platycodon's hand, intertwined their fingers in the eyes of the 5 demon slayers, and said, "Platycodon is my daughter-in-law, I will help her choose." What? The exorcist village chief didn't even know that Kikyo was already someone else's wife. When did this happen? Why didn't he investigate the news? Kikyo opened her mouth, "Lu Sheng. Jikyo, I know you are kind-hearted and want to accept this commission, but I don't want to. Once you take on the task of guarding the Jade of the Four Souls, your days will be like years. I won't allow it. Besides, in this warring states period, there are so many witches. You are the only one who can do it, and give other witches a chance. After all, I can still move around in the world without you, and you are my woman and you want to go with me. You have no time to protect the Four-Soul Jade." Platycodon is at war between heaven and man in his heart, whether to choose to protect the Four Souls Jade for the sake of justice, or to pursue love and happiness for himself. Kikyo was not one to hesitate, and made her decision in less than a minute. "Sorry, demon slayers, you should choose other Maikos. I believe that there are other Maikos whose spiritual power is not weaker than mine, and they can also protect the Shiken Jade." After saying that, Kikyo looked at Nurarikushin and nodded to him. In the end, she gave up her righteousness and wanted to live with Nurarikushin. The demon slayer village chief shook his head in disappointment. "Oh, okay, I won't bother Miss Kikyo, let's go." "Wait a minute, I just felt that the evil spirit in the north is very strong. Do you know why there is so much evil spirit?" Nuliang Lushan stopped the demon exterminator. Before entering the village, he discovered that there was demon energy in the north, and there were also demons nearby that were gathering in the north. The demon slayer village chief obviously knew, and he replied, "That was the day when Penglay Island opened once every 50 years, so there were so many monsters gathering, wanting to go to Penglay Island to gain stronger power and a way to live forever. That's why it attracts many monsters. Ding, please go to Penglay Island to sign in." The system also issued a sign-in prompt in a timely manner. "What kind of island is Penglay Island?" There are still such rumors. Nurarikushin didn't remember that there was such an island in Inuyasha. Either it didn't happen, or Nurarikushin had forgotten it. After all, his memory was limited, and he had long forgotten the irrelevant memories over the years. The village chief, the demon slayer, knew everything and replied, Penglay Island is said to be the island of gods in ancient times. Qin Shi Huang once sent Su Fu and 3,000 boys and girls to search for Penglay in order to find the place of immortality. Now the place where monsters gather, that's Penglay Island. Of course, these are just legends. No one can prove whether they are true, because once you land on that island, it is said that you can't come back. Then the demon slayers did not stay long and quickly left with the Jade of 4 Souls. Nuliang Rikushin touched his chin and said with interest, Penglay Island, eternal life? Interesting, Platy Kodan, clean it up, let's go and have a look. Kikyo asked, are you interested in eternal life? Nurarikushin nodded and admitted, I am interested, Platy Kodan, you are a human being, and the lifespan of a human being is only a few decades. I want you to be by my side forever, so after hearing about this immortal Penglay Island, you can go have a look. It doesn't matter to me. A person's lifespan of several decades is enough, and there is no immortality in this world. Even gods will die and disappear. There is no need to care about such unrealistic legends. Platy Kodan is very open-minded. As a human being, lifespan is already determined. There has never been any news in this world that anyone can really live forever, and monsters only have a long lifespan. Nuliang Lushan had a different opinion, saying, as long as there is hope, I will naturally go and have a look. Okay, let's go and have a look. Seeing that Nuliang was determined to leave, Kikyo did not persist. After explaining to Xiaofeng and the villagers, Nuliang Lushan and the two set off. In the sky, Princess Nurarikuo was flying towards the north at high speed with Kikyo in her arms. The powerful monster energy was released, scaring the monsters flying around them away. Penglay Island appears once every 50 years, but we don't know what's inside. Even the legendary Qin Shi Huang sent people to look for it. Platy Kodan is also very curious about Penglay Island. She has heard of it before. It appears once every 50 years, but it has only appeared twice so far. This is the third time. Nuliang Rikushin said indifferently, no matter what is going on inside, just relying on the legend that monsters can gain great power and eternal life, it is destined that a large number of monsters will come to fight for it, causing a bloody storm. Nuliang was flying at full speed, and it took him most of a day to reach the northern sea. Lu Sheng, please take a rest in front. It may be very confusing if you can't sleep later. Nurarikushin's physical strength must have been exhausted after flying for such a long time. Kikyo wanted Nurarikushin to go to the Penglay Island in full strength. No one knew what dangers there would be, so it was better to be safe. Nurarikushin didn't take this consumption to heart, but looked at Kikyo's worried expression and thought that it was still night, and Kikyo was a human being and needed to sleep to replenish his energy. So Nuliang Lushan nodded and flew downwards. After finding a larger tree, the two sat on the ground. Nuliang Lushan looked at Kikyo and said, let's take a rest here, Kikyo, it's late at night now, you can sleep for 2 hours and wait until the morning. It's not too late to go. Good. Kikyo didn't refuse. Her body was just human, not as good as a monster's. It didn't matter even if she didn't sleep for several days and nights, but she felt sleepy. Immediately, he took the initiative to lean his head on Nurarikushin's shoulder and closed his eyes. Nurarikushin looked at Kikyo's beautiful face, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he also leaned his head on Kikyo's head. The quiet atmosphere between the two of them breathing is clear and audible. Nurarikushin and Kikyo just relied on each other to rest. As time passed slowly, thousands of monsters gathered on the coast of the North Sea. The strength of these monsters varies. Most of them are little monsters or monster soldiers. There are also some monster generals, but there are no monster commanders. The demon commander already belongs to the scope of the big demon. He is the leader of some large demon organizations. Naturally, he will not leave his territory to try his luck here just for a mere rumor. If a hostile force finds an opportunity to take advantage of it, then directly finished. At this time, a monster with a human-like head but a bat body was swooping towards Nurarikuo and Kikyo. The demonic aura he exudes is enough to shock Shili, and he is a demon general with considerable strength. A demon with a half-demon aura, a human witch with spiritual power, also wants to go to Penglay Island. Sooner or later, he will die, so he might as well let me eat it to increase his demon power, GG. The bat monster smiled. The breath of a half-demon is different from that of a pure-blood monster. Any monster with a little skill can distinguish the mixture of human breath and monster breath on a half-demon, and thus determine that it is a half-demon. Nurarikushin and Kikyo, who were resting in the grove, felt the enemy coming towards them at the same time. They opened their eyes, and Kikyo stared sharply at the bat demon flying towards them in the sky. Before Nurariku could take action, very skillfully, he held the bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right hand. He aimed at the bat demon queen in the sky and shot a demon-breaking arrow with purple spiritual power. The demon-breaking arrow was shot out at half the speed it was originally shot out, but the speed suddenly accelerated just 1 second later. It was so fast that even the bat demon with the strength of the demon general had no time to dodge, and could only watch helplessly. Watching the arrow with spiritual power hit him. Ah! Before the bat demon had time to react, the spiritual power attached to the demon-breaking arrow destroyed his whole body like a meat grinder. The entire action of arranging a bow and shooting arrows to eliminate the demon general only lasted a few seconds. Kikyo calmly retracted her hand, as if she had done an insignificant thing. Oh, this is your strength. It's the first time I've seen you. It's really awesome. Nurarikushin's eyes lit up when he saw such a powerful Kikyo. Although he had expected it, he was able to kill the demon general instantly with one arrow. It was really powerful. No wonder he was called the strongest Miko among Inuyasha. After being praised by Nurarikushin, Kikyo just smiled and then said, "Let's go, we have had enough rest. It's time to go to Penkei Island to see that island." Good. Nurarikushin picked up Platycodon and flew for half an hour before finally arriving at Bahai. He stood on a cliff and looked down. The beach in Bahai was really full of demons. All kinds of monsters gathered together, and some even started fighting. Kikyo knew that Nurarikuo did not belong to this world, so he did not know how Penglay Island appeared. He explained, Penglay Island opens once every 50 years. Every time it opens, it is accompanied by thick fog. Looking at the sea, the fog has already it's getting more intense, and Penglay Island will appear soon. Nuliang Rikuo put his hand dishonestly around Platycodon's waist and said, "Let these monsters explore the way and see what is going on in Penglay Island." Half an hour later, a huge island-shaped black shadow appeared in the center of the sea. All the monsters knew that this was the opening of Penglay Island, so they rushed there. Those who could fly flew over, and those who couldn't made simple rafts to paddle across. More swim directly over. Seeing this, Nuliang Lushan picked up Platycodon and flew away again. In the thick fog, standing outside could not see the scene inside. Haha, a group of guys who are not afraid of death are here. It's finally exciting. After being locked up in this miserable place for 50 years, it's finally opened again. But unfortunately, our 4 fighters have had their power sealed by the witches on Penglay Island and can't get out. Penglay Island is so boring. With so many monsters coming, it seems to have a good effect. It can help us kill some time. Gangluo has already gone out. I don't know how many monsters can cross Gangluo and come here. Penglay Island is really exciting. On a rock in a waterfall on Penglay Island, 3 monster men were discussing back to back. Several of them called themselves the 4 fighters, and one of them had already gone out to greet the guests. The 4 fighters were originally pure monsters outside of Horai Island, because they heard that there was a ringing furnace on the island that could increase their power. So 50 years ago, like other monsters, I took advantage of the opportunity that Penglay Island appeared every 50 years to attack this paradise where half-demon lived and massacred other monsters. All the monsters that entered Penglay Island were also killed. The guardian witch of Penglay Island was unable to confront them head-on. Song Nang used the artifact on the island to take away their power beads and sealed them at the cost of his own life. After being sealed by the demon bead, it does not mean that the strength of the 4 fighting gods has become weaker and dropped by 1 level. Their strength is still the same, but they cannot last forever because they will lose their demon bead. Die. I thought that the 4 gods of fighting would disappear and die slowly after losing the demon beads. Unexpectedly, the 4 gods of fighting discovered that as long as the half-demon living on Penglay Island was thrown into the ringing furnace, their strength would be restored and they would be able to survive. And it continues life, but not for long. So he carved all the remaining half-demons' marks into his own marks so that they could not escape, and waited for the 4 fighters to throw them one by one into the roaring furnace for digestion. 50 years later, Penglay Island reappeared in the public eye, followed by a large number of monsters. After being bored for 50 years, the 4 gods of war were finally able to kill again. Degree however, the other 3 were not interested in the miscellaneous fish, but were only interested in the monsters that could land on the island, so they asked Gang Luo, one of the 4 fighters, to eliminate the weak ones. In the sea, countless monsters are approaching Penglay Island, dreaming that they can obtain the power and immortality of Penglay Island and dominate the monster world. However, before they got close to Penglay Island, a small island-shaped turtle-shaped monster emerged from the sea. It was Gangra, one of the 4 fighters. Each of the 4 fighting gods is extremely powerful. When they invaded Penglay Island 50 years ago, they had the strength of the demon commander. Although the demon pearl has been sealed now, they just invested a Penglay Island. The half-demon went in and regained his strength. The strength of the 4 demon commanders is enough to show the strength of these 4 fighting gods. Even if they claim to be gods, they are not without 10 points of evidence. Ha ha ha, there are so many monsters, Gang Luo, can finally go on a killing spree today, ha ha ha. Gang Luo's own demonic energy dispersed like a violent storm, shaking away all the demons flying in the sky and swimming in the water around him, and then fired one after another from the hole in the turtle shell on his back. Attack with fireballs. Each fireball was 2 meters in size and could explode anywhere it hit. In just a few seconds, a large number of those weak monsters died. It's great. It's so great. It has been 50 years since Gang Luo killed anyone. He has been imprisoned in Penglay Island for 50 years. He has great strength but nowhere to release it. He is really depressed. This time he can finally vent his anger. Nurarikuo and Kikyo were flying in the sky. Nurarikuo used Mingjing Shisui to hide his whereabouts from other monsters. Kikyo said calmly, "This monster is very strong. I can kill it with 1 arrow, but it will also consume a lot of spiritual power. The demon commander is far more powerful than the demon general and is the leader of a large demon organization. Although Platycodon can kill him with 1 arrow, it consumes a lot of spiritual power." Nurarikushin admired him and said, "Even the monster commander can be killed with 1 arrow. He is indeed the person I like. But leave this monster to me. I haven't reached the full state yet and you need to pay. It takes a lot of spiritual energy to kill this big tortoise, so just save your strength." Nurarikushin knew that Kikyo could defeat Gora, but he was not prepared to hide behind Kikyo to save his own power. Instead, he let his woman consume a lot of spiritual energy to kill Gora. It was undoubtedly a shameful act for him. Chapter 61. Don't rush to do it now. Wait until he cleans up those miscellaneous fish before doing it. It will save us more effort. Nuliang Lushan did not take action immediately, waiting for the big tortoise to clean up the garbage before talking. About a quarter of an hour later, a large number of monster corpses floated on the water, all of which were solved by a monster from Gang Luo. With his demon commander's strength, it was easy to kill some small demon soldiers and other miscellaneous fish. There were even many demon generals who died here, but some demons still entered Penglay Island. But Gang Luo is not worried, because there are 3 monsters stronger than him inside, and he himself can't just surround the other monsters with 1 monster. He has to leave some decent stuff for the people inside to play with, otherwise he won't be able to wait until he goes back. I'm going to be punished. It's boring. They are all weak creatures. Aren't there any stronger monsters? Gang Luo looked around and saw corpses of monsters lying on the sea, but there was no monster that could cheer him up, and none of them could fight. Well, why is it dark? Gang Luo raised his head. It was clearly still morning, but it was just after night, so why was it getting dark? However, I was even more surprised when I saw that it was not dark, but behind dark clouds. The sky was clear just now and it didn't look like it was raining. Why were the dark clouds so thick? It was like the sky was covered with a layer of black. Till. In the dark clouds covering thousands of meters around, blue thunder and lightning are constantly accumulating. Thunder and lightning are rolling in the dark clouds, as if they are gathering momentum. Hey, I feel bad. Looking at the power of the sky, Gang Luo felt a crisis in his heart. This was not like the natural weather. Even if it was a thunderstorm, it would be impossible to gather such thunder. Follow the thunder and fall. Nu Liang was standing in the air, with a cruel smile on his face, his right hand raised and his index finger extended. The sound was like the punishment at the end of the generation spreading across Hainan and reaching Gang Ten. Who is talking? Gang Luo kept turning his head and looking around in fear, but there was no one around him. Finally, he saw a figure in the sky to his left and in front. The figure's right index finger pointed to the sky, and his left hand held a human witch. Before Gangluo could say anything else, the dark clouds directly above him began to form a vortex, and blue thunder and lightning had already been brewing in the vortex. Nisuna, as Nura Rikushin's right index finger pointed down, the blue thunder and lightning in the vortex of dark clouds instantly fell towards Gangluo below, and a 10-meter thick pillar carrying the power of destroying the world directly landed on Gangluo. Gangluo is one of the 4 gods of fighting. Among the 4 gods of fighting, he represents the Suanwu with the strongest defensive power. He has a huge body and the strength of a demon. His defensive power cannot be underestimated. However, he still looks small under the power of thunder and lightning. Like ants. The thunder pillar directly chopped Gangluo, one of the 4 gods of fighting, into ashes, and even the corpses of monsters around him were completely evaporated. It seems that the attack was a bit heavy. Half of the power could kill that guy. I think more highly of him. Nuliang Lushan retracted his fingers, and his power to control the celestial phenomena was simply awesome. He used the most powerful thunder in the world for his own use. Who in this world can compete with the power of heaven? However, the power is strong. Even if you want to charge up such an attack, it will take a long time to move forward. It cannot be used in an instant battle with a strong enemy. It is a good method to use it to slay people. Lu Sheng, you are summoning thunder from nature. How is your consumption? Is it much? Kikyo was extremely shocked. Nura Rikuo was very powerful and had a powerful demon sword that could be fired with blue flames and weapons. It could also summon thunder from nature. No one in this world could have Nura. Lu Sheng has such a gorgeous skill list. I'm just quoting the thunder from nature. I didn't release it myself, so it doesn't consume much. Nura Rikushin's celestial control technique is to control the weather. After 8 years of continuous research and exploration, he can use the natural energy to control the weather, so just controlling nature will not consume much power for him. Jijin admired, it's really magical to draw thunder. I'm afraid the legendary Thunder God and Lightning Girl are not as capable as you. Let's go to the island. Nura Rikushin landed on Penglay Island from the air with Plati Kodong Grandiflarum in his arms, and the original dark clouds in the sky that were threatening to destroy the city had dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky again. Ding, the system is checking in, please wait 5 minutes. Nu Liang looked at the bare, valley-like island and said with disappointment, Penglay Island, just hearing the name is quite poetic. Legend has it that people can live forever. I thought it was a fairy island independent of the human world. The result is this such a deserted island? It's very disappointing. Nura Rikushin felt that he had been deceived by the name of Penglay Island. In his opinion, Penglay Island was a remote and independent overseas fairy island, full of divinity. The result was that such an island was no different from the islands that can be seen everywhere outside. The island is actually rumored to be magical. But it only opens once every 50 years, so this island should have some stories. Nura Rikushin and Kikyo started wandering around the island. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Elixir of Immortality X10. After wandering around for 5 minutes, the system has completed signing in. When Nura Rikushin heard the 4 words Elixir of Immortality, he was immediately attracted by it. Although he hadn't seen the effect of the medicine yet, it was very impressive as soon as he heard it. I didn't expect that when I went to this fake Penglay Island, I actually signed up for a pill that really increases my lifespan. This is really an unexpected sign-in reward, and there are 10 pills. I just don't know how many years one pill can increase. Is it true to the name of the pill? It's the same as immortality, but I don't know if there are any side effects or restrictions. Nuliang Lushan went to check the introduction of this Elixir of Immortality with anticipation. The Elixir of Immortality is an elixir that can unconditionally increase the lifespan of any creature. An elixir can make the person who takes it stay at the age of the person who takes it forever and will not age again. Unless he is killed, there will be no limit to his lifespan, just like the sky. Life. And after taking it, any negative injuries on the body can be recovered instantly. Therefore, the pill goes against the will of heaven, so you can only take 1 pill, and the second pill will be ineffective. No longer aging, no lifespan limit, truly eternal life. Even if you take it when you are about to die, you can instantly resurrect with full blood. The Elixir of Immortality, this is worthy of the 6 words of the Elixir of Immortality. Nura Rikushin was sure that he had read it correctly, and there were still 10 of them, which meant that 10 people could live forever. If these were taken out, it would definitely cause a big shock in the world, and others would go crazy to fight for them. However, Nurarikushin did not take it out immediately. Although she only had Platycodon with her, it would not be easy to explain later, so he planned to take it out when he left Penglay Island, so that he would have an excuse to say that he brought it back from Penglay Island. More reasonable. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to meet a demon-level half-demon here. I would throw you into the furnace to refine you. Nu Liang and Rikuo walked on Penglay Island for half an hour when an extremely arrogant voice came from behind them. Platycodon turned around, took up the bow and shot the arrow in one go. A demon-breaking arrow was shot, and the brown-skinned burly man opposite him stared. He stretched out his right fist and hit the demon-breaking arrow with oppressive demonic power. The fist and the demon-breaking arrow were in a stalemate for 3 seconds before exploding. Beast Luo's body flew backwards from the smoke and smashed into the wall and was stuck. Zoro squeezed out from the wall, his face was not as arrogant as at first, and he said solemnly, "You are a witch. What a powerful spiritual power. The 4 gods of fighting were harmed miserably by the witch on this island." Unexpectedly, he, Zoro, would meet a witch again today, and it seemed that this witch was no weaker than the shrine maiden Suhame on Penglay Island. Kikyo stared at Zhu Luo expressionlessly and said, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Zhu Luo flew up from the ground, and he snorted coldly, "We are the 4 gods of fighting who rule Penglay Island, and I am Zhu Luo, one of the 4 gods of fighting." Nurarikushin took a few steps forward and stood in front of Kikyo. He mocked disdainfully, "The 4 gods of fighters? That big turtle outside is also one of the 4 gods of fighters. He is just a vulnerable thing. His name is Gang Luo, and he is my younger brother. It turns out that he was killed by you, seeking death." With murderous intent in his eyes, Zhu Luo leaned over and rushed towards Nurarikushin. Nurarikushin stood still for a moment, but behind him, doors with golden ripples opened one by one, and 18 doors opened in an instant. From the golden ripples weapons continued to be fired in the ripples. Zhu Luo was so shocked that he didn't dare to hold back and directly used his most powerful skill, beast transformation, to transform himself from a human into an orc, which could enhance his own speed and strength. When the weapons of King's treasure flew towards him, he avoided several of them with vigorous movements, but because the weapons were fired so densely and so fast, there was no way to avoid them, so veins popped up in his arms, and he kept waving his hands to knock them away. Fired weapons. It's a good kill, it's commendable, but how do you defend next? Nuliang Lushan's voice fell. Behind him, the original 18 golden doors suddenly opened 100 more. A total of 118 doors fired weapons at the same time, making it dizzying and impossible to resist. What? Zhu Luo was dumbfounded. He had tried his best to launch weapons from all 18 gates at the same time. Now there were so many. Where did this guy get so many powerful weapons? In what form did he launch them? Simply outrageous. Zhu Luo flew away without even thinking, inserting those precious phantoms into the mountain wall one by one and blasting the mountain apart. Nu Liang's red pupils stared at the beast, stretched out his right hand, and surrounded the golden door in 6 directions around the beast. Fake, right. Zhu Luo was instantly surrounded. He looked at himself surrounded by a circle of glittering golden doors, a circular shape that completely surrounded him with no way out. This made Zhu Luo break into cold sweat. What on earth are these golden gates? This skill is too shameless. He is already flying in the air and can it be filled 10 times around him? Nurarikushin clenched his right hand and fired out the noble phantasm around the door of the beast, turning the beast inside into a hedgehog. In the face of absolute ability, even if the strength is at the same level, there is still an insurmountable gap. All the golden doors dissipated, and the appearance of Zoro, who was stabbed like a hedgehog by swords, guns, swords, and halberds, appeared in the eyes of Nurarikushin and Kikyo, and finally fell from the sky powerlessly. Nuliang Lushan waved his hand, and the dozen or so weapons stuck on Zhu Luo's body turned into golden light and dissipated, leaving only the opponent's body riddled with holes. Let's go. Nurarikushin patted the non-existent dust on his clothes with his hand. To him, the demon commander was just a quick kill. Who made him invincible with his moves? Perhaps only the demon king could struggle a few times. Kikyo followed behind without saying a word. She used to think that she was very strong, but now compared with Nurarikushin, she realized that there are really people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Hey? After Gang Luo, Zhu Luo was also killed. Which powerful demon came to this island? It's not easy to kill Gang Luo and Zhu Luo one after another. Somewhere in the open space on Penglai Island, Long Luo, the leader of the four gods of fighting, had just killed the monsters that came to the island. After experiencing the pleasure of killing monsters, he discovered that two of the four gods of fighting had been killed. Just now it doesn't matter if Luo is killed, even Beast Luo is killed at this time. Is there a difficult enemy coming? Ha, this is interesting. Ji Luo, come back first. Long Lui, just in case, the enemy can kill two of the four fighters one after another, which is enough to show that he is not a simple character. It would be funny if the boat capsizes in the gutter. Nura Rikushin and the two were walking on the beach on the edge of Penglai Island. Kikyo suddenly said, Rikushin, I feel the aura of half-demon here, and there are more than one. Half-demon? Yes, but these half-demon spirits are very weak. They don't look like monsters from outside Penglai Island, but more like the aborigines of Penglai Island. Of course, this is just Kikyo's guess. Because he is so stingy, it should be impossible to get around the big turtles and the four fighters at the door. That's why Kumo speculated whether it was from the island. Aboriginal people. A demon is coming. Nuliang Lushan felt a good amount of demonic energy in front of him, but he didn't care. Anyone who dared to block the way would just push them all the way. A figure in front was walking forward slowly like Nura Rikushin and Kikyo. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer, and they could clearly see what the other party looked like. Nuliang and Rikuo saw a tall white-haired man in front of them. He was wearing a white dress and a thin layer of armor on top. His face was cold and emotionless. At the feet of the white-haired man, a little monster only reached the height of his calf, holding a human-headed staff that did not match his height. Lord Sesshomaru, there seems to be a monster in front of you. He looks very strong. There is also a Miko. Her spiritual power is not weak. But how can a Miko walk with a monster? This isn't it consistent with common sense? The little monster at the white-haired man's feet, Xiejian, couldn't understand how the monster and the shrine maiden could come together. Wouldn't it be possible for you and me to survive if they met? That demon is a half-demon. Zhajian's weak strength could not tell that the demonic power of a half-demon was very different from that of a 3.1 pure-blooded demon, but Sesshomaru was different. With his powerful demonic power, he immediately sensed Nura Rikuo. His demonic aura is mixed with human scent, and he is undoubtedly half-demon just like his stupid brother Inuyasha. Half-demon? But why do I feel that this half-demon is more powerful than Inuyasha? Of course, Xiejian would not doubt Sesshomaru's words, but he had also met Sesshomaru's younger brother, the half-demon Inuyasha. The monster also has a strong feeling, but it is much worse than the man with strange hair in front of him. So my younger brother is useless. Any half-demon you meet now has the power to crush Inuyasha. He is really useless. Sesshomaru looked down upon his half-demon half-brother. If he could, he would kill that guy. If he stayed in this world, he would only tarnish the great general's excellent bloodline. The two sides met face to face on the wider beach and stopped, but neither side gave way. Half-demon, get out of the way. When Nura Rikuo and Sesshomaru looked at each other, Sesshomaru directly said half-demon, which made Nura Rikuo twitch the corner of his mouth. Nura Rikuo looked at the other party's outfit and immediately knew who the other party was, but he was not afraid and directly said, if a good dog doesn't block the way, it's you who should get out of the way. Before Sesshomaru could say anything, Zhajian had already spoken. He said angrily, hey, you monster with a strange hairstyle is so unreasonable that you actually called us, Sesshomaru-sama, a dog. He is a dog with the noblest monster bloodline. Do you understand a dog? It is not a dog. Nuliang Rikushin sneered, aren't dogs and dogs the same thing? They just have different names. Do you think that if you change the name, you will think that you are not a dog? Do you want to change the breed? Xiejian still wanted to fight back, but Sesshomaru's look made Xiejian so frightened that he didn't dare to say anything and retreated directly. Chapter 62. If you don't get out of the way, you'll die. Sesshomaru didn't say much, he just showed his murderous intention, his right hand became like a claw, showing sharp dog claws. There is only one outcome, I live and you die. Nura Rikushin drew out his Zanpakut and pointed it diagonally at the ground, and said to Kikyo on the side, Kikyo, step aside and don't help me. Be careful. Kikyo believed in Nura Rikushin's strength, so he stepped back after giving instructions. Wrong views. Sesshomaru could feel the power of the half-demon in front of him, and he would not have time to worry about evil views when the fight started. Okay, okay. She retreated quickly. He, a little demon, couldn't withstand the fierce fight between the two. Nurarikuo and Sesshomaru's demonic energies collided with each other, and the powerful impact caused the ground to crack. Suddenly, Sesshomaru moved. He came to Nurarikushin in an instant at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and grabbed Nurarikushin with one claw. Well! Xiejian, who was hiding behind, hurriedly applauded when he saw this scene. He said proudly, "Sure enough, no monster is a match for Lord Sesshomaru. A mere half-demon dares to act recklessly in front of Lord Sesshomaru. He really doesn't know whether to live or die." Kikyo listened to Xiejian's disparaging words to Nurarikuo and glanced at him. Xiejian was so frightened that he quickly shut up and curled up. That was a Maiko. How could a little monster like him be killed with one arrow? Sesshomaru grabbed Nurarikushin with his claws, but the claws passed through Nurarikushin's body and did not hit the entity. The next second, Sesshomaru noticed something strange and hurriedly retreated. Abu! A knife emitting cold light was slashed at the place where Sesshomaru had just stood, and more than 10 white hairs were cut off and fell to the ground. Nurarikushin put the back of the sword on his shoulder, looked at the dog in front of him with appreciative eyes, and praised, "You can avoid it at the critical moment, and your alertness is good." Afterimage? No, afterimage is just a shadow left on the spot by a high speed. It can't be so real. Doppelganger? It seems wrong, phantom? When facing Nurarikuo, Sesshomaru didn't say anything. Instead, he analyzed the trick he just used and thought about how to break it. "If you don't come, then I will." Nurarikushin held Senbonzakura in his hand, and the cherry blossoms disappeared instantly, leaving only a large piece of cherry blossom petals falling beautifully where he disappeared. Ding! Sesshomaru's sense of smell and perception were very keen. Without thinking about turning back, he took out a knife from his waist and slashed it, and met with Nurarikuo's Senbonzakura. Nurarikushin's heart moved slightly, and he felt the powerful power coming from his hand. The power of Sesshomaru was really not small. The blades of the two knives rubbed against each other and splashed sparks. Nurarikuo suddenly withdrew his strength, leaving Sesshomaru with nowhere to release his power. Then he took advantage of this gap and kicked Nurarikuo out. Sesshomaru twisted his body and narrowly avoided it. At the same time, green venom appeared on the claws of his left hand. Poison flower claw. Nurarikuo looked at the venom on the dog's paws and knew not to touch it. A color also appeared on his left hand, but it was blue, and it was still a burning flame. Karma fire. The two struck each other with their left hands, and the power of karma fire was stronger. The poison flower claw that instantly defeated Sesshomaru was infected with karma fire at the same time. Sesshomaru's face changed slightly, and he immediately stepped back a few positions, looking at the high-temperature blue flame on his left hand, covering the entire palm with his powerful demon power, and then forcibly shed his skin. Although it was painful, Sesshomaru could do it. His face was expressionless, so he didn't let the fire of karma continue to spread. This flame. This was the first time Sesshomaru had seen such a strange fire. The contamination was like a maggot attached to the bone and it was burning continuously, as if it would burn out all the contamination before it would stop. Nurarikushin didn't care what Sesshomaru was thinking at this time. When he stepped a little, the entire ground exploded, and his body rushed towards Sesshomaru at the speed of sound. Seeing this, Sesshomaru stretched out 2 fingers, and a yellow-green light whip appeared on his index finger and middle finger, and then he whipped forward. Nurarikuo struck Senbonzakura in his hand quickly, cutting off the whip of light inch by inch, and then came to Sesshomaru. Boom! A roar resounded, and huge smoke slowly floated around the two people. Then the two figures retreated from the smoke and distanced themselves. Half-demon, tell me your name. It was rare for Sesshomaru to take the initiative to ask someone's name, because it meant that Sesshomaru had recognized this enemy. Nuliang Lushan. Sesshomaru, you are very good. As a half-demon, you have such strength. You are worthy of my full strength. As a great demon, Sesshomaru has been traveling in the Warring States period for hundreds of years and has seen many strong men, but this is the first time he has met a half-demon who can compete with him. Sesshomaru looks down on half-demon because all half-demon have impure blood. A monster has limited achievements in life. Unexpectedly, he met a different half-demon today, so he was very excited now. It was rare to have a decent opponent. After hearing Sesshomaru's words, Xiejian also admired Nurarikuo a little, and murmured to himself, "It's incredible that this half-demon can make Sesshomaru-sama use all his strength to deal with it, but even if this half-demon is killed, killing is enough to be proud of. Then use your full strength, otherwise it will be too boring." Now Sesshomaru doesn't have a decent weapon in his hand. Powerful demon swords such as natural teeth, fighting ghosts and gods, and explosive teeth were all obtained after the plot. But it is still 50 years before the plot begins. Sesshomaru only uses one. Relative fame is not considered too demonic power. Sesshomaru did not speak, but expressed it with actions. The already strong demonic energy in his body was even stronger at this moment. The demonic energy affected the surrounding environment, the ground cracked layer by layer, and a large number of small stones shot out, and his body grew taller. The whites of his eyes are blood red, and his body is also quite muscular. Sesshomaru can release his full power by releasing demon power, so that all his strength, speed, spirit, endurance, and other values will be greatly improved, and the injuries on his body will be quickly regenerated and recovered. In that case, I won't be polite. Feeling the surging demon power of Sesshomaru, he has initially reached the level of the Demon King. This makes Nurarikuo's hands itch. This Sesshomaru is indeed a very good opponent. In the same level, Sesshomaru's strength is definitely to level. After all, she has the purest noble blood of the great Demon King Dog General, and her mother is also a powerful dog demon. Nurarikuo also had to work harder. He held the handle of Senbonzakura in his hand, making the tip of the sword downward, and then released Senbonzakura. Swastika. The vertically falling Senbonzakura unexpectedly did not fall to the ground, but a ripple appeared on the ground, swallowing the falling Senbonzakura and disappearing. Then Nurarikuo's demonic energy also surged. Starting 10 meters away from him, 2 rows of 3-meter-high blades appeared on the left and right sides, extending in a straight line behind Nurarikuo and Sesshomaru. What kind of trick is that? The number of knives is so amazing. At a rough look, there are dozens or hundreds of them. There are no handles, and the blades look like 2 rows of sharp teeth growing out of the ground. Xiejian was hiding aside, his big eyes looking at Nurarikuo and Sesshomaru, who were surrounded by 2 rows of blades in front of him. Don't you know what kind of trick this is to restrict Sesshomaru's movements? Kikyo knew that the knife used by Riku Nura, called Senbonzakura by Riku Nura, had the ability to turn the entire blade into thousands of tiny blades, and the blades were scattered as beautifully as cherry blossom petals. Senbonzakura Kagegan. As Rikuo Nura shouted out Senbonzakura's name, these 2 rows of hundreds of giant blades turned into pink cherry blossoms and floated away at the same time. In just 2 seconds, these huge blades floated away. The blade directly turns into hundreds of millions of pink petals, which are very dazzling when you look at them, making you feel like you are in a sea of cherry blossom petals. However, Sesshomaru, who was standing on the spot, felt the stinging sensation after the cherry blossoms fell on him. The powerful demonic energy formed a demonic wind and blew in all directions with him as the center. Then Sesshomaru stepped a little closer and stared at the person in front of him with his blood-red eyes. Nurarikushin and Kyudan's sword appeared in front of Nurarikushin almost in an instant. However, facing this attack so close at hand, Nuliang Rikushin had no expression on his face and his eyes did not even blink, looking calm and calm. The next second, countless cherry blossoms emerged to form a wall to block Sesshomaru's sword. Then, 2 groups of tens of millions of cherry blossoms gathered together and rushed towards Sesshomaru's left and right sides. Sesshomaru quickly retreated without even looking at it. The 2 Sakura attacks lost their target and collided together. However, they did not disperse but merged together to pursue Sesshomaru. Sesshomaru frowned and immediately started to fly. Nurarikushin looked up, and raised his right hand that was beating beside him. Hundreds of millions of cherry blossom petals rose from the ground to the sky, gathered on top of Sesshomaru's head, and then quickly collided with each other. Sesshomaru saw that the speed of Sakura's attack had actually increased 2 or 3 times. He had no time to dodge, and his whole body was submerged by the cherry blossom petals and crashed to the ground. The ground instantly exploded, sending up a large amount of smoke and dust. Lord Sesshomaru. Xiejian looked at the smoke worriedly. He didn't expect that the dignified Sesshomaru-sama would be beaten by a half-demon and put him at a disadvantage. It was simply unbelievable. And what's the matter with those cherry blossom petals, which can not only defend against attacks, but also have such fast speed and lethality? Curious Xiejian happened to see a few cherry blossoms floating in the air in front of him. He stepped forward and reached out to touch it, but the moment he touched it, 2 blood marks appeared on his hand, and the flesh was cut open, although the wound was very small. But it was actually cut apart. Oh my god, what kind of cherry blossom petals are these? They are clearly blades. Xiejian was so frightened that he hurriedly ran back, not daring to be touched by the cherry blossom petals. Each of these cherry blossom petals was equivalent to a sharp blade. 1 or 2 petals may not be so lethal, but looking at the number of cherry blossom petals, there are too many to count. If they gather in one place and attack, the power will be very powerful. While Nurarikuo and Sesshomaru were fighting, 2 black shadows landed silently on the nearby cliff and looked down. These 2 people were the 2 remaining surviving gods of the 4 fighters, Ryoluo and Fierce. Luo. The red-haired Ji Luo looked at the very attractive sea of cherry blossoms below, and he exclaimed, Long Luo, what's going on with those cherry blossoms? How can there be such a huge amount? Long Luo yelled, you can tell at a glance. It's the 2 monsters over there who are fighting. One is a half-demon and the other is a dog monster. The strength of these 2 guys cannot be underestimated. They must kill Gang Luo and Zhu Luo. Either one of them, or both. Hey, what are you buying for these 2? Ji Luo was a little shocked. Although he was a monster commander, compared to the 2 monsters below, it seemed that he could be crushed. Long Luo pondered, I seem to have heard of that dog demon. His name seems to be Sesshomaru. He is the son of the former great demon dog general of the Western Kingdom. As for the other half-demon, I have never heard of it. 020 Look, the dog demon was rushed to the ground by the cherry blossoms. What a beautiful attack method. Ji Luo was fascinated by Senbonzakura's attack method. Although his flames were not bad, compared to the pink cherry blossoms in the sky, they were still hit by the dimensionality reduction. Long Luo said with a gloomy face, those are not cherry blossoms, they are all tiny blades. With such a large number of blades, I don't know what kind of demon sword it is, but it is definitely better than my wind blade fang. Both are much stronger than thunder blade fang. The desire to obtain this knife arose in his heart, but he quickly restrained himself. When the smoke dissipated, Sesshomaru was lying in a crater. His clothes were damaged in many places, his body was covered with scars, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. An attack with hundreds or even thousands of cherry blossom petals does not seem to have much effect, but an attack with hundreds of millions of cherry blossom petals is full of damage. What a tough move! Sesshomaru stood up from the ground, and the small wounds healed quickly visible to the naked eye. This was Sesshomaru's ability, which could make the wounds heal quickly with the help of demonic energy. If you want to defeat him, you have to get close to him first. Although these blades chase very fast, I am faster. Alongpo. Sesshomaru struck out with a sword, and the demonic energy released an attack like a thunder dragon through the demonic sword, splitting the ground with the force of breaking bamboo and pressing forward. Nurarikuo still stood there indifferently, but when Soryapo passed halfway, he built a pink defensive wall of cherry blossom petals in front, completely defeating Soryapo. Block. When the defensive wall dispersed, Sesshomaru had disappeared from Nurarikushin's sight. Boring induction techniques. Nurarikushin didn't even need to think about it. The attack just now attracted Nurarikushin's attention, and Sesshomaru was waiting for that moment of opportunity to quickly approach Nurarikushin. Nurarikuo moved his hand, and the cherry blossom petals scattered around him quickly formed a semicircular sphere with him as the center outside the injury-free circle, forming an absolute defense similar to Kaiden. Oj. Sesshomaru appeared silently behind Nurarikushin, and slashed with his sword. The demonic power attached to the sword exploded a gap when it hit the cherry blossom petals, but Nurarikushin was fine. Well, it was Sesshomaru on the contrary, because the counter-shock force revealed gaps and flaws. Nurarikuo turned around, seized Sesshomaru's flaw, and moved his right hand forward to make a virtual grip. All the hundreds of millions of cherry blossom petal blades were controlled by Nurarikuo to completely surround Sesshomaru, forming a huge pink sphere, like a giant egg. Hangjing. Senbonzakura Kaijian. Ouch! Before Nurarikushin could completely shrink the cherry blossom ball, he heard a loud beast roar. Chapter 63. The circle of cherry blossoms surrounding Sesshomaru was instantly broken, and cherry blossom blades were scattered all over the sky. In front of Nurarikuo, a huge dog demon stood on the ground. It was huge, much larger than Madara's demon. Zijian trembled and said, Hi! He can actually force Sesshomaru-sama into a demonized state. That half-demon with a strange hairstyle should not be underestimated. Is this dog monster the son of the great monster dog general 400 years ago? Kikyo looked at the giant dog demon opposite Nurarikushin, and remembered that she had seen a demon illustrated book drawn by a professional before. Among them, General Yu's body was said to be as big as a 1,000-meter mountain. Although the dog demon in front of her was not that big, its appearance was very similar to the dog general she saw in the illustrated book. It is almost certain that he is the son of Yundehu, one of the most powerful demon kings in the Warring States period. It is said that General Inu has a wife who is as powerful as the demon king, Fairy Lingyu. The offspring of the bloodline of two powerful and pure dog demons, it is conceivable that from the very beginning, their talents and abilities have already stood above all the demons. Sesshomaru, who had revealed his prototype in gigantic form, roared, and the sound waves alone shook the water on his left side to the point where the tide continued to recede, and the surrounding land was swept away by the sound waves. Sesshomaru stared at Nurarikushin with his blood-red eyes. The liquid dripping from the air was corrosive and poisonous. The white rice fur and the figure looked very majestic. It looks more interesting, then come. Nurarikuo stood on the spot, waving his right hand, and the blades of cherry blossom petals were rolled up like a wave, creating a wave of cherry blossoms. Even if Sesshomaru was in a huge demon state, the number of cherry blossom blades could still be overwhelming with ease. Senbonzakura can be controlled with her mind, but when commanded with her hands, the attack speed is 2 to 4 times. At this time, Nurarikuo naturally goes all out when facing the demonized Sesshomaru. Sesshomaru slapped his claws in the air at the wave of blades coming towards him, and the demonic power turned into a claw-like attack and hit the wave of blades. However, although the ones in front were scattered, the ones behind were still coming continuously, making it impossible for people to know what to do. Take action! Sesshomaru roared and flew up to avoid the wave of cherry blossoms. Nurarikuo raised his left hand, and the wave of cherry blossoms followed closely. However, Sesshomaru was still very fast even with his big body. Sesshomaru rotated around Nurarikushin in a circle, confusing Nurarikushin's sight so that he could not see his position clearly and could not carry out a locked attack. Nurarikuo looked at Sesshomaru who was constantly spinning above him, waiting for an opportunity to move. He used the talent of the slippery ghost, mirror flower, water moon, and his phantom appearance stayed in place, disrupting the cognition of those who could see him. It was regarded as a group skill, and the real body slowly withdrew from here. While using Senbonzakura, a wound-free circle will appear based on your own position to ensure that you will not be accidentally injured by your own Senbonzakura. As Nurarikuo moves around, the wound-free circle will always follow Nurarikuo moved together. After fighting for 30 seconds with the Kyoka Suijutsu left by Nurarikuo on the ground, Sesshomaru saw the right moment and instantly ducked in front of Nurarikuo who had not yet reacted. The huge claws that were still big slapped it down hard. Boom! The earth was shaking. Seeing this, Siejiun laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it worked. Lord Sesshomaru successfully killed that half-demon. Ah, he is indeed Lord Sesshomaru. No matter how powerful the half-demon is, it will not be completely demonized. Lord Sesshomaru's opponent. Lu Sheng." Kikyo stood aside and said nothing. She would not believe that Nurarikuo could be killed so easily, because Nurarikuo still had many abilities that he had not used. Something's wrong, what I hit this time is still a phantom. Sesshomaru opened his mouth and roared, and the sound wave blew away all the smoke and dust that had just been lifted up, trying to find where the real Ryorikuo was. However, before he could look around, he discovered that those small cherry blossom petal-like blades gradually rose up and formed pink swords in a circle around dozens of meters. In just a few seconds, a circle formed. There are as many as 1,000 pink swords stacked in another circle, and there are hundreds of them in each circle, forming a space similar to a field. Jijing. Senbonzakura Kage Yan. After Senbonzakura's swastika was released, there were 3 ways to attack. For example, at the beginning, the one who simply used the petal blade to chase and intercept was just the same as the ordinary swastika, but the one who just formed a sphere to attack was one of them, the scene, but Sesshomaru appeared. It was broken after the huge demon transformed, and the current field is the second one, annihilating the scene. Jinkai. Senbonzakage Kagejin turns hundreds of millions of independent thin blades into the shape of a knife, which greatly increases the lethality of the explosion. Each knife can be used to cut through Nurarikuo's thoughts. From the outside, the four people from Kikyo, Zajian, Ryoluo, and Jiluo saw that the pink petal blades all gathered together to form pink swords surrounding Sesshomaru. The scene was still quite gorgeous. Damn it, where are the people? Sesshomaru turned his red eyes to look for Rikunura. With such a big space, could Rikunura only trap him here and not himself? Nura Rikushin's voice came, I'm right in front of you, can't you see with such big eyes? What? Sesshomaru, who was turning his head, heard this and subconsciously turned his head to look closely. Sure enough, Rikuo Nura was right in front of him, but he didn't notice his presence just now. When did he appear? Sesshomaru was filled with anger at this moment. He felt that he had been teased. Not only did he attack several times to no avail, but he was also defeated by Nura Rikuo's attacks. He didn't look like a great demon at all, and he didn't look like anything scary at all. Your noble son, shame, this half-demon, I must show him his color today. Roar. The angrier Sesshomaru Tsuki gets, the more he loses his mind and becomes more wild. He pounced forward, opened his bloody mouth several times larger than that of a native of Nulaiyang, and bit into it. Nura Rikushin jumped up to avoid it. Sesshomaru's huge claws struck again. Nura Rikushin thought dozens of senbonlu were shot out from the surroundings and inserted into Sesshomaru's body. Nailed to the ground. Then a senbonzakura appeared in Nura Rikuo's right hand, and he slashed down at Sesshomaru's left paw that just wanted to slap him. The demon power attached to the blade, and after hitting the dog's paw, he slashed with all his strength. Sesshomaru's left paw was chopped off by Nura Rikushin. Ah! Sesshomaru let out a cry of pain, and the pain caused him to burst out with unparalleled strength. Senbonzakura broke free and stood up again. Like a mad bullfight, it ran rampant in the annihilation scene, constantly hitting the field with powerful demonic power. Nura Rikushin frowned, this dog was really rabid. He waved his hand, and at the same time, hundreds of the senbonzakura swirling around him were summoned by him to fly and stab at Sesshomaru's huge body. But after all, the blood of the great demon king dog general flows in his body, and his physical defense is very good. Even so, he could not be seriously injured. I'm too lazy to waste time with you. This is my last resort. Jianjing disappeared, replaced by Nura Rikushin holding a senbonzakura with both hands. The senbonzakura combined with his own demonic energy condensed into a pair of huge white wings behind him. The sword body exuded a strong cold air, blowing the right side of the sword. The lapping sea water froze. Final scene. White Emperor Sword. Roar. Sesshomaru also tried his best. Although one of his hands was broken, his huge demonic aura was not reduced at all. The hair on his body stood up like exploding hairs, and his demonic aura soared to the sky. After looking at each other for a few seconds, the two people sprinted towards each other at the same time. In just 2 seconds, they collided, and an extremely dazzling white light was released with the two people as the center, making everyone who watched them close their eyes. Boom! After the white light, there was a huge explosion. The impact of the explosion went in all directions. Xiejian was directly blown away by the impact, and Platikodon had powerful spiritual power. He was able to set up a protective barrier for himself, so he was not affected. Long Luo, did that dog demon lose? Jiluo looked at the thick smoke and couldn't see the situation clearly, but judging from the battle just now, Sesshomaru was obviously at a disadvantage. A sneer appeared on Long Luo's lips, and he said cruelly, no matter who wins or loses, the remaining one definitely doesn't have much power anymore. It's just a good time for us to reap the benefits. Long Luo is still very jealous in his heart. To be honest, after seeing the strength shown by the two of them in the battle, even if he and Ji Luo go together, they will not be the opponent of one of them. No wonder Gang Luo and Zhu Luo will be hit. Killing and dying are not considered unjust. But fortunately, these two guys spent all their strength fighting each other. No matter who among them lost or won, he and Jiluo were waiting for work. They can definitely take down the exhausted Brother 10. Yes, after such a battle, even if they haven't decided the winner yet, there will definitely be very little demonic power left, and we can easily defeat them. Jiluo was glad in his heart that he did not encounter these two perverts at the beginning, but now it was their turn to hunt these two guys. The thought of being able to kill such a powerful monster made the blood in his body boil. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Kikyo looked at the figure standing in front of him and smiled knowingly. Lord Sesshomaru! Lord Sesshomaru! Xiejian's head was like a bolt from the blue. Lord Sesshomaru, who he thought was invincible, was lying on the ground in embarrassment, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. He was so frightened that he ran over with tears in his eyes. Nurarikushin put away his sword and turned his head slightly to look at Sesshomaru and Siejian, who were lying on the ground and had exited the demon state. Nurarikushin did not choose to go up and finish the attack. He said, "Little monster, if this guy is lucky enough to survive, tell him that he is not strong enough yet and it is 1,000 years too early to beat me." After saying that, Nurarikushin turned back and walked forward. Kikyo trotted after him, took Nurarikushin's arm and examined it carefully, saying, "Are you injured?" Nurarikushin turned his head and glanced at his bleeding arm, and said, "It's not a serious injury. It will recover naturally without any extra care." This was the injury sustained by Sesshomaru when he was fighting his last move. It was not serious, just a minor injury. Scorching bird. 6 birds made entirely of flames flew from Nurarikuo's right side. Nurarikushin wrapped his right hand around Kikyo's waist and originally turned half a circle to change his position. Then he stretched out his left hand, and blue karma fire spurted out from his left hand, completely cancelling out the red bird-shaped flame. Kikyo quickly drew her bow and arrow and pointed it in the direction of the attack. Long Luo, a muscular man with blue hair and holding 2 big swords, said unexpectedly, "Hey, you still have this power after fighting with that dog demon?" Kikyo opened her lips slightly and asked, "4 gods of fighting?" The red-haired man standing next to Long Luo, who was the one who sent out the flame bird just now, sneered, "4 fighters, Ji Luo, what I hate the most is witches like you, who are obviously just lowly people who don't live longer than 100 years. Humans have spiritual power that makes even monsters fearful, and the power to seal monsters away, damn it." Faced with Ji Luo's vicious words, Kikyo smiled and said, "It seems that you were hurt a lot by the witch. In my opinion, it was because the witch sealed the power that you couldn't leave the island, so you are on the island. I declare myself the 4 gods of fighting to dominate and bring blessings, am I right?" "You." Fierce Luo wanted to say something else, but Kikyo shot out the demon-breaking sword, "Good Zhao Zhao," and Ji Luo hurriedly avoided it. The spiritual power attached to the arrow shocked both Long Luo and Ji Luo. This Maiko's spiritual power is no weaker than that of Zoji. Long Luo looked at the demon-breaking arrow and thought to himself. Onmyoji is the shrine maiden who protects the Horai island. 50 years ago, after the 4 gods of fighting invaded this place, she encountered the shrine maiden Kusanagi. Unexpectedly, she was just a human shrine maiden. It's difficult to deal with, but fortunately, with the 4 fighting gods united, no matter how strong Suji is, she is still just one person. She was sure of victory, but she didn't expect that Zoji counterattacked before she died, sacrificing her own life to seal the power of the 4 of them, making it impossible for the 4 fighting gods to leave Penglay Island. If they hadn't accidentally discovered throwing the half-demon into the roaring furnace can restore the power for a certain period of time. The 4 of them have long since died due to loss of power. Therefore, the 4 fighting gods hated the witches extremely. "Rikushin, leave that red-haired monster to me." Kikyo hasn't really made a move for several days, and she has been protected by Nurarikuo. She is almost becoming a vase that is worthless, instead of a Maiko who specializes in exorcising demons. Nurarikushin and Kikyo looked at each other, nodded and said, "That's fine. With your strength, I don't need to worry too much. Just be careful. By the way, I'll give you this sword for self-defense." Nurarikuo handed his magic sword Sengan to Kikyo. The abilities of the demon sword Thousand Blades overlap somewhat with those of Senbonzakura, but Senbonzakura is more powerful and more gorgeous, so Rikuo Nura chose to use Hanzakura. The demonic sword Thousand Blades is also powerful and can be used in various ways. Plati Kodan is a long-range shooter and will be very passive once it gets close. With the demonic sword Thousand Blades, a knife that can be used both near and far, you can balance many things in your hand. There are many, and if spiritual power is attached to the 1,000 fragments of the demonic Thousand Blades, there will be unexpected attack power. Chapter 64. Good. Kikyo was not a coy woman, she did not shirk. She took the demonic sword Thousand Blades given to her by Rikuo Nura and stuck it in her waist. Regarding this knife, Nurarikushin had mentioned it before, so Kikyo would also use it. After Kikyo walked out, Nurarikushin looked at the blue-haired man in front of him, his expression remained the same, and he said in a relaxed tone, "You are the strongest among the 4 gods of fighting, right? Your aura is stronger than the other 3. The 4 fighters, Long Luo, I admit that you are very strong, but in the battle with that dog demon just now, the witch was not by your side. If you fight against me, Long Luo, you will only die. Long Luo holds 2 big swords. Although the half-demon in front of him consumes a lot of money, he does not dare to be careless. Who knows if a guy of this level has any backup plans? If a sudden outbreak occurs and he is buried with him, it will be a big joke. In the final analysis, I'm just a rat who doesn't dare to fight a strong enemy head-on, and only dares to show up when others are hurting both sides. But do you think I'm at the end of my rope? You're naive. Nilayong Lushan's eyes widened slightly, and a powerful fear pressed against Long Luo. Well. Long Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he was frightened by Nurarikuo's fear. Monsters can intimidate, fear or respect people, and they are equally useful to monsters. Having just seen Nurarikuo's strength, Long Luo felt in his heart a seed of fear was planted that Nilayong was too powerful and invincible. Once Nurarikuo uses fear to arouse the opponent's seed, he can activate another skill of Slippery Ghost, Mirror Zone. Ming Jing Shisui is another trick of the Sly Ghost besides Jing Hua Sui Yu. As long as the other party is afraid of you, your own perception will deceive you, making the other party clearly in front of you but unable to see it. Where are the people? In just a blink of an eye, Long Luo saw that Neural Luo Sheng, who was in front of him just now, had disappeared. This made Long Luo panic all of a sudden. It would definitely not be good for such a powerful enemy to disappear in front of him. But then he calmed down after hearing the footsteps that were not hidden at all, and stared straight ahead without blinking. He could feel that the half-demon had not really disappeared. It was just in front of him. Could it be an invisible monster? Hee. Long Luo uses a double sword style. The sword in his right hand is called Wind Blade Ye, a demon sword with wind attributes, and the sword in his left hand is Lei Blade Ye, a demon sword with thunder attributes. He slashed out the wind blade fang with a wave of his right hand, and a hurricane force that could blow away anyone struck forward like a bamboo. Nurarikuo held the demon-repelling sword Yamakameru in his left hand, which he had not used for a long time. He stretched out his right hand toward his left hand and pulled the Yamakameru out of its sheath. When the wind blade blew, Nurarikuo took Yamakameru away. Kirimaru lies in front of him. The wind blade paused for 2 seconds when it hit the blade. Nurarikuo shook the blade, and then rebounded towards the path it came from. How could it be? My wind was actually bounced back. Ryaga's eyes widened, and he quickly slashed out another wind blade to offset it. He felt extremely incredible in his heart. Since he got the weapon, no monster has been able to bounce back his wind. It was either blocked, hit, or is it being avoided? This is the first time this has happened. Hey? The footsteps are gone. The reason why he knew that Riku Nura was in front of him just now was because Riku Nura didn't hide and allowed the sound of footsteps to come out. But now, he was walking silently, and Long Luo naturally couldn't tell where Riku Nura was. Damn it, where are you? Where are you running? Come out if you have the ability. For the first time, Long Luo felt that things were not under his control. He had already gone through a great battle and was at the end of his strength. Why was it still so difficult to deal with? Behind you. What? Long Luo was shocked when he heard the voice next to his ears. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his body. He lowered his head in confusion and looked around. His heart was actually pierced by a knife. He is the majestic leader of the 4 gods of war. He can be regarded as a big monster that dominates outside. As long as he does not encounter the Monster King, he basically walks sideways. Countless monsters have died in his hands. Now he was impaled so hastily. Heart? Long Luo didn't understand why he was killed like an ant even though he was so powerful. He didn't even touch 10 half-demon hairs that had gone through a big battle. Immediately, the heart-breaking pain made Long Luo roar, and the 2 knives in his hands fell to the ground. After the monster was hit by the demon-exhorting knife, the damage was far greater than other weapons. After struggling for a few seconds, Long Luo turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind. Nurarikushin carried Yamakameru on his shoulders and said disappointedly, "The 4 gods of fighting, they sound famous, but in the end they are just people who are just trying to gain fame." On the other side, Kikyo and Jiluo started fighting on the other side. The battle between them did not end as peacefully as Nurarikushin's side. Scorching bird. Jiluo manifested his demonic power into several flaming birds, which kept flying towards Platycodon grandiflorum under his control. The power of Kikyo's demon-breaking arrow lies in the amount of spiritual power she has injected into it. She will not launch a powerful attack when she is not sure of killing with one hit. In this case, not only will her spiritual power be consumed in vain, but she will also be dodged, which is not worth the gain. Facing such a flexible and powerful monster in human form, the demon-breaking arrows shot by Platycodon are easily dodged. In the past, most of the monsters that Kikyo faced were beast-shaped monsters. Those monsters were large and easy to hit. Call out! A demon-breaking arrow was shot out, not only destroying the scorching bird, but also heading straight towards Jiluo. Jiluo spread the bird-like wings on his back and flew away to avoid the banana fan weapon in his hand. With a wave of the weapon, a whirlpool of flames rushed out and swept toward Platycodon grandiflorum. This banana fan weapon is a battle item that Jiluo got not long ago when he came here to watch the battle between Nurarikuo and Sesshomaru. It is called the Red Evil Ghost Fan. Its attributes are very consistent with Jiluo. They are both fire attributes, so Jiluo uses them. Very handy. Platycodon stretched his left hand forward and opened a purple defensive barrier to completely defend the flame whirlpool. Ha ha ha. After Kikyo defended herself from the flames, Jiluo laughed and flapped her wings to fly towards Kikyo, using the Red Evil Ghost Fan to flap again, and a large amount of flames fell towards her like raindrops. Platycodon took a bow and shot an arrow, and shot out another demon-breaking arrow, completely destroying the flame spots along the way, and headed towards Jiluo. Jiluo easily flapped his wings to avoid it, and taunted, "It's useless, it's useless. Although your spiritual power is not weak, you can only shoot arrows. Even if there is a barrier, my flames can't hit you, but your arrows can't hit you. Don't even try to hit me. As long as you miss, how long will your spiritual power last you? The quick guys do have some trouble." Kikyo looked at the knife hanging on her waist. Although she had other means, it would not be a bad idea to try the knife Nurarikuo gave her now. Platycodon put the bow on her back and drew out the magic sword Qianbian attached to her waist. Hey, are you trying to fight me in close combat with this knife full of cracks? Are you desperate? Jiluo was flying in the air and looked down upon Kikyo when he took out a knife full of cracks. That's not certain. The corner of Kikyo's mouth curled up, and he looked down at the demon knife Thousand Blades. The index and middle fingers of his left hand stroked the blade. Although it looked full of cracks, it was unexpectedly smooth. Kikyo said to herself, "Although you are a demon sword, in my hands, you are a good sword that can be carried by spiritual power to kill demons. Go ahead, demon blade." As Kikyo injects his own spiritual power into demonic sword Sengen, the entire demonic sword Sengen is covered with lavender spiritual power, giving him complete control over demonic sword Sengen. 9. Kikyo swung the demonic sword Thousand Blades at Jiluo in the air. Following Kikyo's thoughts, the blade of the demonic sword Thousand Blades instantly turned into 1,000 pieces of broken blades and shot towards Jiluo, leaving only the handle in Kikyo's hand. Jiluo was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. A broken knife could be used like this. He didn't have time to think about it and immediately used the banana fan in his hand to resist. However, these fragments of the 1,000 blades of the demon sword did not fly in a straight line and be blocked by him as Jiluo thought. They were actually able to spread out and fly away from the right sides of his well. And the speed is fast and fast. It completely replicates the ability of the demon-breaking arrow on the demon knife Thousand Blades. The attack can be called the demon-breaking blade. What? Jiluo didn't have time to react at all. His body was instantly pierced by thousands of broken blades, turning him into a hedgehog covered in blade fragments. Finally, he lost his strength and his body fell straight from the air. He opened his eyes wide. "I will never die with my eyes in peace." He never thought until his death that as a powerful demon commander, he would end up dying like a minion. Kikyo walked toward the dead Jiro. Seeing that the opponent had indeed expired, his mind controlled the fragments of the magic knife to fly out of Jiro's body reformed into a knife at the handle of Kikyo's knife. She looked at the demon knife Thousand Blades in her hand, and was very satisfied with it. It was difficult for the demon-breaking arrows to hit agile enemies because they were all straight attacks, but this demon knife Thousand Blades was different. It could be controlled according to the user's thoughts. It can turn, fly, and stop, and it can also catch the enemy by surprise, which is very convenient. This is the demon sword Thousand Blades, which is much more lethal with your spiritual power. It's very good. After Kikyo killed Jiluo, Nurarikushin also came over. Kikyo shook off the remaining bloodstains on the 1,000 blades of the demonic sword, then returned the scabbard and said, "With this knife, it will indeed be much easier for me to eliminate demons in the future." Thank you, Lu Sheng. Nuliang Lushan smiled and said, there is no need to say thank you between you and me. Let's go. After the two of them walked around Penglai Island for a while, Nurarikushan was separated from Kikyo for nearly half an hour. In the end, he didn't go to find the half-demon living on Penglai Island. Kikyo was a little confused about this, but didn't say anything. Nurarikushan flew back to the North Sea coast from Penglai Island with Platycodon grandiflorum in his arms. He looked at the misty island and turned around to leave without any nostalgia. Kikyo looked back, the sea breeze blowing her bangs, and said, the 4 fighting gods on the island were sealed by the witch of Penglai Island and forced to stay on this island. The witch he single-handedly defeated 4 powerful enemies and died in the end, which is worthy of admiration. Nurarikushan nodded and said, indeed, but this island does hide the secret of eternal life. Kikyo smoothed her long hair and said a little funny, Lu Sheng, I didn't expect you to really believe this. Of course, and I've got it, you see. Nuliang Rikushan directly retrieved an elixir of immortality signed on Penglai Island from the system and took it in his hand. It was a brown pill, only the size of a fingernail. As soon as he took it out, the fragrance of the elixir instantly made Nuliang Lu Sheng and Kikyo felt refreshed, and any fatigue disappeared at this moment. Lu Sheng, what is this? Why can just smelling the fragrance of this medicine make my energy reach its peak? Could it be that this is the secret to immortality on Penglai Island that you just said? Kikyo stared at the brown elixir in Nurarikushan's palm in surprise. Nurarikushan just said that he had obtained it. Is it possible that there really is eternal life, and this extraordinary-looking elixir is the secret of eternal life? Naturally, Nurarikushan would not say that this was something signed into the system. After killing the last 4 fighting gods, the half hour he and Kikyo spent apart was just for cover. Nuliang Lushan said, yes, when I killed the leader of the 4 fighters earlier, I saw an animal skin hidden on his body, there is a root above. Didn't I separate from you for a while after I got it? I just followed the root above and found a secret cave. This cave has a barrier. Only people with non-evil hearts can enter the barrier. After entering the barrier, I opened the cave and discovered this Penglai elixir. Penglai elixir. Kikyo had no doubts about Nurarikushan's explanation of going treasure hunting. Just hearing the name and the fact that it was sealed in a barrier, and the medicinal effect of this elixir could make the fatigue disappear, so it must be true. Pill. Nuliang Lushan nodded and continued, yes, Penglai elixir. The efficacy of Penglai elixir is also engraved on the stone wall. Penglai elixir can keep the appearance of the person who takes it forever at the moment of taking the elixir. And there is no limit on lifespan. In other words, as long as you are not killed, you will live forever if you live normally, and the elixir will not have any side effects on the body. It is a complete elixir. Presumably, Qin Shi Huang sent people to search for the elixir of immortality thousands of years ago, and they were looking for this Penglai elixir, but in the end they returned in vain. Oh my god! Even Platycodon, who has a calm temperament, was shocked when she heard such a fantastic elixir. This elixir can really make people immortal and is of immeasurable value. If this Penglai elixir is known to the outside world, it will definitely cause a world-class earthquake, and all forces will come to snatch it for immortality. Nurarikushan was not stingy with Platycodon. He put his hand directly in front of Platycodon's mouth and said, good stuff, come on, Platycodon, you eat it. What? Give it to me. Kikyo stared at Nurarikushan, and was very moved by Nurarikushan's actions. He would give her the elixir that can make people live forever. Although Kikyo didn't care about immortality, she was sure that her choice was right based on Nurarikushan's actions. Kikyo immediately shook his head and refused, this is too expensive, Lu Sheng, you should eat it yourself. I am not very interested in immortality. You have the Nuliang group to bear, so this opportunity of immortality should be left to yourself. Putting such an elixir in front of you has nothing to do with selfishness. As long as a living thing cannot control its greed for immortality, it can kill even its closest relatives. How can it be like now? Platycodon does not consider its 100-year lifespan, but instead thinking about Nurarikuo who has a lifespan of thousands of years. What a good wife and mother. Nuliang was touched by Platycodon's kindness. He turned over his left hand and found 3 identical pills in his palm. Likyo, I'm very happy that you have such a heart, but there is no need to shirk it. I still have a few here. Don't you want to sit with me and watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court, and the clouds roll and relax in the sky? With that said, Nura-Rikushin violently stuffed the elixir into Kikyo's mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth and turned into a stream of pure energy that entered Kikyo's body. Asking for a wave of flower evaluation votes to increase some data. Chapter 65. The energy of the elixir of immortality takes effect immediately after it enters Platycodon's body. A faint multicolored light appears on the surface of Platycodon's body, and her body feels numb as if being shocked by electricity. This is the elixir changing Platycodon's physique. The process ended in just 5 seconds. Kikyo never expected that Nura-Rikushin would force-feed her the Penglay elixir directly, for fear that she wouldn't eat it. She was both touched and helpless inside. Nilayong Lushan said with satisfaction, "How is it?" "It's very comfortable." Listening to the meaning of Nura-Rikushin's words, Kikyo said blankly, "Have you already eaten?" "Of course, I have to try the effect of this Penglay elixir first to see if it is real and has no side effects. Otherwise, I would not dare to give it to you directly." Nura-Rikushin has not eaten it himself, he is not in a hurry, and the products produced by the system must be high quality. They say there are no side effects, so there must be no side effects. As for what he just said to Kikyo, he is completely in favor of it. And this good impression was really won by Nuliang Rikuo. From Kikyo's point of view, Nuliang Rikuo was not sure about the authenticity of the medicine. He had already tested the medicine on himself before giving it to her. Only when he was sure that it was real did he dare to be so decisive. "Give it to her. If you get this man, what more can you ask for?" Nilayong Rikushin couldn't stand looking at Kikyo's watery eyes, so he stepped forward to hug him and kissed him. Kikyo didn't refuse, closed his eyes and hugged Nilayong Rikushin, and responded to Nilayong Rikushin. Returning to the village where Kikyo lives, Kikyo explained to the village chief and villagers that he was going to follow Nura-Rikushin and would leave with his sister Xiaofeng. The villagers were very reluctant to give up, and some were worried that without Platycodon in charge, there would be monsters. However, they were also kind people and did not say anything about kidnapping Platycodon morally. Instead, they wished Platycodon to find his true love. After accepting the blessings from the villagers, Kikyo also stated that she would come back from time to time to help get rid of the monsters that appeared near the village. It was not that she would not come back. The Sunmen who received this guarantee were so happy that they couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Then he left the village under the enthusiasm of the villagers. The villagers of this era are indeed very simple and kind-hearted. Nilayong Rikushin sighed, unlike his era, which had already been severely poisoned. Only in the ancient times of these closed societies could there be such simple people. Platycodon agreed, yes, the villagers live a fulfilling life. They don't need to scheming like the rich people in the city. They only need to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Xiaofeng, who was following Kikyo, said, "Sister, are we going to go to other future worlds through the bone-eating well and go to my brother-in-law's home?" Regarding Xiaofeng calling Nilayong Rikuo brother-in-law, Kikyo nodded as he should and said, "Yes, I have told you before, about your brother-in-law's home. Well, although my brother-in-law's family is a monster organization, it is different from the monster organizations in our world that burn, kill and loot at every turn. I also know some details about the Nura group, so I won't be scared. I am prepared anyway." Which? As Kikyo's younger sister, Xiaofeng also has spiritual power in her body and has the qualifications to become a Miko. However, compared to Kikyo, Xiaofeng's spiritual power is very low. Even if she grows up and becomes a shrine maiden, her strength will be worlds higher than Kikyo's. The difference is that at most it can only protect a small village from being harassed by monsters. Yes, our Xiaofeng is the most powerful, but after you join the Nilayong group, you can't say that you are from other eras. Do you understand? Kikyo warned, she was afraid that after her sister got to the Nura group, she would not keep her mouth shut while getting along with other monsters and tell their origins. Although there won't be any big problems by then, the demons are talkative and may spread from one to another, and all the demons will know about it. It's better to do more than to do less. Xiaofeng nodded affirmatively and said, "Don't worry, sister, I am already 10 years old, and I am no longer a child who speaks without thinking through my brain. Well, just remember." The three of them walked all the way to the bone-eating well outside the village and jumped into it. Nilayong Lushan looked at Xiaofeng and said, "Get ready, the teleportation can be carried out in 1 minute." Xiaofeng took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous, but still replied, "Don't worry about me, brother-in-law, I'm ready." Good. A minute later, a white light appeared, and the dazzling light caused the three of them to close their eyes at the same time. After the white light in front of them dissipated, they opened them again. It was like traveling through time as soon as I closed my eyes. After Nilayong Rikuo came out of the well, he stretched out and said to Kikyo, "It's the second day since I came back. Kikyo, you can have a good sleep when you get home. You didn't have any sleep last night. No matter how much I rest, I want to catch up on my sleep. I don't feel tired at all, after all." Kikyo glanced at Xiao Feng beside her, but did not say the next words. She originally wanted to say that after eating the Penglay Immortal Island, her original fatigue was gone when she took the elixir, and she didn't feel very sleepy now. Even if Xiao Feng is Kikyo's younger sister, Kikyo doesn't intend to tell her that although there is still some Penglay elixir left, Nurarikushin must have a plan. So I will definitely not make things difficult for her. If Xiao Feng knew about it, it would definitely leave a grudge in her heart. It would be better not to let the person involved know about this matter. The three returned to the Nilayong group. Nilayong Lushan handed Xiao Feng to Mao Prstut and asked her to arrange Xiao Feng's affairs, and then returned to his room to rest. The battle with Sesshomaru, as Ryoluo of the four fighters said, was a bit exhausting. Using Senbonzakura is not like King's Treasure, which doesn't require much effort. Senbonzakura's skills still consume a lot of his demon power, and he is also covered in wounds. The dog was hurt. Nurarikushin took off his clothes, looked at the laceration scar on his right shoulder with his bare arms, and said secretly, "Sesshomaru is indeed an Inuyeo with noble blood. There are few who can compare with him in terms of blood, and with such a noble monster bloodline, after growing up, the strength is almost invincible in the same level. I don't know if that guy dies in the end. If he doesn't die, he may still be his opponent next time." The reason why Sesshomaru's bloodline is noble is not because of the canine demon blood flowing in his body, but also because his parents are famous big monsters in the world of monsters. Sesshomaru, who was born with a golden spoon, is superior to other monsters. Nurarikuo also has a deep understanding of this. He recalled that when he gained a quarter of the other half's demon blood and awakened, his demonic energy became a demon general. Of course, this is what Nurarikuo has accumulated for several years. It doesn't mean that you are born with such strength. Takamagahara, Bishamon residence. "Sister, it's time to drink the medicine. This medicine has already heated up for the second time. When do you plan to drink it again?" Bishamontan had just walked out of the room when a pink-haired woman who looked less than 20 years old came towards him. She was holding the hot medicine in her fingers, with a wry smile on her face. The pink-haired woman is an artifact of Bishamontan, named Lomba. She is responsible for bringing medicine to Bishamontan. The Dr. Luba started cooking the medicine in the morning, but it has been 2 or 3 hours, and Bishamontan doesn't know. "What are you waiting for?" Now she took it and heated it up for the second time. Although it was painful in the past, Bishamon Zenith could still get rid of him in one go if he complained twice more. "Now this is the first time I have encountered this situation." Bishamontan said a little embarrassedly, "Ahem, sorry Ramba, I'm going out for a while." When Ramba saw that Bishamontan was dressed in a suit from the human world, with a white suit and seductive black stockings, instead of the heroic military uniform that always gave people a heroic look, Ramba guessed, "Sister Sir, are you trying to find Mr. Lu Sheng?" Because Nurarikuo is now a man recognized by Bishamontan himself, as Bishamontan's artifacts, they must also maintain proper courtesy towards Nurarikuo and add the word Sama to their title. "Well, that guy promised to come see me every day, but on the second day he pulled up his pants and refused to recognize anyone. I want to go see what he is doing." Bishamontan did not avoid this question, and it was not some ulterior secret, it was admitted by herself. Yesterday, Nurarikuo himself said that he would come here every day to give her medicine, so Bishamontan never took the medicine and just waiting left and right in his room, but no one came. The medicine has been heated twice. In desperation, since Nurarikuo could not come, Bishamon decided that she would visit him personally to see what this guy was doing. Bishamontan looked at the medicine in Ramba's hand, thought for a moment and said, "Well, help me find a thermos cup, pour the medicine into it, and I'll pack it up and take it away." Pack it and take it away." Lomba was dumbfounded. Why was the medicine that could be wiped out in just one mouthful packaged up and taken away? What happened? No matter how hard Ramba racked his brain, he still couldn't figure it out. This medicine was imported so it wouldn't be bitter when consumed, and it would also sublimate the taste of the medicine, making the bitter medicine taste better. Is there a problem? No problem, I'm going to help my sister pack now. Ramba trotted to carry the medicine into the kitchen, found a cup that could keep it warm and poured it into it, then trotted to the door and handed the medicine to Shamanjo. After holding the medicine in his hand and shaking it, Bishamon smiled at Ramba and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Ramba." Lamba quickly shook his head and said, "It's no trouble. It's an honor for me to do things for my sister. If my sister hadn't saved me half a century ago, I would have been eaten by filth. Yet, I think back then, we fought together for half a century. At that time, your skirt was too long and you kept tripping me." Bishamontan touched Ramba's head. All the artifacts were like her children. It was she who prevented the souls of the dead from being swallowed by filth, saved them, and gave them names so that they could live in peace, survive and provide shelter, and the artifacts are also grateful to Bishamontan. "Please give me flowers." Looking at the gentle Bishamontan in front of her, Ramba wanted to cry in her heart. Her artifact state was a heavy armor, and she had been fighting with Bishamontan for half a century. But in the past few years, a new outer garment artifact came, namely Shobha, a light artifact that looks like a leather jacket. Now Bishamon has been using Shobha, but her heavy armor that has been with her for half a century has been left out in the villa. Finally, Ramba plucked up the courage. She lowered her head and asked with great anxiety, "Sister, since Shobha came, you have never used Ramba again. Did Ramba do something wrong?" "Something?" Bishamontan listened to Ramba's worries. This was the first artifact in so many years that dared to ask questions in front of her. This made her very happy, so she patiently explained, "Why do you think so, Ramba? You have been fighting with me for half a century, and Shobha is a newcomer. As a senior, you should give the newcomer some time and opportunities. Isn't it that Oni-sama doesn't like me?" Hearing this, Ramba was so excited that she cried. It wasn't that Bishamontan didn't like her so she used Shobha, but in Bishamontan's view, Shobha was a newcomer and had only been here a few years, so he wanted to give the newcomer a chance. In the past few years, because Bishamontan did not use her, Ramba was very jealous of Shobha. But now, after summoning the courage to ask this question and getting the answer today, Ramba's grievance and resentment have dissipated. Naturally, she did not dare to resent Bishamon. What she resented was Shobha, the newcomer who stole her sister. But now, after knowing Bishamon's reasons, Lanba felt relaxed all over, and all the years of accumulation were gone. Bishamon rubbed Ramba's head and comforted him, "Why don't I like you? Don't think too much. You are all my family. Naturally, you can't treat one favorably. Okay, I'm leaving now." After untying the knot in his heart, Lamba had a real smile on his face and replied happily, "Yes, sister." After Bishamontan left his mansion, he directly used his magical skill to teleport to the gate of the Nuxiang group. Looking at the quaint large house in front of him and the two large open wooden doors, Bishamontan stepped in with high-heeled boots. "Bishamontan-sama. The Valkyrie is here, my god, what should I do, what should I do?" "What? Master Bishamontan is here. Come on, go and invite the young master." When Bishamontan first joined the Nura group, some of the little demons in the group were as excited as if they had seen the god of mold. They looked at Bishamontan and saw black lines. Hey, you guys, please calm down. Bishamontan-sama is the strongest Valkyrie outside, but in our Nura group, my young mistress is so flustered. Such a look, so embarrassing." The big-eyed boy stood under the tree at the door and worried about the cigarette stick. When he saw Bishamontan, he also shivered subconsciously, but after all, he was also a senior member of the Nura group. He quickly calmed down and reprimanded the unsatisfactory people in the group. "Ichimoku-sama is right, Bishamon-sama is the Valkyrie outside, but here is the young master's wife. Yet, don't be afraid, everyone, just calm down." Bishamon put his right hand on his hips speechlessly and said, "You little monsters, I, Bishamontan, am not a god who kills indiscriminately. I only kill monsters or monsters who have done many evil things and caused harm to one party. I'm so filthy, what kind of big devil do you think I am?" "Hey, I'm sorry, Bishamon-sama, for the subconscious reaction. Yes, you, sir, don't care about the faults of others. After this time, I promise there will be no next time." The little monsters stood in front of Bishamon one by one and laughed and apologized. Indeed, they are gods. Although they are monsters, they are not bad monsters. There is no reason for them to be killed by gods. And now she was still the young master's wife, but after all, Bishamon's reputation was too loud before this, so she was confused for a while. Bishamon waved his hand and said, "Okay, all of you, please step aside." Bishamon didn't pay much attention to these little monsters. However, these little monsters were talking all over the place, which was very interesting. The atmosphere of this Nura group was much better than the atmosphere at home in Takamagahara. It's much better. Even the little demon can basically say something and won't keep everything in his heart, with a fake smile on his face. Bishamon felt that she, as the master, was too much of a failure because she was unwilling to talk to her about her true feelings. Then he looked at the smoking pipe and said, "Does Lu Sheng know where that big-eyed monster with one eye is?" It's almost 10 o'clock now, and Bishamon doesn't know if Nurarikuo is in his room or if he has gone out, so it is necessary to find a monster with a higher status. Maybe he can know the whereabouts of Daenuliang Lushan. Hearing Bishamontan address him, the corners of Ichimoku's mouth twitched and he said, "I told you that once you enter the Tao, the young master will only come back in the morning. He is still sleeping in the room now, probably." Chapter 66. The sun is almost scorching my butt. Lu Sheng is still sleeping in the room. What were you doing so late last night? Is there anyone out there who is more capable than me? Impossible. I am a god and a god of war. How can I be inferior to the atavistic demon, shrine maiden, or others in terms of physical fitness? Even if they come together, they are still no match for me, Bishamontan. Bishamontan walked to the door of Nurarikuo's room and opened the mobile door with doubts. Nurarikuo was indeed fast asleep, but he was just alone. Bishamontan raised his eyebrows. Did this kid not sleep last night? Even if he didn't sleep, he shouldn't be a demon. Is it because he is a half-demon? Bishamontan walked into Nurarikushan's room, and her sensitive nose smelled the smell of blood. She frowned. Why was there the smell of blood? This smell of blood was completely different from the smell of blood she exuded the night before. This time, the smell of blood was completely after being injured. Bleeding. Bishamontan sat beside Nurarikuo's bed and looked at Nurarikuo's sleeping face in his human state. Nurarikuo likes to sleep in a human posture, because his hair is a bit long after becoming a demon, making it difficult to turn around when sleeping, and it is more troublesome to take care of it. When Bishamon sat next to him, Nurarikushan opened his eyes, yawned and then greeted Bishamon, "I didn't expect our goddess to take the initiative to come see me today and give me a kiss." After saying that, Nurarikushan hugged Bishamon and kissed her on the lips, but Bishamon made no move to Nurarikushan's actions and stared at Nurarikushan motionlessly. After the kiss, Nurarikushan felt something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong with you? You look so serious. Where did you get the injury on your shoulder?" Bishamontan is now suppressing his anger. His man was actually injured. As a Valkyrie who has always been strong and defensive, Bishamont was very angry after seeing the bleeding wound on the shoulder of 020 Nurarikuo. It's hard not to be angry. Nurarikushan finally understood the reason for Bishamon's frozen expression. He pointed at his shoulder and said, "As you said, it's not a problem. It's just a minor injury. The one who hurt me was a dog demon, and that dog demon has been killed. I'm defeated." "A dog demon? What kind of dog demon can hurt you? You are a man who can defeat even me. How could you be hurt by a dog demon?" Bishamon was even more confused. Nurarikuo was even stronger than she could defeat the Valkyrie, and a dog demon could injure Nurarikuo. This made her look stupid. Nurarikushan explained, "That was because I used a weapon to fight him without using karma fire and king's treasure. And that dog demon has extremely noble demon blood and is almost invincible at the same level. That's why there are some minor injuries, but they don't bother me." "Then why don't you seek medical treatment and instead of sleeping soundly here?" Bishamon lifted Nurarikuo's shoulder. There was a deep blood mark on it. The demon power and toxins on it were destroying Nurarikuo's automatic healing speed. If left alone, it would not recover for a while. If someone knows about it, that guy will definitely talk a lot. He will say that the third generation will succeed to the throne soon, and he will go out and hurt someone. He will not let me out in the future. Nurarikushan scratched his scalp with a slight headache. He really didn't want to let him know that he was injured as he was such a worried person. "I didn't expect you to be afraid of nagging, but you can't just leave it alone. I'm going to find Chicken now and let him help you treat it." After saying that, Bishamon put the thermos cup in his hand on the table aside, and walked out regardless of Riku Nura's resentful eyes. Nura Rikushin opened the thermos cup curiously, and a familiar bitter smell came out. Nura Rikushin was a little dumbfounded on the spot. This thing can still be brought here, and it is not for him to drink. What are you bringing here for? Could it be that he wanted to feed Bishamon some imported medicine? Nura Rikushin really forgot about it today. Within a few minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps reached Nilayong Lushan's ears. Lu Sheng, I heard that you are injured. Where is the injury? Is it serious? You are about to become the third-generation general. You don't know how to do things properly. If anything happens, please let me what to do with a good team. He opened the door violently and spoke in his loud voice. Nura Rikushin had already put on his clothes and got up. He looked at Zhen and waved hello. Hey, Zhen, are you okay? Looking at Nura Rikushin's innocent smile, Zhen finally sighed helplessly, walked in and said, You kid, you really cause trouble for others, let me see how your injury is, but you kid I have a good child, I can make the Valkyrie come to me with a worried expression, tisk tisk, how did I do that? Speaking of this, Nilayong Rikuo said proudly, of course I did it with my steel body as hard as iron. If you want women to be obedient, you have to convince others with virtue in this regard. Ahem. Bishamon crossed his arms in front of him, leaned against the door and glanced over with a look that could kill. Noticing this sharp gaze, Nura Rikushin and the two of them immediately shut up and concentrated on looking at their injuries. After checking for more than 10 seconds, Zhen had already figured out the whole story. He said, whether your injury is big or small, the main reason is that the toxins in the wound are hindering your self-healing. Removing the toxins does not count. It's too difficult, it only takes about half an hour. As expected of poison, it's really powerful. This is the poison left by the Demon King. After Sesshomaru revealed his prototype, he could already possess the power of the Demon King, and his poison was naturally no small matter. The poison left by the Demon King. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground after hearing what Nilayong Lushan said. He said with a dark face, when did you provoke the Demon King again? Nura Rikushin waved his hand and said, it's a small matter, don't get excited. I didn't use all my strength to deal with the Demon King. I just beat him casually. You must know that I captured Bishamon alive, and my fighting power is off the charts. Bishamon was speechless. When did he become Nura Rikuo's combat unit? By the way, I'd like to take this medicine and check the ingredients. See if you can substitute some medicine to reduce the bitter taste, or see if you can add sugar to neutralize it. Nura Rikushin picked up the thermos cup that Bishamon had placed on the table before, took out a cup from the coffee table and poured some into it. After smelling it, he frowned and said, just smelling it makes it extremely bitter. Drinking it will definitely make it even more bitter. Okay, I understand. I'll be able to give you the answer soon, so I'll leave first. Bishamon looked at the back of Zhen as he left, and said to Nura Rikushin, Zhen only needs to study those medicines to analyze the ingredients. Those medicines were prepared by Luba. Luba was also a pharmacist during his lifetime, and he was taught by me. It has been decades since I was rescued, and he has been prescribing medicine for me all these years. Nilayong Rikushin took a sip of tea and said, don't underestimate Zhen. Zhen is the leader of the Yakutang faction. Yakutang has been the most famous monster in the monster world for hundreds of years because they are good at poisons and treatments. Medicine. Every bird has a certain knowledge of poisons and medicines, and his father is the most powerful pharmacist in the monster world. He met my father hundreds of years ago and joined the ranks of Hyaki Yaka. It's a pity that monsters like Zhen have a much shorter lifespan than other monsters due to the toxins in their bodies, so they can't save themselves. Zhen also inherited his father's medical knowledge and is one of the best in the world in terms of treatment. Bishamon nodded and praised, listening to what you said, he is really powerful, maybe even more powerful than Lupa. Nuliang Lu Sheng curled his lips, maybe he is more powerful than Luba, and he is definitely better than your pharmacist Luba. In the future, if you want to prepare any medicine for any disease, just ask for poison. Nura Rikushin stretched and stood up, picked up the thermos cup and looked at Bishamon with raised eyebrows, and said, okay, our goddess specially brought the medicine for me to feed. Then let's drink the medicine. One Bishamon rolled his eyes and said unhappily, didn't you say that you would come to feed me every day? I didn't see you today, so I had to come by myself. Bishamon had already tasted sweetness in his heart, not the sweetness of medicine, but the sweetness of two people staying together. It's hard to believe that she, a Valkyrie, could taste the feeling of love like a little human girl. It's really amazing. This is something Bishamon never dared to think about before. This can only prove that Nurarikuo's training is still very good. He said something from his heart twice and attacked shamelessly. The effect is quite effective even for such a 1,000-year-old maid. Nurarikushin said apologetically, "It's my fault. Didn't I want to take a nap after being injured and poisoned? Then I forgot about it. Now I will make up for it immediately. My wife is here." After a meal of imported medicine, Nilayong Lushan was so miserable that he doubted his life and his sloppiness. If he continued like this every day, he felt that his sense of taste would become strange. After drinking the medicine, Bishamon stood at the door of Nurarikushin and looked at the cherry blossom trees shining in the sun in front of him. He seemed to say casually, "I heard that you took your other two women on a date yesterday. There is such a thing, but who did you listen to?" Nurarikushin didn't remember that he told other people to go on a date. Could it be that those little demons saw the three of them leaving together yesterday, so they knew they were going on a date? Bishamon turned around and said with his purple eyes, "Don't worry about this, what about me? You, go, let's go on a date immediately." Nurarikuo immediately understood what Bishamon meant. It turned out that this girl said she didn't care how many women Nurarikuo had, but she still cared a little in her heart. Hearing what Nurarikuo said, Bishamon showed a smile. She was not wearing a divine weapon or a military uniform. She was wearing clothes just like ordinary women, but a little sexier. The purpose was to be with Nurariku. Life date. Speaking of what dating feels like, Bishamon hasn't experienced it yet, but it should be very good. After all, the book says that in the process of getting along with boys and girls, multiple dates are indispensable in order to enhance their relationship. $7. Bishamon grabbed Nurarikuo's hand and disappeared into the room using teleportation. When he reappeared, he was already in a deserted alley. "It's really a quick trip, Bishamon. Don't you gods have a very low sense of presence and are difficult to be seen by others? If others can't find you and only see me talking to myself in the air, then how can it be? Isn't it embarrassing?" Nurarikuo looks like a human being now, and Bishamon is a god. God has divinity. Ordinary people will not notice the god. It is almost the same as being afraid of monsters and unable to see it. You don't have to worry about this. God can definitely improve his presence and be seen by others. He won't embarrass you. Let's go on a date. Bishamon took Nurarikuo's hand and started running quickly. "Why are you running so fast?" The two held hands and started walking around the commercial street. It was obviously the first time for Bishamontan to experience human life in the human world, because she was full of curiosity about the food, drink, and fun in the human world. "Hey Lu Sheng, what are you selling over there? There are so many people queuing up. Why do the women over there wear such strange clothes? Why do they call each other master when they meet? Are you fishing for fish in the swimming pool over there?" B.A. Bishamon God only asked 3,000 questions, but he didn't know anything. Nilayong Lushan was very patient in explaining each one. After all, he was a god. It is normal not to come to the human world and experience life in the world of mortals. "Looking at you, I know you haven't eaten street food before. These street food are full of soul. Come on, I'll take you to eat some snacks." Nurarikushin went to the street vendors and bought a lot of street snacks, such as octopus balls, dumplings, cheese beefcakes, croquettes, milk tea, fried skewers, puffs and a lot of famous snacks. It's delicious. Why can such delicious food be seen everywhere? In high heaven, the reason is that gods don't need to eat, so there has never been such delicious food. Bishamontan was eating these snacks with a look of joy on his face. Delicious food can often make people happy, even gods are no exception. Nilayong Rikushin laughed and said, "The original inhabitants of Jyotian are all gods and artifacts. 10 self-identified people will definitely not engage in such a price-changing thing in order to live a good life like humans." Well, it is true. So even if Takamagahara is decorated like the human world, it is not the human world after all. There is no way the song can be as lively as the human world. Bishamontan recalled Takamagahara. Although it was big, it was very empty. Everyone was either at home or out. Except for the annual meeting of gods, few gods were seen together throughout the year. "This beautiful lady, my name is Uado Muramasa. If it is convenient, can you know the contact information of the lady?" We can chat with you when you are free. A very youthful 1.4 man dressed in casual clothes, with a somewhat good-looking face and a somewhat handsome young man walked up to Bishamontan to strike up a conversation and asked for his contact information. Looking at the young women in the entire commercial street, Bishamontan's appearance and temperament are completely different from other women in the street, and it is understandable that he is being talked to. Looking at the flawless oval face, beautiful long golden hair, tall height and perfect figure with black stockings, no one is confused. Men walking on the street will take a few glances intentionally or unintentionally. But this was the first one who came to strike up a conversation. Bishamon glanced at the man in front of him, turned around and asked, "Rikushin, is this the legendary pickup?" When Bishamon said it in front of everyone, Muramasa Uedo looked embarrassed. "It's okay for us to be beautiful, so why do we say it? And don't you know if this guy is a good guy to strike up a conversation with?" He didn't believe that Bishamon Tenko would do this if he walked on the street like this. There was no one to strike up a conversation with. As for Nurarikuo, he was automatically ignored by Muramasa Uedo. In his opinion, Nurarikuo was Bishamontan's younger brother. He had the face of a high school student. Although he was handsome, he was still very young. Bishamontan looks much more interesting. He looks about 25 years old, which is the age when flowers bloom and mature. Nurarikushin nodded, not caring about Muramasa Uedo in front of him at all. He said, "I am trying to strike up a conversation with you. I just want you to date him because you are beautiful. I want you to date him and become her girlfriend." Muramasa Uedo's heart is full of horses galloping, that's what it means, but when you say it, it changes your taste. Do you have to say it out loud? What on earth are these two siblings thinking? Bishamontan sneered, took Nurarikushin's hand and declared domineeringly, "Ah, wishful thinking, boy, you are not qualified just because you are not qualified, and I already have a man, and I have already done it, you can get out of here." Chapter 67. Hey? He is your partner, isn't he your brother? Muramasa Uedo stared straight-eyed. This combination doesn't look like a couple. An old cow eats young grass? Nurarikuo looked at the man with his eyes, and an invisible aura pressed on Muramasa Uedo. His tone turned cold and said, "Who do you think is talking about my younger brother? Get out of here and don't hinder our date." Dauf. Muramasa Uedo felt a cold air rushing straight into Tianling Gai. He looked at Nurarikuo as if he had seen a ferocious beast. He turned around and ran away without saying a word, very embarrassed. After Muramasa Uedo left, Bishamon smiled and said, "Haha, in the eyes of outsiders, you and I don't look like a couple. Instead, we have a sister-sister relationship. Don't you think so, brother Rikuo?" Nuliang Lushan rolled his eyes and said, "Sorry, if I hadn't lost your virginity, you would still be a 1,000-year-old virgin now. You brat, who do you think is a 1,000-year-old spinster?" Bishamon naturally knew that spinster and other derogatory connotations meant that no one wanted her for so long and that she was unpopular. Nurarikushin did not answer, but pointed to a photo studio in the front left, changing the topic and said, "Look, that photo studio, I think we can go take some photos as a souvenir." Taking pictures? What is taking pictures? This was the first time Bishamon came across these two words. Taking pictures is to take a picture of a person's appearance, similar to a portrait. Bishamon doesn't know how to take pictures, but when it comes to portraits, Bishamon still knows. Is it similar to a portrait? Okay, let's go and take a look. Bishamon was also quite interested. 20 minutes later, the two of them walked out of the photo studio. Each of them held a photo. There were about a dozen photos. They had been put into the photo frame. They could put them up after taking them back. They were all two photographed with people in the same frame. Bishamon said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect that human painting technology has advanced so fast. There is no need to draw by hand. It's just as dark as holding a machine. By the way, you already have a mobile phone, but you still don't know what taking pictures is. Does mobile phones also have this function? I have never found it. How to use it? Come and teach me." Bishamon seemed to have discovered a new world. It had been a few years since she bought a mobile phone, but she basically didn't use it and didn't have the time to pay attention to it. "It seems like your life is still very monotonous." The two of them sat on a bench with lush branches that could block the sun. Nurarikushin took out his mobile phone and taught Bishamon how to use the mobile phone's functions correctly. "Hey, Isn't this Bishamon? If you don't remove the filth, what are you doing here? A girl with short pink hair and a sweet and cute appearance, about 1.6 meters tall, was wearing casual clothes and stood in front of Nurarikuo and Bishamon. Miss Xiaofu. Bishamonten looked up and was a little surprised to see this extremely familiar person. Bishamon, you came to the human world either to get rid of filth or on the way to get rid of filth, and you still keep a straight face every day. Why do you look so good today and still have a smile on your face? Is it possible that you and this human being are different? Ebisu Kofuku smelled the gossip. Bishamon didn't hide anything and said directly, yes, although we are not married yet, he is already my man. Although Ebisu Kofuku had made some guesses, he still felt like a bolt from the blue when he heard Bishamonten admit it himself. He was shocked and said, wow, this is really big news. The strongest Valkyrie Bishamonten actually fell in love with a human man. What if this is true? If it is introduced into Takamagahara, the entire Takamagahara will be shaken. Immediately, Ebisu Kofuku looked at Nurarikuo, feeling that there was nothing special. How could the martial god Bishamonten fall? This was as impossible as the end of the world. After all the gods who know Bishamonten have a stereotype of her as a masculine woman who is more decisive, brave, and heroic than men. She never does what girls should do, so she has always been treated as an alien. This is also due to Bishamonten's character, which is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Just like Nurarikuo, when he first came into contact with Bishamonten, he thought he was difficult to get along with. But when I really get to know Bishamon, I will have another understanding of her. She also sheds tears, acts like a little girl, feels bitter when taking medicine, is jealous and wants to go on a date, etc. She also has cute sides. This is a side that outsiders never see. Bishamon introduced to Nurarikuo, Rikuo, let me introduce her, her name is Ebisu Kofuku. The name Ebisu was her impersonation of the real god of wealth, Ebisu. In fact, Miss Kofuku is a god of poverty. Ebisu Kofuku had a pitiful expression, I hate you Bishamon, how could you say that to me in front of other people? Nurarikushin nodded and said with some disgust, the god of poverty is the god who brings bad luck to people. Basically, trouble will happen wherever you go. Can you please stay away from us first? I don't want to have a good date with you. Bad luck is trapped. The god of poverty is synonymous with misfortune. Wherever he goes, something will happen. Even the world's largest group can go bankrupt if the god of poverty wanders around. It's so terrifying and unreasonable. Are you dating? No wonder, but if you say this to others, Xiao Lulu, they will be unhappy. Ebisu Kofuku looked hurt. Although she was the god of poverty, she was also a girl. How could she drive a girl away? It was really ungentlemanly. Little Lulu. Two black lines appeared on Nurarikuo's forehead. Bishamon also stood by Nurarikuo. This was the first date in her life, so she couldn't let it be ruined, so she said, I'm sorry, Miss Kofuku, Rikuo is right, I will go with you when I have time. Those who are looking for you, please leave first. Hey! Even Bishamon is like this, okay, I'll just leave, Ebisu looked very happy, stamped his feet twice and turned around to leave. The god of poverty is not welcome even among the gods of Takamagahara. Even if she looks cute, no one would dare to come into contact with her. Nurarikushin also dislikes the god of poverty. After all, who likes this kind of god who brings bad luck to him? No matter how bad the reputation of such an unlucky god is, no one believes in it, but it can always exist in the hearts of mankind. When Shili is unlucky, he will think about whether he is being patronized by the god of poverty. Therefore, no matter how annoying people are, they will not be forgotten like nameless gods like Yato. As long as humans exist, there is no need to worry about disappearing. The same goes for the real god of wealth, but the treatment of the two is completely different. The god of wealth, Ebisu, is a man, but the god of poverty is a woman. It would be nice if the genders of the two were swapped. In this way, Nurori might be able to survive. I can defeat another god. But the god of poverty, no matter how cute he is, forget it. Rikuo Nura doesn't want to have bad luck all day long, and it will also affect the people around him, so it's best not to come into contact with this kind of bad luck god. After dating for most of the day, Bishamon was satisfied. Going out to play with her man really made her very happy. The joy in her heart overflowed completely uncontrollably. No wonder those couples like to date, they just can. It's really nice to experience such a mood. Bishamon took Nurarikushin and teleported back to Nurarikushin's home, and then went to Yu's room to find him to understand the situation. He looked at Nurarikushin and Bishamon sitting cross-legged in front of him, and said with a complicated expression, "Rikushin, I already know Lord Bishamon's medicine." Hearing this, Bishamon became interested and said with some anticipation, "Oh? How about it? Is there any medicine that can replace this bitter taste, or a way to make the medicine less bitter?" Zhen did not speak immediately, but looked at Nuliang Lu Sheng, as if he had something unspeakable. Nuliang Lushan sat cross-legged on the ground, crossed his arms, and said in confusion, "Zhen, look at what I do, just say what you have to say, there is nothing you can't say." Now that Nurarikushin had said this, I nodded and said, "Well, in that case, I will say, Mr. Bishamon, although your medicine is one that can relieve fatigue, refresh yourself, and relieve pain, medicine, but it is mixed with a drug that can paralyze and weaken nerves. This drug can make you feel weakened or even unable to feel on certain nerves. Although it is not harmful to the body, it should not be mixed into the drug to eliminate it. Fatigue and spirit-enhancing pharmacological causes." What? After listening to Nai's words, Bishamon involuntarily released a fierce aura. This aura blew the items in Nai's room topsy-turvy and became a mess, and made Nai feel tremendous pressure. She never expected that the medicine she drank every day would be tampered with, and there was no way any other strangers would break into the entire Bishamon mansion, only her artifacts. There are only a few people who have access to medicine, including the pharmacists Luba, Zhaoma, Lamba, and Xiaoba. Her own artifact actually added different ingredients to her own medicine. This was simply treasonous. Since she added medicine every day, why didn't she ever feel this stinging pain? Once the artifact had any bad thoughts, they would be passed on to her as the owner, thus produces a tingling sensation. The most suspicious person is Luba, the pharmacist who prepares medicine for her every day. Although Nurarikushin was also surprised that there was something wrong with Bishamon's medicine, looking at Bishamon who was a little emotionally unstable, Nurarikushin reached out and grabbed her hand and reminded, "Bishamon, calm down." After feeling the warmth from his hand, Bishamon lost his momentum and calmed down. Looking at the problem he had caused, Bishamon apologized, "I'm sorry, I just couldn't control my emotions after hearing what you said." Zhen wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, "It's okay, but I think you should stop taking this medicine. Although the amount is not large, taking it for a long time may also have certain effects on the mind, such as irritability." "Irritable?" Bishamon took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I didn't expect that the artifact that I have always regarded as my family would actually have a traitor, tampering with my medicine. I must know who he is and why he did this." Bishamon had no doubts about the problem that Nura said, because Nura was a doctor that even Riku Nura praised highly. Bishamon believed in Riku Nura, so he naturally believed in Nura Riku. Moreover, she had to go back and find out who was so bold, what was their purpose, and why they did it. There were only a few suspects, so it was not difficult to find out. Nuliang Lushan stood up and said, "Indeed, I didn't expect that this time, by mistake, I actually found out about your medicine and tampered with it. The dispensing doctor you mentioned is the most suspicious. Let's go. I'll go take a look with you too." Seeing that Nurarikuo was about to leave at this time, Yu couldn't help but said formally, "Young master, it's almost dusk. The leaders of the cadres and factions you notified yesterday will be here soon. They need your presence to discuss matters regarding the monsters of the Four Kingdoms." Bishamon looked at it and said, "You have something to discuss with the cadres in the team? Then you don't have to come with me, I can solve it myself." It can be heard from Sun's words that there must be something important, otherwise it would be impossible to invite the entire Nuliang group cadres to the meeting. Nurarikuo grabbed Bishamon's shoulder with his hand, and the transformation from the gentle temperament of an ordinary person to the domineering temperament of a monster was completed instantly. Even the height was originally shorter than Bishamon, but now it is almost the same as his height of 1.8 meters. After the demonization, Nurarikuo stared at Bishamon with his red pupils. Said, "No, you are my woman, I need to see the guy who drugged you is found out, otherwise I will have trouble sleeping and eating, and I will not be in the mood for the meeting, and it won't take long, it can be solved within an hour. Damn, before I come back to 867, if the cadres and faction leaders have arrived, ask them to wait in the conference room and say it was me." "Yes." He spoke respectfully. If he were in human form, he could still joke with Riku Nura and call him brothers, because Nurarikuo in human form seemed to get along well with him. In the same way, she inherits the gentleness of Nurawakana. The demonized Nurarikuo has a completely different temperament from a human being. Although he seems to be a completely different person, he is actually the same Nurarikuo all the time, but he is more dignified and dignified after becoming a monster. He is domineering, and he is extremely respectful to him and dare not be rude in the slightest. Seeing that I agreed, Nurarikushin said to Bishamon, "Let's go." Bishamon turned around, nodded heavily to Rikunura, and immediately put his arms around Rikunura's waist, and said boldly, "Okay, I'll find that person as quickly as possible." After Bishamon finished speaking, he immediately appeared in front of her shrine with Nurarikuo. The god came out of Takamagahara and could teleport to other places in the human world at will, but he wanted to return to Takamagahara. You must pass through the transit station of the shrine before you can return. This is also one of the restrictions on gods. Takamagahara, Bishamon Residence Square, Bishamon and Nurarikuo appeared here. As soon as he appeared at the door of Bishamon's house, Nurarikuo looked at the hand on his waist speechlessly and said, "I said, the way you brought me here is not wrong, this way should not be. Was it me who did it, or was it the other way around?" Bishamon held Nurarikushin's waist and moved, which made Nurarikushin feel very embarrassed, as if he was Bishamon's little sweetheart. After Bishamon let go, he said nonchalantly, "Isn't it the same if you come and I come? What's there to mind? Just like in bed, it's the same for you and me." Nilayong Lushan didn't hesitate too much, "Forget it, let's go. The first person I suspect of someone who can manipulate your medicine is your pharmacist Luba. Let's go directly to him." "Good." Bishamontan nodded and led the way. Bishamontan's serious expression made the other artifacts around him feel a little scared when they saw it. They have been with the artifact for decades or even longer, but they have never seen Bishamontan with such a serious expression at home. Something must have happened, otherwise they would treat the master with such a serious expression. Bishamontan's understanding would definitely not be so serious at home. An older artifact sensed something was wrong, and quickly ordered to the young people behind him, "Go and notify Zayama, and you're making trouble for them." At the same time, Luba was fiddling with his own medicine in his medicine room. He was an undead person who was saved from the evil hands by Bishamon more than 10 years ago. Clan, became an artifact and had a new name, Luba. At the beginning, Luba really wanted to assist Bishamon wholeheartedly in helping her prepare medicines to deal with the load caused by the many artifacts. Chapter 68. But a few years later, Luba saw that Bishamontan already had a group of artifacts, but he still came back with other artifacts every once in a while. This made Luba feel angry and felt towards Bishamontan dissatisfied. Luba didn't know Bishamon's past, and thought that Bishamon's indiscriminate adoption of artifacts was a false maternal behavior, overflowing with kindness, and completely unbecoming of a warrior god. Gods should be majestic, ruthless, and not disturbed by worldly affairs, and Bishamon, who is a warrior god, should be a tyrannical goddess that makes other gods stay away from her. That is the strongest Valkyrie. But what has become now, as a god of war, but also as a man, it is simply unsightly. The Valkyrie has completely fallen, which makes Luba even more want to replace Bishamontan. Only by changing the generation and changing the soul can the Valkyrie Bishamontan return to the position of the real Valkyrie. For this matter, Luba has planned several times. Years. A rather rapid sound of footsteps came from outside the house. Luba was puzzled and asked, "What's going on? Who would come here in a hurry?" Boom. Nurarikushin kicked open the door of Luba's medicine room, and the wooden door was kicked away. Bishamon stood behind Nurarikushin, raised his forehead and said, "Rikushin, you have gone too far, Luba is not sure yet. How can I explain if you misunderstand this? It's none of your business. This is what I did. If I really misunderstood, I'll just apologize." Nurarikuo knew that Bishamon was a bit difficult to deal with. After all, this was her home, and those artifacts were treated as family members by her. If the wrong person was mistaken, a nail would be planted in the heart of the suspected artifact, and Akuto would definitely be killed. Create a gap. Therefore, this evil person should be his Nurarikuo. Even if there is a misunderstanding, it has little to do with Bishamon. Bishamon naturally knew what Nurarikuo was thinking about this, and he once again felt in his heart that this man was really good. Maybe he could fulfill his wishes and unlock some other shameful positions at night. Luba looked at his kicked-in door, and his heart was full of horses galloping. He stepped forward slightly uneasily and asked, Sir Bishamon, Mr. Rikuo, what's going on? Why did you kick down my door? Well, did I do something wrong? At this time, Bishamontan's blessing weapon Xiaoma took the lead and came with many of Bishamont's artifacts, especially the artifacts that Bishamont often used stood at the front. Zayama couldn't understand what Bishamon was doing. He asked, Master Bishamon, what happened? Why are you causing trouble for Lupa? Xiaoba nodded and said, Yes, sister, as a pharmacist, Lupa has been treating us for so many years, how come he suddenly? Lord Bishamon. Miss. The other artifacts were also confused. In their opinion, Bishamon would never do this to his family. Could it be that the monster had blown the wind and said bad things about their artifacts? Before Bishamontan could speak, Nurarikuo spoke for her and asked, From the medicine Bishamont drank this morning, I, the strongest pharmacist of the Nura group, the leader of the Yakut clan, discovered it. The medicine is mixed with medicines that have nothing to do with treating the Bishamon state. This drug can weaken or immunize certain mental pain. If taken for a long time, it will also affect Bishamon's personality, making her irritable and irritable. Who do you think is the psychoactive drug mixed in this drug? Yes, why did you release it secretly? Nurarikuo's words caused the expressions of the artifacts present to change greatly. They mixed drugs that had nothing to do with treatment into Bishamon Sama's medicine to weaken certain pain sensations in the mind. Can it also affect emotions? All the artifacts looked at Luba, because among the entire Bishamontan mansion, Luba was the only one certified as a pharmacist by Bishamontan, and he also had an exclusive medicine room for all injured or sick artifacts to go to Luba. Treatment there. So when he heard that the medicine Bishamon drank was mixed with other inappropriate medicines, Rikuo was indeed the first person to be suspected. Is this true, Luba? What exactly did you put in the medicine that Lord Bishamon drank, and why did you do this? As the blessing weapon of Bishamontan and the oldest elder among Bishamontan's sacred weapons, Toma questioned Luba sternly. He will never tolerate anything that dares to harm Bishamontan. Luba's heart thumped. He was found dead, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. He argued, how is it possible? Although the medicine was mixed and cooked in my hands, besides the medicine I prepared for Lord Bishamon, there's nothing else there. Mr. Lu Sheng, did you misunderstand the medicine of your medicine? Nurarikushan sneered, have you seen it wrong? You are right to say this. You are just a human undead. After your death, you were discovered by Bishamon and brought here with your name. You have never been in contact with monsters. You can just go out and find an artifact or god who has been in contact with demons and has more experience, and you will know the reputation of Yaokun Hall. Bishamon was a little embarrassed. She really didn't know that the monster in the monster had such powerful medical skills before this. Although the glasses boy Zayama didn't like Nuliang Rikushan, he had to admit what Nuliang Rikushan said, and nodded in agreement. Among the demon clan, the Nuliang group's faction, the traditional Chinese medicine hall, is indeed famous, and its poison can kill people. Medicine can save people and has been famous among the monster clan for hundreds of years. Its leader Zhen is also the only monster who makes monsters fear him not with force but with treatment. Therefore, since Zhen said it, he is 99% sure. Each generation of the medicine hall is called Zhen, and it is also passed down by a single line of monster Zhen. Luba gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that it was actually a monster that caused trouble. He still forcefully defended, even if that's the case, I can't be sure that I put other medicines on Lord Bishamon. It may be Rampa, or maybe you, Xiaoma, both of you can come into contact with the decoction of Bishamontan. As soon as he heard that the blame was thrown on him, Lamba immediately said, Luba, you are so slanderous. I gave the medicine to my sister, but I took it from your hand and brought it to my sister immediately. How can I have time? What kind of medicine was put in, and I don't understand anything about medicine at all. Why should I put medicine in it to harm my sister? I think it was you who gave it, and now you are biting people randomly. Zhao Ma also didn't expect that an old divine weapon that had been with Bishamontan for hundreds of years would be suspected of harming Bishamontan. He almost laughed out loud. Luba, I'm asking you now, is it you who gave me the medicine? Tell me the truth. If you didn't tell me the truth, it would sting me. If there is no sting, it means you didn't give me the medicine. Bishamon came out from behind Nurarikushan and asked. After Luba heard this, he realized that there was no way out. He immediately took 2 steps forward and said seriously, Master Bishamon, Luba, did not use any medicine. Bishamon frowned slightly. There is no tingling sensation, it seems. Nurarikuo stretched out his hand to interrupt Bishamon's words, and said, Bishamon, don't rush to a conclusion. Either the poison is the kind of medicine you mentioned or it weakens some kind of nerve perception. Maybe it's the tingling sensation you mentioned. The artifact thinks that if it does bad things, the owner will feel the sting, and Luba is holding back the bad things and doesn't want you to feel the sting and find him, so it's not necessarily that he put something in your medicine. This damn slippery guy is up to no good. Luba is so angry. His plan for many years only needs to find an opportunity to start, but now it has been destroyed before it was implemented. Or is it 10 foreign girl monsters? Bishamon nodded. Well, what you said makes sense, but it's a bit difficult to check. Ramba raised his hand and suggested, Lord Bishamon, I have a suggestion. See if Sheng has any demonic characteristics. The corner of Luba's mouth twitched and he said, Lamba, don't be joking. Lord Bishamon has no signs of illness. How could I become filthy? I'm just saying this just in case. Why, Zhong, don't you dare to show everyone if you have any filthy characteristics on your body. Once the artifact has evil thoughts in its heart, it will not only sting the owner, but the artifact itself will also become filthy, and in severe cases, it can even become irrationally filthy. Zhao Ma nodded and said, just in case, Luba, show us your body. Luba took a deep breath and glanced at Bishamon who didn't stop him. Since they had already reached the point, he could only rely on luck and hope they wouldn't discover him. Then they began to undress, and the women present turned around, leaving it to Zhao Ma, Nurarikushin and other male artifacts to see. When Luba took off his clothes and turned around 360 degrees, there was nothing special about him, just like ordinary people. Then Luba quickly picked up his clothes and put them on. How about it, there is no defilement on my body. Luba was relieved in his heart. It seemed that he could pass the test this time, but it would be extremely difficult to implement the plan in the future. But if he could pass the current test, he could only stay and finally complete the plan in one day. There really is nothing. Isn't it really Luba? Zayama and the other male artifacts also looked very real, and Luba's body was indeed very clean, without any signs of filthiness. Etc. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Nilayong Lushan spoke, and they all looked at him. Nurarikushin pointed to Luba's long hair that was covering up his strength and said, pull up the hair on the back of your neck and show us. Your hair is so long, maybe there is something hidden behind it on the back of your neck indefinite. Bishamon looked at the back of Luba's neck and said, this is a place that is easily overlooked. Luba, lift your hair and turn it around. When Luba heard this, he clenched his fists. Yes, he did have a problem on the back of his neck. That was a word given to him by someone else. In other words, besides Bishamon, Luba had other owners and names. For an artifact, the god who gave it a name is the master or a reborn parent. It cannot be betrayed. Once it is given a name by someone else, it is commonly known as cheating and being disloyal to the master. Those who have been given 2 or more artifacts are also called Nora in Takamagahara. They are looked down upon by the gods and have no real owner like a stray cat. Everyone will call him a minister randomly when they meet him. Luba, what's wrong? Lord Bishamon has spoken, why don't you do it? Seeing Luba still frozen in place, Zhao Ma pushed up his glasses and noticed something was wrong. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You monster, you actually ruined my business. As long as the hair is lifted up, it will definitely be exposed, so Luba stopped pretending and became furious at Nurarikushin. If it weren't for Nurarikushin, he would still be fine now. Where did he get this bad weight? Faced with Luba's anger, Nilayong Lushan laughed and said, I am so angry that I am so angry. It seems that the truth is on the back of your neck. Luba, it's really you, why? After Bishamon knew the truth, his heart sank, and he asked himself that she was not fond of Luba, so why did she betray her and tamper with her? Even though no poison can be poisonous to God, the body will still be affected to some extent. Luba glared at Bishamon. He had already been exposed anyway, and he was ready to fight. He said angrily, it's not that I look down on you. You excessively take in one waste after another, which increases the burden on yourself. If you are mentally exhausted, your strength will also be affected. Do you think is she the Holy Mother and the strongest Valkyrie? It's ridiculous. How can she be the strongest Valkyrie? What does it look like? Now you have lost to a monster. Combining with a monster is trampling on the dignity of a god. Bishamontan, you are no longer suitable to continue to be a Valkyrie. Please commit suicide and change your life. A new Bishamontan is born with a brand new soul that is not affected by the world. Shut up, how dare you say such things to Lord Bishamon, Lupa, and Fubu. Zhao Ma pointed out to Luba with 2 fingers, using the magic power that is exclusive to the artifact and can be used in the human form, cloth binding, a kind of immobilization technique cast after knowing the opponent's true name, so that the person can be immobilized. The person cannot move at all. However, after Zayama hit the binding cloth, Luba was still able to move, well, Zhao, and was not affected by the spell at all. How is it possible that Zayama's technique is useless? Luba, could it be that you have become muta and have a character given by others? Bishamon said in disbelief that Bishamontan's artifact not only drugged her, but also became someone else's artifact without her knowing it. She actually trusted the other person so much. It is simply ridiculous for him to treat other people in his own home. Nuliang Lushan used karma fire to control Luba and levitate him, saying, things like this that eat inside and crawl out should be destroyed. What do you think, Bishamon? What is this thing that is haunting me? Luba was horrified to find that his body was bound by something blue and flame-like, and he flew up uncontrollably. Karma fire. Zhao Ma and other artifacts who knew karma fire looked at Nurarikushin. Karma fire didn't see any spell-casting actions by Nurarikushin, but it was able to cast it on others silently. Take control. Moreover, he can freely control the karmic fire to prevent the opponent from harming the opponent. This karmic fire is really against the heavens, not even gods have such ability. Facing Nurarikuo, Bishamon was a little hesitant. If it were for other matters, Bishamon would be decisive, but this involved the artifact present. If Luba was killed with thunder, although they were dealing with betrayal first, looking at so many artifacts would inevitably leave a shadow in their hearts. Seeing Bishamon's hesitation, Nurarikuo sighed and said, Bishamon, you are too gentle in front of your own artifact. This is not a good thing. If you want to correct your mentality, you can put it in your hands. It's okay for us to be family members, but you still have to be strict when you should be strict. I see that when you get along, you seem friendly and smiling on the surface, but you can be fake. Nurarikushin looked at the artifacts outside the room. The artifacts listened to Nurarikushin's words and looked away one by one, not daring to look at Nurarikushin. Chapter 69. As soon as Bishamontan opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Nurarikuo. You want to say that you know everything, you have told me, but I am not happy to say these words. These artifacts are grateful to you and cannot suppress their emotions. Dare to have any bad thoughts to sting you, always cautious to please you when facing you, dare not complain to you and speak their true feelings, dare not get closer to you, this is no longer family, but twisted like a cage. As a god of war, Bishamontan is brave outside and gentle at home, but you don't dare to have much contact with Bishamont, and you don't dare to explain anything. You suppress everything in your heart, which makes Bishamon's mental state always poor, and you, Bishamont, are too pampering them will cause your body to soak in clean water and drink bitter medicine every day. It's something that can be said in just one sentence, but it has to be put off again and again. Let's talk about it today. If you really want to get along like a family, don't keep everything in your heart. Say what you have to say, Bishamon. I won't blame you, but will patiently listen to your complaints. What's strange to her is that you don't communicate with her sincerely, but you avoid her all the time, thinking that this is good to her and a way to repay a favor. No, this is just torturing her body, mind, and spirit to the point where she needs to take a bath and drink medicine to control her death. Nurarikushin said a lot in one breath, all complaining about Bishamon. He knew that it was not that Bishamon did not want to talk seriously with the artifacts, but that these artifacts avoided Bishamon. The artifacts listened to Nurarikuo's words and did not expect that the matter was so serious. They just did not want to increase the burden on Bishamontan, so even if they had complaints in their hearts, they kept them in their hearts and only smiled. I never thought that this would hurt Bishamontan even more, causing her pain every day and requiring her to take baths and drink medicine to maintain her condition. Looking at Bishamontan's forced smile and tired eyes, they realized that this was all true. For a moment, the artifacts all looked at Bishamon with apologetic eyes, and even some of the younger ones started to feel bitter and said sorry to Bishamon. Master Bishamon, I didn't expect that our self-righteous smile towards you would have the opposite effect. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bishamon-sama. I thought you had forgotten me because you didn't call me by my name, and I felt very sad, but I never told you. That's why Bishamon-sama was hurt. I'm sorry. Me too. And me, I always thought. As Nurarikushin finished speaking, these artifacts began a self-repentance meeting one by one. After you finish speaking, I will tell you. Bishamon was a little at a loss for a while. He didn't expect that she had been unable to solve the problem of 040, but Nurarikuo could solve it so easily. Bishamon also knew that his artifacts would not be as carefree as they appeared. She thought about talking to these artifacts harshly, but every time they met her, they would smile and say hello, and then leave. This made Bishamon depressed and helpless, but he couldn't bear to do anything to the artifacts. In the end, I have just endured it like this. Today, the fact that Nurarikuo took over Luba explained Bishamon's helplessness and troubles to the artifacts, allowing the artifacts to understand Bishamon's difficulty and loneliness, repent on his own initiative, and eliminate this barrier. Only if the artifact truly repented and confessed could its owner be restored. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the artifacts finished speaking, and all the resentments and worries in their hearts were expressed. The suppressed negative emotions in the hearts of the artifacts dissipated, and Bishamon also felt more relaxed than ever before, and his mental state suddenly improved. Bishamon looked at his artifact with gentle eyes, then called out all of their names one by one on the spot, and finally said, I will never forget all of your names until I die, because you are my Bishamon God-given name. I just want you to live a peaceful life, but I didn't expect that it would put so much pressure on you. Sorry, it's my problem, but now we have eliminated this grudge, so please feel free to tell me if you have any troubles in the future. Don't keep it in your heart. When you are sad, I will be sad too. Let's all be happy together. Can we be a real family member? After changing his heart from heart to heart, the pain accumulated by Bishamon over the years has basically dissipated. This feeling Bishamon felt that he no longer needed to drink medicine and take a bath to relieve the pain. Unexpectedly, letting Nuliang Lu come here would actually help her a lot. After relaxing, Bishamon's eyes were as bright as lightning. He looked at Luba and gestured with his fingers, Lu Chi, because of your disloyalty, I have decided to banish you and take back the words I gave you. Seeing this, Luba shouted unwillingly, No. No. Master Bishamon, I am doing this for your own good. For my own good? What a joke, if you want me to be replaced, the me who is replaced will no longer be me. Bishamontan showed no mercy and directly took back the words given to Luba. At this point, Luba was no longer Bishamontan's artifact. Snapped. Nurarikushin snapped his fingers, and the flames that entangled and controlled Luba immediately burned. In just 2 seconds, all the residue was left, and he was completely destroyed. Rikushin. Bishamon couldn't bear to see this, and the other artifacts were all trembling with fear. Although they already knew that Luba rebelled first, they were still a little uncomfortable seeing Luba, who had always gotten along well with each other, being burned to death. Nurarikushin patted the non-existent dust on his hands and said, I know you can't bear it and can only banish him, but I'm different. He and I don't know each other at all, so I'll just kill him to prevent him from returning to another place. A master will have evil thoughts towards you again. Hey, ultimately there is still a problem with my discipline, but this won't happen again in the future. Bishamontan said this to her sacred weapon, but also to herself. After this matter was perfectly resolved, in Bishamon's room, Nurarikuo looked at Bishamon, whose mental state was many times better than before, and chuckled, it seems that you no longer need to bathe or take medicine. The artifact just confessed and repented, releasing all the resentment in their hearts, so now my mental state has returned to what it was before, and I really don't need to take baths and drink medicine every day to relieve pain and paralyze myself. Bishamon stood in front of Nurarikushin and stretched, showing her perfect figure to Nurarikushin. Nuliang Rikushin said with a slight regret, well, then I won't have a lot of fun in the future, such as the passion in bathing and the imported drugs. Bishamon rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, so that's what you're worried about, hey, man, but you don't have to worry, even if I don't have that kind of pressure, I will take a bath. You can come anytime you want. As for imported medicine, wouldn't it be better to switch to imported milk than the bitter one? Snapped. Nurarikushin snapped his fingers and gave Bishamon a thumbs up, then it's settled. Okay, it's time for me to leave. I have to go to a meeting. Bishamon was silent for a few seconds, then walked over under the gaze of Riku Nura, and finally put his hands through Riku Nura's arms and hugged Riku Nura tightly. Bishamon whispered in Nura Rikushin's ear, "Thank you, Rikushin. Suddenly I realized that my defeat to you was a brand new beginning in my life." Nura Rikuo gently patted Bishamon on the back, "You and I are one, so saying thank you would be too intrusive." Bishamon shook his head and said, "Every code is a code. Okay, I'll take you back now. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time." Good. At this time, the sun has set and darkness has enveloped the earth. There are constantly powerful monsters coming to the New Rao group's home area. These are the monster leaders dispatched from the New Rong group to guard the territory in the Kanto region. The lowest are monster generals, and a few are monster commanders. Although Nura Rikuo is basically an instant kill against the demon general, within a large organization, the demon general is already the mainstay. The leaders of many factions are only at this level, and there are very few demon commanders, which is enough. A big organization has been built. In the Nuliangamai's home, Yukiana watched one car after another enter the home. These cars were filled with faction leaders and cadres, and each of them was accompanied by several powerful demon soldiers as guards. Shohu's head floated above his body and he exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I saw so many cadres gathered together for a meeting. The last time I saw it was when the young master awakened 8 years ago." The general convened to discuss the young master becoming the third-generation candidate. When the Prst Yutmao said, "Yes, but this time we are going to attack the monsters of the Four Kingdoms. Those monsters from the Four Kingdoms came to my Nuliang group's territory to cause trouble and almost assassinated the baboon. The young master is very angry and will definitely not forgive the Shikoku monster." Snow Girl with fair skin and cute face, BHBB, exhaled a cold breath and said, "Young master is definitely angry, because the monsters of the four countries assassinated the cadres of the Nuragumi on the territory of the Nuragumi family. It seems that they look down on the third-generation candidate. Young master, that's why the young master has to fight back with a stronger attitude. By the way, Mr. Zhen, the young master hasn't come back." Qing Tianfang scratched his head and said, "Yes, those big cadres and faction leaders are almost here. Why hasn't the young master come back yet? It's really worrying." Sun looked at the moon in the sky, put his hands in his sleeves and sighed, "Who knows, but the young master said that if he can't come back in time, then let the cadres wait. Anyway, with the young master's current strength, no one dares to say anything. Indeed, if the young master has not yet awakened, he still needs to be protected by the poor monks, but with the current strength of the young master who has awakened, we so-called guards may not be able to do anything to the young master." Kuritabo was a little disappointed. They were all subdued by the second generation. Although they were not cadres, they were Mingwei, Nura Rikuo's confidant. Now that Nura Rikuo's strength has surpassed theirs, to be honest, they are still very proud of him. This is their young master, the son of the second generation, and the third generation general. "It's almost time, I'm leaving first." Zhen is the leader of Yaokun Hall. Although he is weak in strength, he does not rely on strength, so he is also qualified to enter the conference room for meetings. In the meeting room of the Nuragumi family, there were 2 rows of monsters with high status and strange looks. There are a total of about 70 groups in the Nuliang group, but those who can come to our house for meetings are the best ones, and the remaining groups are managed under the command of these powerful groups. There are more than 70 monster groups, and all the monster leaders can come. The leader of the Tengu party, Crow Tengu. The leader of the Beja clan, Big Centipede. The president of the Kanto Great Ape Society has long eyelashes. The leader of the Sanmu party has 3 eyes and 8 sides. The leader of the Ghost Girl group, Asashika Hara Ghost Girl. The leader of the Wraith group, Pruchna. The president of the Bodhidharma Society is Damo. Leader of the Yin Demon clan, Yin Mo Loogui. The leader of the Imperial team is a pity. The master of the Medicine Hall, Zhen. The leader of the Niu Gui group, Tian Gui. Team leader of Tian Yaonio, Yujin Zhentian. The leader of the One-Eyed Ghost group, he can enter the Tao with one glance. President of the Monster Merchants Association, Abacus House. The Six-Tailed Demon Fox clan leader, Six Tails. These are powerful monster cadres, and there are other small organizations under their command that rely on them. This has formed more than 70 groups of the Nura group. They are the faction leaders in their own group, and concentrated in the Nuliang group, they are one of the big cadres. Each of them had a piece of delicious food and Yaoming liquor in front of them. They were drinking and chatting. There were 2 futons at the C position in the front. They were the first-generation generals Nuliang Huapiao and San. The candidate for the acting position is Nurarikusi, but the two of them have not appeared yet. The pity ghost looked at the six-tailed demon fox sitting next to him and said, I heard there was a lot of movement this time. The baboon guy was attacked by monsters from 4 countries and almost killed them all. The six-tailed fox Chow Baboon took a look at it and nodded, yes, the baboon is a monster resident here, and it was attacked by monsters from the 4 countries. This is not to let our Nuliang group go. In eyes. Hanya, who was sitting opposite the six-tailed fox, laughed gloomily and said, it seems that someone is coveting the status of our Nura group Hyakuki Yaka, and finally couldn't help but take action. The larger centipede said angrily, since the death of the second generation, the Nuliang group has entered an unprecedented period of weakness. From the perspective of other monster forces, we are just a plate of incense. Everyone wants to take a bite of the squirting meat, but over the years, no one has dared to wait like this for a long time. Now Shikoku's 88 Ghost Night Tour finally can't wait any longer. Ready to take action. Humph, you can treat our 100 Ghost Night Walkers like meat, and you won't be afraid of breaking your teeth. That's right, the civet cats from Shikoku want to seize the territory of our Nura group. I'm really tired of living. The young master summoned us this time because he wanted us to start a war with the 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms at night. It's really exciting, he. Yeah, it's been many years since I've had a big fight. The reputation of the Nuliang group has been underestimated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I must let all the monsters in the country know that I'm serious. Nu is back. At this time, Nu Liang Huapiao, who had a long head on his back, walked out from a side door. The cotters sitting below immediately greeted him, General. Nu Liang Huapiao glanced at Nu Liang Lu Sheng's seat, immediately sat in his seat, nodded and said, well, Lu Sheng hasn't come yet, let's wait until he comes to hold the meeting again. No need to wait, I'm already here. Nurarikushin was wearing a blue heiori, with a hairstyle inherited from the slippery ghost, and a handsome face walking out of the courtyard. He exuded a powerful demonic aura making it rare to see Nurariku. The students were shocked. I haven't seen you for 8 years, the young master has grown up. The young master looks more like the second generation, especially his face and figure, as if they were carved from the same mold. Moreover, the young master's strength is so unpredictable. He is worthy of inheriting the bloodline of the general and the second generation great monster U-turn ghost. Since the death of the second generation of the Nuliang group, there is finally a successor. With young master here, we will soon be able to regain the throne of the strongest monster organization. The cotters all felt that Nurarikushin's tyrannical demon power was no worse than everyone sitting here, or even stronger. When Nurarikuo was walking, the monsters clearly saw a Nurarikuo walking behind him, but the next second another Nurarikuo appeared 2 meters away, and then the Nurarikuo behind him disappeared. Missing, another Nuliang Lushan appeared 3 meters away. There were so many phantoms that the old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years could not see how Nurarikuo acted. It's a flower in the mirror. Yes, it is the innate ability of the first and second generations of Confucian scholars. It needs to be released by the extraordinary people. This evil spirit, this powerful fear, the young master has already surpassed us old guys who have lived for hundreds of years with his full crown. All the monster officials all recognized the strength displayed by Nurarikushin. He is not even an adult yet. With such strength, who dares to be disrespectful to this young master? Chapter 70. Little Lord. Led by Niu Gui, all the cotters stood up one after another to greet the arrival of Nuliang Risheng. Young master, XN. Listening to these respectful greetings, Nurarikushin showed his strength this time to great effect. Immediately, Nurarikushin walked 2.5 meters in front of his seat. The next second, a phantom of Jinghua Suijutsu remained here, and he sat in his own seat instantly. When Jinghua Suijutsu disappeared, the monsters looked at the already Nurarikuo appeared on his seat and all exclaimed. This is so cool, I give it full marks. However, Jinghua Shuiyu is really awesome. It can confuse anyone with its phantom body. It seems real and illusory. It is impossible to tell whether it is real or fake with just your eyes. It is indeed a slippery ghost. This brat, as soon as he came, he gave all the cotters a warning and let them see their own strength. Only in this way can he occupy the dominant position. He relies on his own strength, not his status as a young master or a third-generation candidate. That's good. Good. Nura Huaxiao was very satisfied with the blow that Nurarikushin gave to the demons when he appeared. He had never told Nura Rikushin about this, but he knew that as a third-generation candidate, he spoke with his own strength. If you have no strength, no matter how high your status is, no one will think highly of you, and they will treat you in both positive and negative ways. But after you show your strong strength, others will only respect you and obey your words, and they will not be indifferent to your orders. After Nilayong Lushan sat down, Nilayong Huayao stood up and said, although Lushan still has 2 or 3 months until his birthday to officially become an adult, I think these few months can be ignored. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I would like to announce that from now on, my grandson, Nura Rikushin, will officially become the third-generation general. Do you have any objections? Old man. Nura Rikushin turned to look at the short old man in front of him. His heart was eaten by the Hago Romo fox, which caused him to age rapidly. Otherwise, how could he, a great demon king, have aged so quickly for only 400 years and his strength has declined? To the demon king. After coming back today, he hasn't had time to use the elixir of immortality signed from Penglay Island to his family. Nilayong Lushan remembered that this elixir of immortality could cure any injury after taking it. Nura Rikushin hasn't eaten yet, but he has given one to Plati Kodan, and he also wants to give one to each of Nura Huguo, Nura Wakana, Snow Girl Bingri and Shiraki and Rinlandi. As for why he didn't give it to Bishamon, that guy is a god. There is basically no life limit unless he is killed. He is in a state of immortality, so there is no need for the immortality pill, so I just checked one. In other words, Nilayong Lushan still has several pills of this elixir of immortality. Nilayong Lushan himself doesn't know who will end up with these pills, so he can keep them for now and talk about it later. I, Ushiaki, agree that the Sandame will take over the throne now. I have no opinion. Me too. Anyway, they all belong to the young master, and there is no need to miss the 2 or 3 months. I think it is reasonable to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the 4 countries to let the third generation succeed to the throne in advance and let all the monsters of the Nura group officially know the third generation. Seconded. Same as above. Same as above +1 as the major cadres agreed one by one, Nilayong Rikuo now officially became the third generation general of the Nilayong group. Of course, it's not the time to celebrate yet. After all, we have to kill those monsters from the 4 kingdoms before we celebrate together. Double happiness is coming. Nilayong Rikushin sat cross-legged on the bed, drank a sip of Yaoming wine and said to the 2 rows of cadres in front of him, "Thank you for watching, I won't say too many hypocritical words. What I want to say is after I, Nura Rikuo, takes over as the third generation general, I will definitely lead Hyaki Yaka to rise." Good. With the third generation general here, we, Begui Yaka, will definitely return to the top. Ha ha ha. With the words of the third generation general, I, the baboon, will definitely follow behind the third generation general and am willing to be a vanguard. Looking at the noisy scene below, Rikuo Nura raised his right hand. At that moment, many cadres kept silent and sat in their seats. It can be seen that Rikuo Nura, the newly appointed third generation general, has a good prestige. Old man, I heard that you are close friends with the commander-in-chief of the 88 Ghost Nightwalkers of Shikoku, the Hidden Punishment Club Tanuki. Nura Rikuo remembers that Nura Huade and the current yokai commander-in-chief of the 4 kingdoms had a very good relationship when they were young. Nuliang Huapiao touched his chin and said, "The relationship is not bad. We fought against each other 300 years ago and had a good chat over wine. We haven't seen each other since then. It's just that the monsters under his command will come to attack our Nuliang group. This is also what I didn't expect, is that you don't need to take care of me. In the world of monsters, only those with the biggest fists have the right to speak. Relationships are not reliable." Nura Rikushin nodded, "That's good. Since you are all here, tomorrow night, I will bring your men down to my house, take our Nura group's royal strategic demon fort, and enter the 4 countries to let them know that I, Hyaki Yaka, is here. A lion is not something that any cat or dog can mess with. If you have any ideas, you can tell them." The general situation is decided by Rikuo Nura alone, because he is no longer the young master, but the general, the real decision-maker. Time passed slowly for half an hour in the discussion among the cadres. They talked about what masters there were in the 4 countries, how strong they were, and what kind of monsters they were. After all, only when you know yourself and the enemy can you deal with them effectively. Report, San Feather Crow has something to report to the young master. Outside the conference room, Sanyo Crow knelt on one knee and did not enter the room rashly. The crow Tengu flapped its wings and flew up from the futon, shouting to the three-feathered crow, "Hey, idiot sons, don't call me young master anymore, call me the chief general or the third generation now. The young master Lu Sheng has inherited the third generation is a general. Young master has actually inherited it for 3 generations." The three-feathered crows looked at each other. Didn't they say there are still 3 months, why is it earlier? But this obviously has nothing to do with them, for them, it is just a change of name, because they are loyal to Nuliang Lushan. Nura Rikushan looked at the 3 people kneeling on one knee outside the house and said, "3 feathered crows, come in." "Yes, Sandame." The 3 feathered crows answered in unison, then stood up and walked into the conference room. Now Rikuo Nura has succeeded the 3rd generation general, and he can be called the 3rd generation or the general. As for Nura Huadiao, who retired again, he is called the 1st generation general. After the 3 people entered the conference room, facing so many big cotters around them, Brunette was still a little nervous. Nura Rikushan inserted his hands into each other's sleeves and asked, "How is the matter that I asked you to investigate?" Kura Hanmaru immediately replied, "Back to the general, we have investigated that the Yokiyo town that entered the territory of our Nuragumi clan is a group of 7 people from the Shikoku 88 night tour, led by a man named Jinjin Penbu Tanuki Tamaki. Among them, the whip who attacked the baboon and was killed by the general was one of the 7. Izu Shinton, who looks like a strange bird, said disdainfully, 7 people traveling together? What kind of monster organization have I never heard of?" Jigwan Mary replied, "This is a team gathered by the invading Nulan group created by Tani Tamajong of the Hidden God Punishment Department. The members are all demon generals and demon soldiers, but they have some special abilities." After hearing about the opponent's strength, Ichimika laughed disdainfully and said, "Ha ha ha, what a joke. A team of 7 demon generals and demon soldiers wants to invade the territory of the Nuragumi family. I'm going to die." "Kura Hanmaru, have you found out where Tamaki and his cotters are now? Let's kill them first." Compared to Ichimoku's exaggerated smile, Nura Rikushan has no expression. They are just a bunch of guys who don't know the heights of the world. Kura Hanmaru said, "We have investigated that Tamaki and his cotters are currently hiding in an office building that has been closed down and no one is there." After returning this morning, Nura Rikuo had already informed Kura Hanmaru and asked them, the 3 crows, to investigate a group of yokai invaders from the 4 kingdoms. With the strength of the 3 demon generals of 3 feathered crows, they can still fly. As long as they are careful, there will be no problems. Moreover, they can also mobilize nearby crows to help with the investigation, so Nuliang Rikuo doesn't have anything to worry about. Zhen asked, "You haven't been discovered, right?" Zhuzume looked at Zhen and said respectfully, "No, the 3 of us came back immediately as soon as we discovered their whereabouts." Nura Rikushan stood up from his seat, showed an interesting smile and said, "Very good, let me solve this hidden god punishment department Tani Tamajong." Pruchna said in a gloomy tone, "General, we are just a small group of demon generals and demon soldiers. Why do you need to do it yourself?" Nura Rikushan glanced at Pruchna, then glanced at the other cotters, and said loudly, "Just because I am the general, shouldn't I be the leader at the front? This is the leader. Moreover, this Yunjin Xingbu Tanuki Tamaki is the son of the Shikoku monster Yunjin Xingbu Tanuki. As the landlord of this place, he naturally has to entertain him well. If there is nothing else, then it is decided that we will set off on time tomorrow night. Head to Shikoku." "Yes, Ji Tianyeo." After the meeting dispersed, the leaders of the major cotters and factions set up their own chariots and escorts to leave their homes and go to their own territories to summon all the monsters under their command, preparing to follow the 3rd generation general to send troops to the 4 countries tomorrow. After the major cotters left, Nuliang Lushan called Nuliang Huayao into the room. "You brat, why is this so mysterious? You are now the 3rd generation general. I have been liberated and can go to the human world to eat and drink for free. Why are you dragging me into your room now? Please give me flowers." Nuliang Huapiao cursed and said that after the meeting, his burden as the general had been relieved. He no longer had to stay at his home, and could go to the human world to eat and drink. He was so free and unrestrained, but he didn't even take a few steps. He was pulled back by the grandson of Nuliang Lu Sheng. "Old man, of course there is something important when I bring you here. This is about your body." Nura Rikushan was going to give Nura Huaxiao the elixir of immortality signed from Penglai Island, not because he wanted Nura Huaxiao to become a combat force to protect him after he recovered. Nure Rikuo had already grown up in this regard, and it didn't matter at all. Need the protection of Nuliang Huaguo. I simply want Nuliang Hualao to no longer be in pain, and to be able to regain her body's peak strength and live forever. 400 years ago, Nura Hueya fought against the great demon king Hago Romo Kitsune and used the demon-repelling sword Yamakimaru to gain the upper hand. During the pursuit, he was attacked from behind by Hago Romo Kitsune and was pierced through the heart by a tail, snatched the heart and was eaten. Ordinary monsters would die even if their hearts were injured, let alone having their entire hearts eaten. However, Nura Hualao not only survived, but also teamed up with onmyoji to seal the Hago Romo fox. And he has lived for more than 400 years, but Nuliang Huayao looks very happy and has nothing to do in front of others. But this pain is only known to him. The monsters who are the same age or even older than him still maintain the appearance of their prime, especially Ushiki. This guy is already over 1,000 years old, but he has always maintained his appearance since he joined the Nura group in 2008. With that look. This is not only true for Niugui, Ichimoku Deo, Bodhidharma, Baboon, etc. Their strength is even much weaker than that of Nura Hualao. You can imagine how much impact it had on his body after Nulia Hualai lost his heart. Only the Crow Tengu, in order to match the aging appearance of Nura Huapiao, used an ability similar to the bone shrinking technique to shrink himself into that bird-like appearance, which can only be said to be loyal enough. My body? Ha ha ha, it's been 400 years. What's there to discuss about my body? Is it possible that you can still change my heart back? Nuliang Huapiao joked that after losing his heart, his body functions rapidly aged in just 100 years. From a handsome and evil slicker, he turned into an old man with a long back and lost his hair. But he knows that this is impossible. If his heart is lost, there is no panacea in this world that can remedy it. It can be said that his life is over, even if he still retains the strength of the Demon King. But with this body, it's already pretty good to be able to exert half of the strength of the Demon King in his heyday. Nuliang Lushan did not speak, but turned his hand and took out an elixir of immortality. As soon as the elixir came out, the fragrance of the elixir overflowed. Just smelling the fragrance of the medicine in the air, Nuliang Huadian felt like he was suddenly a few years younger. Feeling the sense of relaxation in his body, Nura Huayao stared at the brown pill in Nura Lushan's palm, which was only the size of a fingernail, and felt an instinctive desire in his body. Lu Sheng, what is this thing? Just smelling it makes me feel much more energetic, as if I suddenly have the vitality of my youth. The corners of Nuliang Lushan's mouth turned up, he put the elixir to Nuliang's nose, turned it around, and then took it back, and said jokingly, "This is what I said, about your body, how about you, old man, and you are still cursing. Do you want to go eat and drink for free?" Nuliang Huapiao smiled and scolded, "You brat, you are still trying to pass me off. Quickly explain to me what this is. Is it a pill? The elixir of immortality. Elixir of immortality? I, Nuliang Hualao, have lived for so many years. This elixir of immortality has always only existed in legends. You kid, please stop fooling me. Is there really such a thing as an elixir of immortality? Where will you get it? It's a long story. I got it on Penglay Island. You are my grandfather. Let me tell you a little bit about how I got this elixir." So Nura Rikushan briefly told Nura Huaytao about the bone-eating well, the origins of Platy Kodan and her sister Xiao Feng, and the affairs of Penglay Island. Although this matter is secret, it is not a problem to tell the people closest to you. After hearing such a bizarre thing, Nuliang Huapiao frowned and said, "There is such a bizarre well. It turns out that Platy Kodan is from the Warring States period in other worlds. Let me tell you, how could someone with such strong spiritual power suddenly appear? Maiko, and Penglay Island, tisk tisk, you have made a lot of money. How many of these Penglay elixirs have you got? Have you eaten them yourself? Although I am a bad old man now, my bones are still strong. It is not a problem to live for 300 to 500 years. It doesn't matter whether you eat or not. The main thing is that you don't have it. Your mother-in-law." Chapter 71. I got several of them on Penglay Island. Platy Kodan and I have already eaten them. My mother will also have some. This one is for you. Eat it quickly. With that said, Nuliang Lushan handed the elixir of immortality to Nuliang Hualao. Nuliang Hualao pinched this small pill with his index finger and thumb. Such a small pill can restore all injuries as long as he is not dead, and can truly make him immortal. For Nuliang Hualai, who lost his heart, what attracted him the most was not immortality, but the ability to recover from injuries. I don't know if his injury recovery package doesn't include growing a heart again. Nura Huayao did not take it eagerly, but looked at Nura Lushan seriously and said, Lu Sheng, let's talk first. Even if I recover, you can't let me continue to deal with the Nura group's affairs. Now that I am free, I don't want to continue dealing with Nuliang's various chores. It's time to enjoy life. Nuliang Rikushan disliked Nuliang's verbosity and said impatiently, I know, the current general is me, so naturally I won't look for my retired grandfather. Haha, I feel relieved with your words, so I'll eat it. After Nuliang Huayao got a satisfactory answer, he put the elixir of immortality into his mouth with some excitement. There was no need to swallow it after entering the mouth. The elixir of immortality directly turned into a stream of pure energy and entered Nuliang Huayao's body, repairing his old body. Within a few seconds after taking it, Nuliang Huayao felt a tingling sensation in his body, and colorful colors appeared on the surface of his body. Oh, I feel it, that empty place in my heart seems to be growing something. Nuliang Hualao felt the changes in his body. Even if 250 was him, he was an old monster who had lived for 700 or 800 years. He couldn't help but get excited. He regrown his heart and regained his youthful vitality, plus the temptation of immortality. Who can resist the temptation? Nura Rikushan stared at the grandfather in front of him. There was a layer of colorful light on the surface of his body. However, in just a few seconds, Nura Rikushan saw that Nura Huaxiao, who was originally as old as a short old man in his 70s, actually walked. Step up. The bald head also began to grow thick hair, and the long back of the head actually shrank back. It seems that the hair shape is really different. I went back and looked at the pictures of Hualao when he was young, and found that his hair was also fluttering up and down when the wind blew. Within 5 seconds, the short slick man disappeared, but was replaced by a handsome man who looked very similar to Riku Nura. He was 1.82 meters tall, which was even taller than Riku Nura's current height of 1.8 meters. A little higher. There are patterns under his eyes, and his hair is as long as Nura Rikuo's and extends to the last left rear. The upper part of his hair is golden, and the lower part is black like Nura Rikuo. After regaining his youth, Nura is smooth and smooth. The long back of Hua's head has also disappeared, and his hair is longer than that of Nura Rikuo. The long-lost heartbeat feeling, and the strength to return to its peak, ha ha ha. Nuliang Huapiao clenched his powerful fists, as well as his strong muscles, his height of 1.82 meters, his hair and his handsome face tisk tisk, it was indeed a long time. Because Nuliang Huayao became old after losing his heart, so after taking the elixir of immortality, his heart grew back and he regained his youth. Then the elixir of life fixed Nuliang Huayao's appearance in the way it looked after recovery. Touching his handsome face, Nuliang Huapiao leaned his elbow on Nuliang Lushan's shoulder as if showing off, and said narcissistically, how about Lushan, I was more handsome than you when I was young, right? The reason why you and your dad are so handsome is because you inherited the face of your grandfather and me, and even the voice has become so charming. Tisk, where is the mirror? I want to remember my face well, and go out in the future. Don't be obsessed with those little girls, ha ha ha. Nura Rikushan had an expressionless face and pointedly said, instead of looking at your face, it's better to change into suitable clothes first, otherwise it will be easy to be regarded as a hooligan. Listening to the meaning of Nuliang Lushan's words, Nuliang Huayao lowered his head and looked at his situation, no wonder he felt a little chilly, yet. It seems that the clothes are too small and don't fit. It doesn't matter, I just collected the clothes from my youth. I didn't expect that I would be able to use them one day, so I'll leave first, Mr. Lu. Arriving in the courtyard, Nuliang Lushan summoned his trusted subordinates. Snow Girl, Su Wu, Harry W. Ri, Kuroda Fang, King Dian Fong, Kappa. These are all monsters who drank the yokai wine with Rikuo Nura. Unlike other cotters, they are the second-generation Nurakari companions who have left behind their legacy to Rikuo Nura. They can communicate with each other. The monster who entrusted his life to him. Congratulations, young master, for succeeding as the third-generation general. In front of Riku Nura, 6 monsters including Yuki Anna and Qing Tianfang congratulated Riku Nura in unison. Not long ago, they heard that Rikuo Nura had succeeded him as the third-generation general, and they were all very happy. In other words, from now on, Rikuo Nura was the person with high status in the entire Nura group. He is equivalent to the emperor of the human world. As for Nuliang Skateboard, he is the supreme emperor. He no longer needs to worry about the Nuliang group and can go skating and having fun wherever he wants. Nura Rikushin nodded and said, "Well, you guys come with me to kill the Hidden God Punishment Club Riku and his associates who have invaded and caused trouble in our Nura group's home territory." King Tianfeng couldn't wait to say, "Haha, is it finally time for me, King Tianfeng, to show off my skills?" "Young master." "No, Sanday, let's go quickly." Xiaomu looked at the others around him and said, "Sanday, are there just the 7 of us?" With a smile on his face, Kuroda Fang touched the bamboo hat on his head and said, "Xiao Wu, what are you afraid of? Didn't Three Feather Crow's intelligence already say that there are only demon generals and demon soldiers among the intruders? Even the 3rd generation can't deal with it in person. Is it possible to bring Hyaki Yaka to welcome them? Those monsters from the 4 countries are supplemented." Xiaowu said angrily, "Who said I'm afraid? I'm just worried about whether there will be an ambush." The Kappa said, "So what if there is a bit of an ambush? We are not just showing off." Gone. Nura Rikuo didn't pay much attention to the bickering between them. They looked so harmonious but boring, right? Nura Rikushin remembered that his grandfather Nura Huade said that there were many powerful monsters in Ueno area in the northeast. He would go to Ueno sometime to attract some monsters to expand his subordinates. Nura Rikushin turned around and walked towards the gate. Yuki Onna and others immediately followed. A group of 7 people headed towards the location of Tanuki Tamaki of the Hidden God Punishment Department based on the information from 3 feathered crows. In a 3-story building, the owner of this building just went bankrupt, so the whole building is now empty. In the room on the 2nd floor of this building, there are 7 monsters hidden. They all look like humans, and they are not weird in appearance. The crochet girl with long crochet hair looked slightly uneasily at the young man in school uniform sitting not far away. She said, "Yu Zhang, many big monsters went to Nuragumi's home tonight, is it too much of a fuss?" Anya Xiaoseng, a short green-skinned monster with circular serrated teeth, also said, "Yes, Yu Zhang, no matter what, we came here carrying the marshal on our backs. Now that the whip has been killed, the Nuliang group is making so much noise. Summoned so many monsters for a meeting, are they going to attack our 4 countries?" A bird-like monster dog Phoenix also advised, "Yu Zhang, why don't we go back to Shikoku first? It's too dangerous to stay here." They were really a little scared. An hour ago, there was a continuous flow of powerful demonic energy into this Yokiyo town. There was no doubt that it must be the big cotters of the Nura group. As for the purpose, haha, one of the 7 people who walked with them yesterday Whip was ordered by Yu Zhang for attacking the baboon, the president of the Kanto Great Ape Association. The whip has not come back yet, so he must have been killed. Now that so many cotters of the Nura group have gathered to discuss, it is very likely that they are going to target their birthplace, Shikoku 88 Ghost Night Parade. At this time, Yu Zhang was also sitting on the sofa with an uneasy face, thinking about things. He was the contemporary marshal of the 88 Knights of the 4 Kingdoms, the best son among hundreds of descendants, and the perfect inheritor of the power of the hidden god Xingbu Tanuki. The hidden god punishment department Tani Tamajong is currently over 100 years old and is a demon general. He heard that the young master of the Nura group Hyaki Yaka in the Kanto region, Nura Rikuo, is a slippery ghost with a quarter of the blood of monsters. Yu Zhang was unwilling to give in, and was also jealous that Nuliang Rikushin had inherited the position of the young master of the Nuliang group since he was born. A mere half-demon with a quarter of demon blood allowed him to occupy the entire rich land of Kanto, that is, taking the fear of human beings in this area. As for an outstanding monster like him, he must not let such a monster stand above his head. Yu Zhang has his own ambitions, and he is not willing to just be in the land of the 4 kingdoms. So he brought his subordinates to the headquarters of the Nuliang clan in Kanto to seize the fear in this place. He collected more fear and stood above the 100 ghosts, trampling on the Nuliang land creature under his feet. But who knew that in just one day, something unexpected would happen? It was because he was too naive. Originally, Yu Zhang wanted to trample Nura Rikuo under his feet and seize the fear that Nura Rikuo had gained, but he never thought that he had not met Nura Rikuo yet. This is the situation where the Senbyu are summoned to start a war with the 4 countries. In his opinion, this is just a fight among the younger generation. Is it necessary for this Nuliang Hulao to directly go to war with the 4 countries? Are you kidding? It is too much to start a war. Now Yu Zhang is really thinking about whether to return to the Shikoku. Although the Shikoku declined a lot 300 years ago, the second-generation leader of the Nura group also died, and the fear of Hyakuki Yaka has been reduced a lot. Who will lose and who will win? Not necessarily yet. It's just that it's so embarrassing to run away home after causing trouble. There is evil spirit, and it's coming for us. The demonic aura and fear are so strong. Could it be that the Nuliang group discovered us? Don't panic. Although these monsters are powerful, there are only 7 in total. They may not be from the Nuliang group. When the atmosphere in the room was originally solemn, suddenly, Dong Yu and others felt some unconcealed girlishness coming towards them. Go out and have a look. Yu Zhang's face was gloomy. He was sure that this was definitely a member of the Nuliang group. He was upset at the moment, and he could just kill some people from the Nuliang group to vent his anger. The snow girl looked around, seeing that almost no ordinary people were passing by, and said, "Is this where the raccoon cat monster and his 7 companions are? It's a good and quiet place." The Prst Yutmao raised her eyebrows and said, "It is true that we can choose the place, but these are the territories of our Nuliang group. These monsters from the 4 kingdoms have invaded without permission. Attacking and killing the baboon is a way to die." One King Dianfeng clinked his fists and said energetically, "Yes, now that the 3rd generation is personally sending them on their way, they can be considered lucky and died a worthy death." Soon, several people under his command led by Yu Zhang stood in front of Nuliang Lushan and others. Nura Rikushan looked at the young man in high school uniform standing in the middle, and asked contemptuously, "You are the little Tanuki, the son of the Shikoku Big Tanuki, and you want to compete for the territory of our Nura group with a few trash, even if your father is here, he is not qualified." Yu Zhang squinted his eyes and said, "Young master of Nuliang group, Nuliang Lushan." Xiao Wu took a step forward and said proudly, "Wrong, the person standing in front of you he is not the young master, but the 3rd generation general of our Nuliang group." "What, you inherited the position of the 3rd generation general?" Yu Zhang was shocked. Didn't he say that he was just a candidate? A mere half-demon bloodline actually inherited the Nulangumi, the general of the 100 Ghost Night Parade organization, at the age of 16. As for him, he inherited the purest power of the 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms, Martial Yexing. He is the strongest among his brothers and sisters. He is now over 100 years old and is only the leader of the group, also 4.7 is the same as Nura Rikuo's position as the young master in the Nura group. But Rikuo Nuliang has already taken over the position of general, and Yu Zhang is still the team leader when he is more than 100 years old. As for taking over the position of marshal, it is far away. Nura Rikushan took out the Senbonzakura and put it on his shoulder. He looked at Yu Zhang arrogantly and said, "Invaders, please save your lives. Tomorrow night will be the night when you, the 88 ghosts of the 4 kingdoms, will be exterminated, solve them." Nuliang Lushan gave an order, and several people from King Dianfeng immediately rushed out and found the monsters next to Yu Zhang. As for the Shinayan Punishment Department's Tanuki Yu Zhang, just leave it to their general. Do you really want to attack Shikoku and cause a battle between 2 large monster organizations? Yu Zhang frowned. This Nuliang land student is not as ordinary as the legend at all, but he is very fierce. He has just become the general and is about to start the battle between the 2 ministers and monster organizations. Battle between? Although the 4 countries are not afraid, if the monsters of the 4 countries know that it was his jade seal that caused this unreasonable disaster, then his reputation will be ruined. Unlike Rikuo Nura, who can recruit monsters to fight as a general in the New Rao group, Yu Zhang is just a group leader, and there is a marshal above him. Nura Rikushan walked forward with a steady pace and said, "It's just a war. What are you afraid of? You bring your monsters to my side to fight for fear, seize territory and attack and kill cotters. You should have thought that it would cause a battle between the 2 organizations, otherwise, do you think this is a game of house, naive guy?" As Nura Rikushan spoke, he walked up to Yu Zhang and chopped off Senbonzakura in his hand. Yu Zhang felt Nura Rikushan's powerful demonic energy, and immediately went all out, and revealed his monster form. Chapter 72. In an empty square, the short-haired and cute Hanake Nura was wearing sportswear, equipped with Shikigami Renseta and firing a water cannon at the ground in front of her. After more than a dozen rounds of water cannons, she untied her Shikigami, panted and came to the attack point to check the situation. Looking at the pit on the ground, Hanake Nura showed a happy smile. "Hey! After 2 days of competitive practice, the power and speed of my underworld funeral water cannon Yulo Max have been enhanced. However, if it is not enough to face that Notarabang again, I must do it as soon as possible. You have to improve your strength, otherwise how can you defeat the Lord of Monsters? Well, come on, Yura, reward yourself with a meal of ramen tonight. Hanakane Yura clenched her fists to cheer herself up, and then felt her hungry and flat stomach, which was very empty, and decided to wait until she finished eating ramen to reward herself for her hard work, otherwise she would be exhausted later. Wait a minute, such a strong demonic energy. How can there be such a powerful demonic energy? Hanakai Yuanuro, who was packing up to leave for dinner, suddenly felt several waves of demonic energy, each of which was very good. She immediately ran towards the direction of the demonic energy. She didn't take into account that her physical strength was almost at the bottom at the moment, because Hanakane Yura was an onmyoji, and the onmyoji's duty was to destroy monsters. So when he sensed the powerful demonic energy, he rushed over. There are very few onmyojis as dedicated and reckless as Hanakane Yura. After all, other onmyojis still focus on their own lives, but Hanakane Yura is different. After she encounters her, she will go and see the enemy no matter how strong or weak it is. It would be great if she can save a few people. With such a strong demonic energy, could it be that the Lord of Demons is Slippery Ghost? While running around Hanakane Yura, she was thinking about whether she might be the Lord of Monsters. The purpose of her coming to this city was to destroy the Lord of Monsters so that the onmyoji of Hanakan's family would recognize her more. A masked raccoon demon holding a weapon was suppressed by Nurarikuo holding a sword with one hand. Tamajong used his sword with both hands to block Nurarikuo's Senbonzakura attack, but Nurarikuo's attack was very heavy for him, and he was forced to kneel on one knee with just one hand and struggled. Damn it, my Demon King's little hammer is just an ordinary demon sword before it devours other monsters, and it cannot exert its due power at all. Yu Zhang felt hatred in his heart, and hated that Nuliang Lu was born so quickly. He was completely unprepared. The knife in his hand was not an ordinary knife, but a demon knife that could be continuously strengthened by killing monsters, the Devil's Small Hammer. However, before the Demon King drinks the blood of monsters, his hammer is just an ordinary knife. But at this time, where can he kill monsters? Nuliang Lushan's red eyes looked down at Yu Zhang who was kneeling on one knee with sharp red eyes, and said, "With your strength, your martial is not much stronger." "Shut up, you were just born in a better place than me, and I inherited my father's purest demon power. I will prove that I, Yu Zhang, am better than you." Yu Zhang roared, and hundreds of leaves appeared from his body, spinning quickly and flying towards Nuliang Lushan. Nurarikushan held his sword in front of him to resist these attacks, which were like flying flowers and picking leaves. Each of these leaves is very powerful. It looks like a green leaf that is brittle when touched, but it is powerful enough to easily penetrate a wall. Yu Zhang stood up and jumped back more than 10 meters, continuing to suppress Nuliang Lushan with his leaves. The innate skill of the civet cats from the Four Kingdoms is to control leaves to attack. These leaves are also naturally formed with their demonic power. They are not picked from trees for use. As long as the demonic power is enough, they can always use them. Not only can they attack, but they can also be used to distract the enemy's attention. "Let's scatter, Senbonzakura." Nurarikushan split them open lightly in the face of these leaf attacks. However, there were a large number of them, so it was too monotonous to split them like this. Since the opponent used leaves, he used cherry blossoms. Although the cherry blossoms were the illusion of blades, they looked better than the leaves. "It looks better up there." As Nurarikuo liberated Senbonzakura, Senbonzakura's blade quickly turned into thousands of cherry blossom petals. The blade collided with the leaves of Yushao. The pink cherry blossom petals visible to the naked eye collided with the green leaves. The destructive state directly broke the leaves of Yu Zhang, and finally swept directly towards Yu Zhang. "What?" Yu Zhang was shocked, seeing the cherry blossoms pressing in front of him with nowhere to hide. "Ah!" Yu Zhang screamed as these cherry blossom blades kept cutting his body. Although each of these blades was small and could not cause fatal injuries, they could not withstand large numbers. The body was being cut continuously, Yu Zhang's blood was splattered, and he couldn't escape at all. There are actually two monsters fighting here. Hanakane Yura searched for the monsters and came to the battle scene where Nurarikuo and Tamaki were fighting. He was surprised to see a total of more than 10 monsters fighting in front of them. You can feel that these monsters are very powerful from their monster aura, no weaker than the Notarabang they met the night before yesterday. But why are there monsters fighting here? Is it internal strife rather than disagreement? Who is the Lord of Monsters? Hanakan Yura quickly scanned the scene to see who might be the Lord of Monsters. Because Hanakan Yura hadn't seen much of the world, so in her opinion, since the monsters here were so powerful, there must be a Lord of Monsters. Hanakan Yura thought in his heart, I heard from my seniors that 400 years ago in Hanakan's family there was always a slippery ghost, the master of monsters, who came to our house to eat and drink for free, and the slippery ghost was wearing a kimono and a coat. Yuji has long hair and a handsome face, is that him? Because the head of the Hanakai Yuan family 400 years ago had a good relationship with the Lord of Monsters, Slippery Ghost, they were said to have worked together to seal a big demon king. The onmyoji of Hanakai Yuan doesn't like the Yin family's free eating and drinking. After all, the Hanakane family is a real onmyoji family, and they destroy monsters. As a result, there is a monster master who often appears in the family, and eats and drinks for free without paying. Who would like it? Then this legend has been passed down, saying that the Huakai Yuan family does not welcome slippery ghosts. The appearance of the slippery ghost was also remembered by the onmyoji of Hanakai Yuan, and it was passed down by word of mouth, just so that he could recognize the master of monsters and drive him away in the future. At this time, Hanakane Yura saw a monster that looked similar to the rumored one and was holding a handle without a blade. Opposite, the girl with a mask from Jusong was attacked by a machine flower and was covered in blood. He is the Lord of Monsters. Hanakane Yura looked at Nurarikuo and saw that his appearance was 80 to 90% similar to that of the slippery ghost according to legend, and he was also very strong. He must be the master of monsters. Aha! Yu Zhang's body was dripping with blood after being cut by the cherry blossom petal blade. Just like a human being faced with hundreds or thousands of bees, there was no way to hide, and he finally knelt on the ground helplessly. Boring, you are so weak, but you still claim to have inherited the strongest bloodline of the marshals of the Four Kingdoms, but that's all. Nurarikushin walked towards Yu Zhang, and the cherry blossom petals surrounding Yu Zhang were all reorganized into the blade of the Senbonzakura sword in his hand. Yu Zhang. A man wearing the same high school student clothes as Yu Zhang and sticking out his tongue like a dog was fighting sumo. Seeing that Yu Zhang was in danger, he hurriedly ran towards Yu Zhang. Your opponent is me, how can I let you hinder the Sandame? Sumo's combat weapon is a rope called the black string, which is a special mixture of the silk of the bride and the hair of the hare. When he saw that his opponent Inuyagami actually wanted to escape from him to help their boss, how could Shumu let him succeed? Shumu threw out his black string, and in just a moment, his attention was no longer on him and the Inuyagami, who had his back turned to him, knelt down. However, unexpectedly, Inuyagami's body was trapped, but his head suddenly turned into the head of a vicious dog. The head was very big as the upper body of an adult man, and it flew away from his neck. Go out! What? Shumu looked at Inuyagami's head flying out in disbelief. This was something he didn't expect. In addition to his own head being able to fly away from his body, he also encountered a monster whose head could also fly out and act alone. The difference is that although the head of Shumu can fly, it does not have much killing power, but the head of the dog god is very extraordinary at first glance. After all, dogs are specialized in biting people. Just look at the 2 rows of sharp teeth and big mouths. Roar! The head of the dog god roared and flew towards Nurarikuo, wanting to help Yu Zhang. A dog head also wants to go to the sky? Ridiculous! Facing the bloody mouth of the dog god, Nurarikuo disdainfully, with blue fire wrapped around the 1,000 cherry blossoms in his hand, and then slashed at the flying head of the dog god in the air. The fire attached to the 1,000 cherry blossoms formed a crescent-shaped blade, directly splitting the big head of the dog god in half. The dog head split into 2 halves fell to the ground, and the blue fire stained his head, burning both sides of the head in a short period of time. As for the body tied by Shumu, it also turned into flying ash and dissipated. Inuyagami. The other members of the group of 7 were so frightened when they saw that Inuyagami, the demon general, was killed instantly by a sword. Inuyagami was the strongest in their team except Yu Zhang, but he was killed instantly by a sword, which was really surprising. Nightbird. Yu Zhang roared, and suddenly a woman with a pair of small black wings and a rune-like paper wrapped around her body flew out from the side. She was the Nightbird that Yu Zhang called. Anyone who touched her black feathers would go blind. She was also the only demon on the scene who had no opponent. Nightbird, a monster that can temporarily blind people, has the ability, but is too weak. After a simple comment, Nurarikuo appeared beside Nightbird with lightning speed, and cut the 1000 sakura in his hand with one knife. Nightbird struggled and was cut in half. It was just an ordinary monster of the level of a demon general, and Nurarikuo could just cut it with one knife if he was serious. And Sheng took advantage of this period, and his body was wrapped in a large leaf and teleported, and in the blink of an eye he came to Hanakan. When Hanakan came, he noticed this human onmyoji. As for why he knew, that's because they didn't come here for nothing these 2 days. In order to deal with Nurarikuo, they naturally need to understand his life, so they went to Sakura High School where Nurarikuo was staying to learn about Nurarikuo's situation. This human onmyoji was one of them, but before he could do anything, he encountered something like today. Unexpectedly, when he was desperate, this human female onmyoji actually came to him. It was really a blessing from heaven. Facing the jade seal that suddenly appeared in front of him, Hanakan hurriedly took out the Shikigami talisman paper, but before he could use it, Yuzhong grabbed her wrist and held her in front of him as a shield. After killing Yokai with a knife, Nurarikuo looked at Yuzhong again. He didn't expect Hanakan to appear here. This guy is too brave. Or is he really not afraid of death? He should be able to feel the strong demon energy here. He still comes here without caring about his life. Nurarikuo really doesn't know what this girl is thinking. Damn it, let me go, you monster. Hanakan wanted to struggle out of Yuzhang's control, but with her strength, she couldn't use the Shikigami, so she couldn't fight back at all. Can't resist. Hanakan was very upset. Could this monster want to use her to threaten the monster lord? What a joke, he used an onmyoji to threaten the monster lord. This masked monster must be crazy. Nurarikuo looked at Yuzhang's embarrassed look with Hanakan blocking him, and skillfully put the knife on his shoulder and chuckled, haha, Yuzhang, you are the leader of the Shikoku 88 Ghost Night Parade after all. If you want to die, at least you should be killed openly. But when you are dying, you grab an onmyoji as a shield. You are really promising. Yuzhang pressed Huakai Yuanuluo's shoulder and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, Yuzhang, haven't fulfilled my ambition yet. How could I accept death calmly like this? Nuliang Lo sir, haven't you Nuruan group always advocated the protection of weak monsters and human beings? This onmyoji is your classmate. How dare you kill him? Tell all your men to stop. Let us return to Shikoku safely, otherwise, I don't know what will happen to your onmyoji classmates. Nu Liang-san. After listening to Yuzhang's words, Hanakai Yuanuluo forgot to resist for a moment, and looked protectively at Nuliang Rikushin a few meters ahead. This naughty guy is Rikuo Nura, who is in the same class as her and is in the same club. Didn't Nura Rikushin say that he is a superpower? How could he be a monster and the master of monsters? Nuliang Lushan sneered and said, you are so naive to threaten me with an onmyoji, Yuzhang. I am not familiar with her at all. Since you have known her, you should also know me. I have only known her for half a day, but you are stupid enough to threaten me with onmyoji. I am really at my wit's end. Hanakan felt desperate. Yes, even if the monster lord in front of her was really Nurarikuo, she and Nurarikuo had not known each other for long. It was only on Friday afternoon that Hanakan transferred to school and joined the strange detective team. How could Rikuo Nura be threatened by the enemy because of her? Will you let us go? Yuzhang gritted his teeth. He was just betting that Nuliang Rikushin was different from other cold-blooded monsters, because Nuliang Rikushin was a half-demon and still had sympathy for humans, and the Nuliang group, whether it was the first generation or the second generation general, he attracted many monsters under the guise of protecting the weak. Nurarikuo had no expression on his face and walked forward with Senbonzakura on his shoulders. Seeing Nuliang Risheng approaching without any threat, Yuzhang panicked and exclaimed loudly, you really don't care about this human onmyoji. Nuliang Lushan said coldly, you can just do it. Damn it, that's as you wish. Yuzhang also became fierce. He put the 5 fingers of his right hand together and showed his sharp nails, preparing to kill Huakaiwan. Am I going to die like this? Hanakan was unwilling and a little regretful. 2 monsters were fighting. She, a fledgling onmyoji, came to see what was going on. Now, it's okay. Curiosity can really kill a cat. She looked at Nurarikuo who was walking in front of her with steady steps. Her temperament at this moment was completely different from the temperament she had when she met the human on Friday. Even her appearance, height and voice, they are all very different. Zhang stretched out the sharp nails of his right hand and was about to pierce Huakai Yuan Yaluo to the core, when suddenly his body's time stopped. The golden chains tied the jade boy tightly, preventing him from moving at all. The lock of heaven. Nurarikuo showed a smile that showed that everything was under control. Although Hanake Nura was thrown into the chaos, Nurarikuo naturally had countermeasures. Although the heavenly lock is mainly used to lock gods with divine power, it can also lock demons. Even if it is not as strong as locking gods, it is more than enough to lock Zhang. Hanake Nura, who had lost control of his body, regained his freedom, and his body immediately dodged to the side, and then looked at Nurarikushin and the locked Zhang in surprise. Chapter 73. Hanake Nura never expected that Nurarikuo had said cold words before, as if his life and death were none of his business. But why do we want to save him now? He is an onmyoji and Nurarikuo is a monster. It is impossible to save him, right? What the hell is this? Where did the chain come from? Zhang shouted in horror. He looked at the golden ripples around the doors. These golden chains appeared out of thin air from these doors. Moreover, the control was so strong that he couldn't even struggle for a moment and could only maintain one posture and be imprisoned here. Zhang asked, "It's you, Nilayong Lushan, where did these chains come from?" "I don't have to answer you. You just need to know that you died in my hands and the Shikoku Yokai organization was destroyed because of you, a fool. Go to death with endless regrets. I regret that you shouldn't have provoked me, Nilayong Group, and I hope you won't meet me again in your next life." Nurarikushin stood in front of Zhang, slowly raised the senbonzakura on his shoulders, and slashed at Zhang's neck. The white slash was visible to the naked eye, flashing from Zhang's neck. Then Nilayong Lushan calmly turned around, Zhang's head separated from his body, and the heavenly locks dispersed. Zhang's body fell to the ground weakly. "Yama! Zhang and Inugami are both dead, run quickly, we are no match." When the remaining 7 people saw that Zhang was easily killed by Nilayong Lushan, they were all frightened out of their wits. They had no intention of fighting King Tianfang and others again, and fled one after another. Seeing that the Kuroda Fang people were evenly matched with their opponents, Nilayong Rikuo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help but increase his tone and said, "You guys, if you let go again don't eat at night." "Hey, Sunday, do you already know? Sumu's opponent Inugami has been killed by Rikuo Nura. Now he has no opponent." He was a little surprised when he heard Rikuo Nura's words. Could it be that the 3 generations have discovered that they are cheating? Nilayong Lushan sighed and said, "You think I can't see it? Ah hey, ah ching, Mao prstut, Kappa, Bingli, please deal with it quickly." Among them, Kuroda Fang, King Tianfang, and Xiao Wu are all powerful demon commanders, but they usually disguise themselves as demon generals in order to protect and not undermine Nilayong Rikuo's confidence. But in fact, Liang Lushan had already seen it. Although Mao Yi, Kappa, and Yukiana are just demon generals, the first 2 are almost invincible among demon generals. Only Yukiana is slightly weaker, but this is also because Yukiana is the youngest among them, only 100 years old. About 200 years old, the others are at least 200 years old. Since the 3rd generation already knows, I won't be polite. King Tianfang removed the beast rosary made of skulls from his neck and released his power. The hand-washing ghost who could have competed with King Tianfang was stunned when he felt the power that King Tianfang burst out at this moment. This guy actually has such a powerful power and is still evenly matched with him. Is this a game of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Now that our general has spoken, you fire-breathing turkey, let me, the snow girl, freeze you, cursed with falling snow and roaring wind. The snow girl Bingley faces Inu Phoenix, a monster that can breathe fire and fly. It looks like a combination of a chicken and a bird. It can walk upright while wearing clothes. Ice restrains fire, and even though they are both demon generals, Bingley can suppress Dog Phoenix. Encouraged by Rikuo Nura, the snow girl used her 100% energy to control the ice and snow using her natural ability as a snow girl to blow 10 strands of extremely powerful ice and snow cold air at the magic phoenix flying in the air. Just a snow girl, don't get too carried away. Chuan Fenghuang saw that Bingley's attack range was extremely large, just to block his flying ability, and immediately he was no longer ready to hide. The clothes he was wearing were burned by the flames on his body, and then his whole body turned into a ball of flames and headed downwards. The ice beauty fell away. Ah! Bingley let out a sweet cry, releasing all the power of ice and snow, and the dog phoenix was not weak at all, falling like a huge fireball against the snowstorm, the collision of ice and fire. I will not lose. There are 3 generations behind me. Even if I am not as strong as the 3 generations, I will still be a monster who can help the 3 generations and stand alone. Oikawa Hingrai knew that Nurarikuo was watching, so she absolutely couldn't lose. She blew out the ice and snow with the strongest horsepower. The speed of the fall of the fireball-stained Inu Phoenix was visibly slowed down by the naked eye, and the flames on her body began to freeze. No. How could I lose? I'm a fire phoenix. Inu Fenghuang felt that his body temperature was getting lower and lower, and even the flame was almost extinguished. He was extremely unwilling to accept that he would be defeated by a snow girl. How shameless. Call. Oikawa Bingri kept blowing out ice and snow with a determined look on her face, eventually extinguishing the flames of Inu Phoenix. Inu Phoenix also froze into a large ice sculpture and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces of ice. After killing Inu Phoenix, the snowy sky continued to be beautiful around the snow girl, and she looked very handsome standing there. But in the next second, the power was broken. With a cute smile on his face, he turned around and ran straight towards Nurarikuo. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Great, Sandai, I succeeded. I defeated a group of 7 people traveling together." Looking at the snow girl who came to him as if asking for credit, Nurarikuo was amused by her, reached out and stroked Oikawa Hingrai's head, and praised, "Well done, Hingrai hey hey." Yukiana squinted her eyes in enjoyment as she accepted Nurarikuo's touch. Why is that onmyoji here? However, when the snow girl Hingrai found Hanakan Yura standing on the left side of Nurarikuo, she was startled and hurriedly grabbed Nurarikuo's arm. Bingley has always had an inexplicable fear of onmyoji. Even though she has the strength to defeat Hanakan Yura, she still remains so. Hanakan Yura just heard Nurarikuo call Hi Aure. Looking at Yukianaga's face that looked similar to that of a human, she asked, "Are you Oikawa-san?" After hearing this, Bingley hurriedly shook her head and denied, I am not, I am a snow girl, Tuan is not Bingley." Nuliang Lushan comforted Bingley, "It's okay, Yu Zheng just called my name, Huakai Yuan already knows my identity, and you don't need to hide it anymore." Oikawa Hayu showed a cute expression and said in an innocent tone, "Hey, is that so? Do you want to kill her to prevent the general's identity in the school from being exposed?" Uro Hanakai Yuan stared blankly at the snow girl. This snow girl looked harmless and cute, but could she be so cruel? "Bingley, you can't be so murderous." Nurarikuo stroked the soft blue-black hair of the snow girl. Then he walked up to Hanakan Yuro, and under Hanakan Yuro's defensive gaze, he leaned close to her ear and said in a soft tone, "I believe Hanakan will not cause chaos in school. I mean, after all I just saved you, you owe me a favor now, don't you think so, classmate Huakai Yuan?" Hearing the chilling voice in her ears and the wind blowing in her ears while speaking, Huakai Yuan immediately stepped back. You are a monster, and I am an onmyoji. Even if you are Nurarikuo-san, I will. Gilyalu, plop. Before Hanakan Yuro could finish her words, she fainted and fell to the ground because she was really too tired. She had consumed all her energy by practicing before coming here. She was tired and hungry. Then she ran here and was captured by Yu Zhang. The threat was frightened, and now his body couldn't bear it and he directly protested, causing Yuro Hanakai Yuan to faint here. "Hey, you're not dead, are you?" When the snow girl saw the flowers blooming, Yuro fainted. She took a few steps forward and squatted down, poking her face with her finger. She found that the other party was just fast asleep and not dead. Some people sighed that this onmyoji's mentality was true. Big. A person actually fell asleep like this in a group of monsters. Should I say he is a person who does not have much sense of nervousness, or he is very nervous? King Tianfang and others also quickly solved their opponents. It was not difficult to deal with these 7 people with their strength, mainly because they had retained their strength before. The Prst Yutmao came over dragging her long hair, and she said, "Young Master Zamo was all wiped out by us." Nuliang Lushan nodded and said, "Very good, thank you very much. Please go back with Yu Zhang's head." "Yes, Sandai." King Tianfang picked up Yu Zhang's head on the ground, took off his cool mask, and revealed a ferocious face like a raccoon cat. His face was full of unwillingness and regret. King Tianfang couldn't help but complained, "No wonder he brought the mask, turns out to be because I feel so ugly that I have no face to see others." Sumo's head was floating in the air, looking at Hanake Nura, who fell to the ground exhausted, and asked, "Sande, what about your classmates? As for her, you should go back first." Nura Rikushin knelt down and picked up the exhausted Princess Yuro of Hanakan. Seeing Nura Rikuo holding Hanake Nura Yukiana like this, she puffed her cheeks in amusement and said, "Sande, where are you taking her? Yukiana herself has never been hugged by Nura Rikuo like this, but this onmyoji can enjoy Nura Rikuo's princess hug. She is really miserable. Take her to wake up. After all, she is from the onmyoji family that the old man often visits. You can't just leave her here." Having said that, Nura Rikuo hugged Hanake Nura and walked forward until he disappeared into the darkness. "Ha ha ha, young master, you lost again, drink up, drink up. I didn't expect that the young master's luck would be so bad. He would lose every bet. Hey, you guys aren't cheating, are you? How could it be possible? I would not dare to cheat in front of you even if I, Liang Taimao, had 10 more courages, young master. Come again. Since the young master wants to come again, then we will accompany him to the end." In a very gorgeous house, the atmosphere is lively, with various gambling tables, various snacks and beautiful monsters as company, making it very lively. This is Yukiyomaki Ichiban Street, the busiest and liveliest street in the yokai market. The people here are all monsters, not humans. The one that rules Ichiban Street is a monster organization called the Huamao Group, and the Huamao Group is one of the organizations under the Nirigumi. It is not a fighting type. Streets like this are dedicated to providing funds to the Nirigumi. No matter how much the cat group transfers here, 60 to 70% of the profits will be handed over to the Nuliang Group. Da. Hanake Nura was lying on the sofa next to Nura Rikuo, smelling the fragrance in the air, and opened her eyes from her sleep. When she turned her head and looked around, a bowl of fragrant ramen was placed on the table in front of her. Huakai Yuan Yuluo's eyes suddenly lit up, and she stood up like a carp. Regardless of where she was, she started eating without saying a word, because she was really hungry. "Young master, the woman you brought has woken up." A three-eyed monster noticed that Hanake Nura woke up and was eating ramen very energetically. "Well, you guys have fun first, I'll go take a look." Nura Rikushin stood up and sat on Yura's sofa in Hanake Yuan, and said, "Hello, Yura, is the ramen delicious?" "Yeah, delicious." Hanake Yuan Yuluo subconsciously replied, but as he ate, he realized something was wrong. Why is the evil spirit here so strong? And looking around, the whole room is full of monsters. After just a few mouthfuls, Huakai Yuan Yuluo couldn't eat any more, and said anxiously, What the hell is this place? Nuliang-san, what are you doing?" Hanake Yuan Yuluo turned to look at Nura Rikushin, feeling nervous. The corner of Nura Rikushin's mouth raised, he picked up the wine glass beside him and took a sip of wine and said, "Didn't you just shout for ramen in your dream? Eat it quickly, don't waste it." Yuro Hanakane said in a loud voice, "Now is not the time to eat ramen, after all it is here." Nura Rikushin put his index finger to his mouth to make a silent gesture. Hanakan Yuro suddenly shut up, and then Nura Rikushin reached out and took Kaikan Yuro's hand and pulled her over. Before Hanake Nura could react, she was sitting on Nura Rikushin's legs. She stared blankly at the incomparable face of the Empress in front of her. Before Hanakane Soro could struggle, Rikuo Nura said in her ear, "This place is full of monsters. If you reveal your identity as an onmyoji, you will be eaten alive in the next second." Huakai Yuan Toluo felt the wind of Nuliang Lushan's words in her ears, and her body shivered. "You?" Hanakane Nura's face was red with embarrassment. She was actually sitting on the lap of the Lord of Monsters now. It was too inappropriate. Hanakane Nura looked around and was really frightened by the monsters in the room. He lowered his voice and said, Nu Liang, what do you want to do? If you want to humiliate me, if you do, I won't let you succeed even if I risk my life. I want to protect the honor of onmyoji Hanakan Ryu. I didn't intend to humiliate you. I saved you again. Didn't you faint before, Wang Li? I took you to rest and gave you ramen. If you don't thank me properly, just forget it and threaten me. Could it be that the Hanake Yuan family can rely on their identity as an onmyoji to retaliate against their saviors? Nura Rikuo thought it was quite interesting to tease this onmyoji girl, so he started to talk more unconsciously. You take me to rest. Hanake Nura calmed down. Now that he recalled that he was indeed saved by Nura Rikuo, it was also true that he fainted because he was too tired and hungry. Did you remember it? Then you owe me an apology. Sorry. Good. Nurarikushin's left hand was still holding Hanaka Yuan Takuro's wrist, and his right hand was stretched out to caress the top of Kakin Takuro's head. Huakai Yuan Yaluo, but why do you feel something is wrong? Suddenly thinking about it, Hanakin Zaluo immediately broke away from Nurarikushin's hand and stood up from his lap. He held his head with both hands while breathing slightly and said, "Stop, stop, I'm not your snow girl, don't do this to me. Okay, I won't move you. Aren't you hungry? Eat ramen first, and then you'll have enough strength." After saying that, Nurarikuo stood up and left, continuing to play cards with Ryota Nico and others. As for Hanakai Yuan Zaluo, he was sitting with a complex expression watching Nurarikuo, who was having a great time playing with those monsters. Uro Hanakane looked back at the bowl of ramen in front of him and wondered, what on earth is he thinking? As a monster, shouldn't he be cold-blooded and ruthless? What's more, he is the master of monsters. Is it because of the half-day friendship between classmates? Hanakane Ura couldn't figure it out, and the atmosphere here, how should I put it, was not at all like the atmosphere that a monster should have, just like a bar in the human world. Moreover, as the Lord of Monsters, he actually played cards with other monsters, joked about it, drank wine after losing, etc., which was beyond the expectations of Kaikaiwan Sora. Of Bandits. Chapter 74. On the dark night road, Nurarikuo and Hanakane Ura were walking side by side. Hanakane Ura found that Nurarikuo, the master of monsters, was completely different from what she had imagined. She turned around and asked, "Nurao-san, since you are the master of demons and monsters, why do you go to school in the human world?" Nurarikushin put his hands in the sleeves of his kimono and said, "Because my real age is only 16 years old, and the human world is more fun than the monster world, isn't it?" Hanakane Ura really doesn't understand Nurarikuo's brain circuit. "Then why save me? After Kyoji Aokiji leaves, I will be the head of the strange detective team. You will be indispensable in future adventures, and as a member of my club, you are also my person. I am a very protective person, and my people cannot be bullied by others. For this reason. That's all." Hanakane Ura felt like every punch was hitting cotton, and Nurarikuo's answers made her more and more crazy. Hanakane Ura stopped and faced Nurarikuo, feeling a little excited, "But I am an onmyoji. Aren't onmyojis and monsters inherently hostile? If you save me now, what will I do to you in the future? I practiced so hard just to defeat the Lord of Monsters, but now." Nurarikushin nodded and thought it made sense, so he suggested, "Well, I'm not the only one who is the Lord of Monsters. My grandfather was the last Lord of Monsters, and I only really took over this position tonight. Otherwise, you should work hard to kill my grandfather. I am your savior, so you can't just kill me." Which beauty is talking about me again?" The beautiful Nuliang Huayao, who was looking at the mirror in the Nuliang group's room far away, sneezed. Huakai Yuan Yaluo, she really wanted to ask, "Is your grandfather really your biological grandfather? Do you want me to take you back, Yaluo?" Yaluo. Hanakane Ura looked at Nurarikushin quite speechlessly, that he could call his name so intimately, and then immediately refused, "No, I can go back by myself." "That's it, then I'm leaving, Madara." Nurarikushin summoned Madara, and then saw a fat cat walking upright in front of the two of them holding a wine bottle that was about the same size as its body. "Lu Sheng, are you going back, Bien?" Madara burped. With his temperament, he couldn't stay in the Nura group, and he would definitely come with Nurarikuo. However, Nurarikushin and his party were able to deal with Yu Zhang and others without him taking any action at all. Then he followed Nurarikushin to Ichiban Street, and the wine on his body was also obtained from Nurarikushin from Ichiban Street. His identity was taken openly and honestly. "It's getting late, it's time to go back." "Det." Madara responded, threw away the wine bottle he was holding, and then jumped up, transforming from an ordinary house cat into a 6 or 7 meter fox demon in the blink of an eye. What a powerful demon, this is a big demon. Hanakane Ura felt the demonic energy emanating from Madara. She had never encountered such a powerful demon in the Hanakane family. This was a real great demon. Nu Liang landed on Madara's back and said to Hanakane Ura, "You Luo, see you tomorrow then." Immediately, Madara flew into the sky, and when he flew up, a strong wind blew Yura's clothes around and fluttered, and she could hardly open her eyes. Hanakane Yura looked blankly at Nurarikuo, who disappeared into the horizon, and said to himself, as expected of the master of monsters, he actually uses such a big monster as a mount, it's incredible. Lu Sheng, you are back. Nurarikushin had just returned to his courtyard. At the door of his room, Baiguian Linlandi was wearing beautiful clothes, and her slender legs were wrapped in white stockings, which can arouse the most primitive desire in men. Nurarikushin immediately understood what he was talking about. He turned to Madara and said, "Fat cat, from today onwards, you can sleep outside and keep an eye on me. You are also not allowed to sleep in my room in the future. Do you understand?" Madara curled his lips and said, "Tisk, there are opposite sexes but not demonic ones, I understand." Immediately, Nurarikuo returned to his room. In Nuliang Lushan's room, Baiguian Linlandi said with a blushing face, "Lushan, after getting along with each other these days, I find that I have fallen in love with you, can you accept me?" Nurarikushin stepped forward and hugged her with one hand. He looked at Baiguian Linlandi, who was shorter than him, with soft eyes and said, "Of course, you are my woman." Well. The next day, Nurarikushin yawned and got up from the bed. He looked at the sleeping Baiguian Linlandi and reached out to touch her face. Baiguian Linlandi is not like a physically mature woman like Bishamon. She has a petite body. Although the airport is a bit far away and she is not very tall, her slender legs make her even taller than Bishamon's long legs. Ling Nuliang Lu Sheng was optimistic. Nurarikushin thought as he was getting dressed, "The slick ghost bloodline in my body, CBBC, is cursed and I cannot combine with monsters to have children. I don't know if atavistic monsters and gods can. It is said that gods have a very difficult time giving birth to children. Bishamon will definitely not win the bid easily after I have irrigated it twice, and it is not the time for Linlandi to have children yet. As for giving birth to a child, Nuliang Rikushin is not in a hurry at all. She has an infinite lifespan, so why are she afraid that she will not be able to produce an heir?" "Lu Sheng, you're up." Baiguian Linlandi rolled her eyes sleepily and sat up. Nurarikushin looked at it and subconsciously focused his eyes anxiously on one place. That place was like a half-cooked poached egg, but like a sponge, it was still squeezed. "Well, it's getting late. We have to go to school today. Can you go to school now? If you can't go, please take a day off. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt anymore after the pain last night. Moreover, I am an atavistic demon, and my physique is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Then let's get up." "Good." The two quickly got dressed and got up. Suddenly, Nuliang Lushan thought of something, took out an elixir of immortality and said, "I'll give you a jelly bean." "Jiangdu, this doesn't look like a jelly bean, does it?" Baiguian Linlandi smelled the smell and felt that her demonic power had become purer. "Don't worry so much. You are my woman, will I still harm you?" "You will definitely not harm me, I will just take it." Baiguian Linlandi took the elixir of immortality and put it in her mouth, and the medicine improved her body. Nurarikuo's next explanation made Baiguian Linlandi confused. Keep the current appearance and live forever? If she had known about it before eating it, she would definitely not be so anxious. After all, she would have to wait for another 2 years of development to eat it. By then, she would definitely have more food than she does now. After learning about Baiguian Linlandi's thoughts, Nuliang Rikushin was speechless. He was already 16, and everything that should have developed had already developed. If you didn't expect it, you wouldn't expect it. He didn't have to worry about that. "First generation general, why have you become like this?" "What, this is the first generation general? How is it possible? How can this be the first generation general? This hairstyle and face shape are so similar to those of the third generation. He is really the first generation general. Hiss, maybe this is the rhythm of returning to glory. Oh my god, the first generation general, you must not get into trouble. Where is the Lord? Come and show the body of the general." As soon as Nuliang Lushan came out, he heard the noise of the Nuliang group. From those noisy words, we can know that his grandfather Nuliang Hualao's young appearance was seen by other monsters, and then there was such a big movement. Nura Huapiao had a face and hairstyle that were very similar to Nurarikushin. He pressed his ears with his little finger and said, "Hey, hey, Crow Tengu, can you stop barking? The entire Nura group is being disturbed by you." The uneasiness arose. Crow Tengu sobbed with tears, But, the first generation general. You have symptoms of death. Nu Lao slapped away the Crow Tengu who cursed him, and said, don't talk nonsense. I live as long as the sky now, how can I die, and then say pull out your thrush? First generation, what happened to you? How come you have become younger? Is it true what the Crow Tengu said? After hearing the news, all the cotters who lived in my house came over. Niugui, Baboon, Ichimoku, Muyabodhidharma, and you looked at Nu Liang Hualao's young appearance and looked confused. Nu Liang Huaguo smoked a cigarette and said, what nonsense are you talking about? My heart has recovered and I will naturally return to what I was when I was young. Niugui said in disbelief, but your heart was not there 400 years ago. Oh, this is because Lu Sheng went out 2 days ago and found a miraculous medicine for me. After taking it last night, I grew a new heart, my body skills recovered, and my body recovered naturally, right? Lu Sheng. Nura Huapiao explained to the monsters around him, and then looked at Nura Rikushin who was walking towards him. 3 generations. The third generation general. It was the third generation general who found the elixir that could restore the first generation general. Oh my god, there is such a magical medicine in this world. Seeing all the demons gathered together, Nuliang Lushan affirmed, Grandpa is right. I accidentally found a magical elixir that restored his body. Grandpa himself is a great demon king and has a long lifespan. For thousands of years, if he had not lost his heart, he would not have turned into that old man. Now that his heart has been restored, his body will naturally recover. Oh my god, it's actually true. Niogui Lao was in tears. He had the best relationship with Nuliang Huayao and loved the Nuliang group the most. Now that he saw the first generation general recover from his injuries and return to his youthful appearance, he was not only moved but moved. Immediately, he knelt down on the spot in front of Nuliang Lushan and said respectfully, thank you, Sanday, for finding the elixir for the first generation and allowing the first generation to recover from his injuries. Niogui. Seeing Niugui behave like this, Nu Liang Huapiao was moved in his heart. Among his demons and monsters, he had the strongest relationship with Niu Wei. Nuliang Lushan said, Niugui, there is no need to do this. The first generation general is also my biological grandfather, and this is what I should do. Speaking of which, the third generation is really similar to the first generation. Standing next to each other, you can't tell that they are grandfather and grandson. That is to say, the two of them stand together like brothers. There is no big age gap at all from their faces. Yes, the third generation has inherited the grace and appearance of the first and second generations. If the second generation is also there, what would it be like for the 3 generations to live under one roof? I don't know which little demon said something extra, and the originally lively atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy. Yes, the 3 generations of slick ghosts are all powerful monsters with lifespans of thousands of years. What a scene it would be if the 3 handsome slick ghosts got together. Unfortunately, the second generation was assassinated 10 years ago. Death. Nu Liang Huapiao sighed, and then the monster energy spread around, pulling the monsters back from their memories. He said, okay, we are all monsters. What are we going to do as sentimental as humans? Let me tell you first. Although I have recovered, I have also retired. The current general of the Nura group is Rikuo. Even if something happens, please don't bother me, just like you did when I left it to the second generation carp companion. Do you understand? Yes, the first generation general. After receiving affirmative answers from the demons, Nuliang Huayao nodded with satisfaction, looked at Nuliang Lushan and said, Lushan, it's almost time for you to go to school, even though you are already a general, but nothing will happen to you at ordinary times, just do the same as usual. Nura Rikushin waved his hand and said, that's for sure, even if I become the third generation, I will still live my own life. Well, I knew you would think so. That's what I said. I'll leave first. I haven't used this handsome appearance to eat and drink for free in hundreds of years. I don't know how many beauties will fall in love with me. Being too handsome is also a sin, ha ha ha. After saying that, Nu Liang Hualao left gracefully. And Nuliang Lushan also told the surrounding monsters to do what they should do and not to gather together. Lu Sheng, is that what your grandfather looked like when he was young? It's really surprising. After the monsters dispersed, Kikyo and Begui and Linlandi came up. The contrast with Grandpa Nura Rikuo was really unexpected to them. When we met yesterday, he still looked like a short old man. Today, he has indeed transformed into a 1.8-meter tall handsome guy. The gap between the front and back is too big. Nilayong Lushan said, he is like this because his heart was taken out by a big demon. However, I have given him Penglay elixir and he has recovered naturally. However, although the old man's appearance is handsome, he should still be a few years behind me. Let's divide it. Begui Yuan Linlandi and Kikyo looked at each other and ignored Nilayong Rikuo's narcissism. Arriving at the class at school, Rikuo Nura glanced at the location of Kyoji Aokiji. This guy had already moved to M with his parents. It is estimated that it will be difficult to see him in the future. Nura Rikuo sat in his seat and yawned. He went back late last night, and then worked until very late. In his human state, Nura Rikuo clearly felt that he was not getting enough sleep. It seemed that he should be in class. Time to catch up on some sleep. Mahiro Shina, who was on Rikuo Nurao's left side, noticed Rikuo Nurao yawning and asked with concern, "Nurao-san, are you okay? You don't look very tired." Nilayong Lushan said truthfully, "I'm a little tired, I'll catch up on some sleep after class." Mahiro Shina said, "I am catching up on my sleep in class again. The first class is Teacher Kirisu's class. If I am caught by Teacher Kirisu, I will be punished again." "It's okay," she said it was hers, "I'll sleep with mine." "You are really free and easy." Mahiro Shina was helpless to what Rikuo Nura said, and then her eyes couldn't help but stare at Rikuo Nura's dozing face, and she smiled softly at the corner of her mouth. In fact, Mahiro Shina would not take the initiative to say hello to other boys. She would only reply politely when they greeted her, and she would not take the initiative to care about other boys. Because Shina Mahiru knew that these boys just had unreasonable desires because of their good looks, so Shina Mahiru never gave any boys a chance and kept a sufficient distance from them while greeting them with an angelic tone. There is only one exception. She will take the initiative to observe that person. Although she doesn't talk much, she will take the initiative to talk to him and show concern for him. This person is the Nuruo Rikuo in front of her. Chapter 75. This matter has to be talked about since childhood. Shina Mahiru's parents were both from wealthy families. They were forced to marry because of family interests, but they had no feelings for each other. Later, they accidentally gave birth to her after a one-night stand, but after giving birth to her, the two of them ignored Shina Mahiru. Without asking, she was shunned by her parents, who had no affection for each other, and was eventually left to be raised by a servant aunt. Shina Mahiru has wanted to win back the love between her parents and herself since she became aware of it, so she has deliberately shown herself as a gentle, well-behaved, and virtuous angel since she was a child, and studied hard in many aspects, hoping that parents can notice his efforts and achievements. However, no matter how outstanding she was among her peers, her parents always turned a blind eye and did not receive any care. They also made her extremely burdensome and should not have been born. When she was 8 years old, her classmates were very jealous of Mahiru Shina because of her excellent grades in school, praise from teachers, cute appearance, rich family, and private transportation. The girls played pranks on her, threw books, appeared suddenly to scare her, put caterpillars on her desk, and called her into the dark room to push her. Mahiru Shina felt aggrieved by this, but she knew that she needed to be strong and not cry, so she always gave an angelic smile even when she was treated like this. The boys who are just beginning to fall in love also want to get Mahiru Shina's attention because of her cuteness and good looks. But the boys, who were only 8 or 9-year-old children at the time, couldn't find any good way, so they thought of playing tricks on Shina Maku to get Shina Maku's bets. I didn't understand why I was being bullied like this, so during a physical education class, I found a deserted corner and cried loudly. At that time, Rikuo Nura was also in the same class as Mahiru Shina. During the physical education class, he was trying to find a quiet place to relax when he overheard crying. At the time, he thought it was a ghost. So I walked over with curiosity, but I didn't expect that my classmate Mahiru Shina was hiding there crying. Nura Rikuo also knew that Shina Mahiru was not very popular in the class and was pranked, but he didn't pay attention to it. It was just a fight among a group of brats. However, after listening to Mahiru Shina telling her story, Rikuo Nura felt that this incident was indeed too much. With so many boys and girls targeting a little girl, no wonder she would cry. Seeing that the little girl was pitiful, Rikuo Nura was also kind-hearted and could not bear to see the girl crying, so he took Mahiru Shina to find those who found trouble with her and educate them one by one. At this point, those who had been educated by Nurarikuo no longer dared to do anything to Mahiru Shina. They stayed away from each one they met, and Nurarikuo was also alienated. But Rikuo Nura didn't care about this at all, because he couldn't play with those children, and even though he helped Mahiru Shina, Rikuo Nura didn't care about how close he was to Nina Meiju. But for the young Mahiru Shina, it has always been a beam of light in her heart, and she still remembers it till now. As for Nurarikuo, he has completely forgotten this matter and does not remember it. After all, in his opinion, this is a small thing. Who would remember what he did when he was a child? Unless it was something of extraordinary significance, but obviously, teaching a lesson to the elementary school student who bullied Mahiru Shina was not something of extraordinary significance at all. He turned around and forgot about it, just like he would not remember how many bowls of rice he had eaten since he was a child. Mahiru Shina has always kept it in her heart, but never expressed it, because she saw Riku Nura's attitude towards her was still a bit strange, so she couldn't be very enthusiastic. At most, she took the initiative to say hello when she passed by. Nodded. And the reason why he and Rikuo Nura have been in the same class without interruption, how could it be such a coincidence, is because of Mahiru Shina's behind-the-scenes operation. Every time she was promoted to a credit class, she would ask the maid who took care of her to tell the school that although Shina Mahiru's parents didn't have much sense of her presence at home, her surname was Shina after all, and she could still mobilize some money and power. Shina Mahiru put her chin on the table with her right hand, and looked at Nurarikuo dozing off so quietly and peacefully. However, noticing that there were more and more students in the class, Shina Mahiru no longer looked at her. If they were misunderstood, both she and Nurariko would be criticized by gossip. She herself had nothing to do with it. If she let Nurariko, it's not good to feel troubled. The Lord of Monsters. Hanakan Ura has also come to the class. She stares at Nurarikuo. At this moment, Nurarikuo is in human form, which is very different from the appearance of the monster lord she met last night. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that Nurarikuo is the lord of demons and goblins, because there is no connection between the two. So should I still be hostile to him? He saved my life. It's funny to say that an onmyoji was captured by a monster, and then the monster lord saved her. This kind of plot TV series dare not be filmed like this. Hanakan Ura is struggling with her heart. The onmyoji has inherited the love of a monster. If her brother knew about it, he would probably scold her again. Now Nura looks like an ordinary person. No, don't be fooled by his performance. He is a monster himself. Even if he looks like a human, he can control blue flames and can turn into a monster at any time. After class, there is no doubt that Nurarikuo was caught dozing off by Kirisumafuyu, and another round of chicken soup was thrown at him, but Nurarikuo just listened to it. Time passed slowly, the sun rose in the east and slowly set in the west, and it was time to end the get out of class. At this time, a female monitor in the class stood up and finally wrote the names of the two people who were on duty today on the blackboard, Shina Mahiru and Nurarikuo. Every class will leave 2 people to clean up every day, and the monitor will randomly arrange them to take turns, which will definitely ensure that everyone will have the opportunity to stay on duty. Oh, I have to be on duty today. Nurarikuo glanced at his name on the blackboard and had no objection. Then he went to find Hanakan Yuzure and Sawamura Arari, 2 members of the strange detective group. He had to be on duty. Although it was his first day as the club leader, he was temporarily busy, so he asked the 2 of them to go to the club by themselves, and told the other members that he would come soon. Duty means cleaning. After a day, the teachers in the class will be cleaned up, sweeping and mopping the floor. It won't take long to complete. After all the classmates left, Nurarikuo and Shina Mahiru started to move. First, they moved all the chairs to the table and turned them upside down, and then they started to sweep the floor. Nurarikuo looked at Shina Mahiru's angelic face while sweeping the floor and said, "Shina-san, your physical strength and athletic ability are really not comparable to ordinary girls. You moved more than a dozen chairs without getting out of breath." Nurarikuo remembered that Shina Mahiru also performed very well in physical education class. She used to be the first in the class in all physical fitness. In today's physical education class, she was able to keep pace with Hanakan Ura. You have to know that Hanakan Ura is an onmyoji and cannot be compared with ordinary girls. Because I have practiced many sports since I was a child, my physical fitness is better than that of boys and girls who have not exercised. But your athletic ability is beyond people's expectations. You have broken the school records in various physical sports and are even better than some sports champions. How did you do it? Sheena Mahiru stopped sweeping the floor and raised her head to brush her long and smooth hair to the side. Nurarikuo's athletic performance is not like what a student can have. It completely breaks the rules. I remember that when he was in junior high school, someone from the national games came to recruit Nurarikuo, but he was rejected. Nurarikuo kept moving his hands, cleaning and saying, "Because my physique is different from ordinary people, I am stronger than ordinary people. You also know that there are a small number of people who are born with better talents than others. For example, you are better than many girls in appearance, and you are called an angel. Isn't it innate to you?" Hearing Nurarikuo praising her beauty, Sheena Mahiru felt a little happy in her heart and smiled. Sheena Mahiru remembered something. She looked at Nurarikuo and said, "By the way, today I heard from other classmates that there seems to be an urban legend recently. It is said that there will be a particularly strange mirror. When a person is a child, he will see that mirror, and then the person will be swallowed by the mirror on his 16th birthday. Cloud mirror." When Sheena Mahiru said this urban legend, he already knew what was going on. Indeed, every year, a group of 16-year-old students on their birthdays are swallowed up by this cloud mirror, and it seems that they are all female students. So over time, this urban legend emerged. Nilayong Lushan said casually, "Urban legends are just nonsense, and they should be just used by those unprecedented students to talk over tea after dinner. Today is also my 16th birthday. I remember I picked up a purple mirror on the roadside when I was a child. It was probably just a coincidence. There are no ghosts and gods in this world, it's just legends." But when it comes to this, although Sheena Mahiru thinks it is a bit nonsense, she also feels a little worried. "What if?" Nilayong Lushan asked, "Today is your birthday." Sheena Mahiru nodded and said with some resentment, "Yes, we have known each other since elementary school. Even after so many years, we are still called by our last names and classmates. I'm afraid I'm the only one who has song." Nurarikushan didn't think much about it. He said, "Well, I think we don't have much communication with each other, and our mutual acquaintance is only preliminary, so we didn't go any further. Since you having said that, I will just call you Mahiru. Asterisk. Well, Lu Sheng, it's just that the name calling goes a step further, which is a good start. Mahiru, why do I feel like you talk more than usual today?" "Really? I usually talk a lot when dealing with other classmates." Sheena Mahiru refuted Nurarikuo's words. She also talked a lot with other students during class. Although it was only those female students or boys who came to her unilaterally, Sheena Mahiru couldn't refuse her. Communicate with them in such a relaxed manner. "I'm referring to what you said to me today, as well as your usual casual gaze. You don't like me, do you?" Rikuo Nura stared at Mahiru Sheena's expression. Rikuo Nura could still detect Mahiru Sheena's usual gaze on him. It was not an unintentional glance, but a deliberate glance. "It's been a year or two." "Ah." Suddenly hearing Nurarikuo's words, Sheena Mahiru blushed shamelessly. She didn't dare to look at Nurarikuo's eyes at this time, and said shyly, "Well, I'm going to wash them up." After saying that, Sheena Mahiru trotted out dejectedly. "Did I make a mistake and now I'm considered a common man?" Seeing Sheena Mahiru's reaction, Nurarikuo couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. Ho, this heartbeat is constantly accelerating. Could it be that I really like Lu Sheng? But why can he know the way I look at him? He is obviously looking at me secretly." Hide in the women's room. Mahiru Sheena put her hands on her chest, feeling her heart beating faster than usual, and her red face after being so nervous that her blood circulation accelerated, and she felt very shy inside. What Nurarikuo said just now made Mahiru Sheena feel really nervous. Sometimes she couldn't help but look at Nurarikuo secretly, but she didn't know if she was happy, joyous. But if Sheena Mahiru thinks about it carefully, she often pays attention to Nurarikuo, and she has been secretly operating in the same class with him. How can she feel like a nymphomaniac? I guess you just like it, and you've been secretly in love with it for 7 years. In the past, Sheena Mahiru never thought that it was love, it was just a hazy feeling in her heart. However, after what Nurarikuo said just now, after Sheena Mahiru discovered her mood state, she really yes. Mahiru Sheena took 2 deep breaths to calm down her nervous mood, then found the bathroom in the toilet, took out a mop, put it in the sink and started cleaning. "Mahiru-chan. I found you." I said I would pick you up on your 16th birthday, and now I'm here. Just when Shina Mahiru was washing the mop, a strange sound came in front of her. Shina Mahiru was startled, let go of the mop in her hand and looked up. I saw that the originally smooth mirror in front of the pool suddenly had ripples. From the ripples, I could see a huge mirror. The body of this mirror was a mirror. It's a big mirror, but it still has short limbs, eyes, and mouth, which looks very strange. This was the first time Shina Mahiru encountered such a thing. She took a few steps back in fear. Then she turned around and wanted to run away without asking what the thing was. But the prey named by Ungauging was so close in front of him, how could he let it run away? The short cloud-like hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Shinamaku's smooth and beautiful long hair and pulled it into the mirror. Middle world. When you enter the mirror world from the real world, you feel that everything is dim and dull, and everything in the outside world is the opposite in the mirror world. After being dragged in, Shina Mahiru sat down on the ground. She stood up regardless of the pain. Looking at the Ungauging in front of her who caught herself in the mirror, she asked nervously, Are you the urban legend Unwaijing? Unwaijing laughed arrogantly and said, Ha ha ha, yes, I am Unwaijing. I came here specifically to see Mahiru-chan today. Isn't it just to fulfill the promise? You picked me up when you were 8 years old. I promised to take you away on your 16th birthday. Although Shina Mahiru was nervous, she was not so frightened that she could not speak. Instead, she looked at him and said, This is just your unilateral promise. I said I didn't want it at the time, and then just throw you into the trash can. When she was 8 years old, Mahiru Shina picked up a small purple mirror, and then a message came from the mirror that she would take her away on her 16th birthday. Mahiru Shina decisively refused and threw the mirror in the trash can. She thought those bizarre encounters would end here, but today Unwaijing, who was discussed by her classmates, remembered what happened to her when she was a child. Ungauging was talking in a nice and cheerful tone just now, but after hearing Shina Mahiru's answer, he immediately put on another ferocious face. Humph, you don't want it even if you say you don't want it. You can't help it, you end. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.